This young man had just perished on the battlefield, his head taken by an enemy general, only to open his eyes and find himself reborn in the enemy's nation. What a wild twist of fate. His father is a 6th-level knight, an account of the Empire. His mother, the finest assassin from a clandestine organization. His eldest sister, a magical prodigy, and his second sister, a summoner. Born as the eldest son, he was a war god, reincarnated as a lord who started at the finish line. Although both his parents doted on him, their expectations were a bit strange. His father wanted him to become a knight and clash with foes, while his mother hoped he'd be an assassin sneaking up on people. The kid was speechless. They had no idea what other secrets he was hiding. When Din turned 1, the Count's family held a choosing ceremony for him, inviting many distinguished guests to attend. The goal was to predict the child's future, based on the object they selected. His father, wanting his son to follow in his footsteps, placed the family heirloom, the azure dragon-tail spear, in the selection. His mother, hoping for an assassin, contributed a dagger capable of absorbing all kinds of toxins. Even his 2 older sisters had prepared their own special items. The entire family was eager for him to choose their gift. The little guy was sweating bullets, thinking, "What is this? I'm only 1 year old. Are you guys for real?" As Din hesitated, unsure of what to pick, all 4 items suddenly began to glow simultaneously. This meant he possessed all 4 talents: spearmanship, assassination, magic, and summoning. Witnessing this, everyone was utterly stunned. Even the top genius in the family had only ever awakened a single talent. This is the kind of overpowered start you see in a great manhwa recap. And so Din became the ultimate prodigy in the history of the Count's family. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Din was 7 years old. At this point, he was training in spearmanship with his father. With his son's birthday approaching, the Count gifted Din a brand new spear. Its sturdy black shaft, combined with an incredibly sharp silver tip, and its light weight, made it the perfect weapon. He instantly fell in love with it. Next, the Count wanted to teach Din a new skill. He told his son to watch closely, as magical energy erupted from him, shaking the entire training ground. Then he instantly focused his power and unleashed a single piercing thrust. The blow was so immense that it distorted the very space around it. This was his ultimate skill, concentrating all his magic into a single point, a technique that took him 7 years to perfect. Afterward, Din began to mimic the move. Instantly, the Count's eyes widened in disbelief. As it turned out, Din had succeeded on his very first attempt. Once the shock wore off, the Count was overcome with joy. He never imagined his son's talent would be so much greater than his own. Unaware that his kid was a top-tier player in his past life, just starting a new game. The Count was now certain that one day his son would undoubtedly become a legendary warrior, a true hero, fit for any magic academy. Soon enough, Din's 7th birthday arrived. All the important figures of the Empire were present to celebrate with him. There, Din came face to face with Duke Thaman, the very man who had claimed his head in his previous life. Back then on the battlefield, the two had engaged in a fair duel. Each fought for their own country, so Din held no ill will toward him. The Duke had even brought along his youngest daughter, the young lady Leila. The party continued in a cheerful atmosphere, with everyone engaged in lively conversation. Akan asked, "I was wondering, how has your wife been lately?" Bu sighed, "I've tried everything, but there hasn't been any progress. My apologies for the trouble, but if I suddenly disappear, please understand that I may have to rush back to the capital. By the way, where is young Din? I wanted to talk with him some more." Akan shook his head. "I haven't seen him or Leila either." In another corner, the 2 children seemed to have grown tired of the party. "To be honest, I don't really like following my father everywhere, but I'm glad I came with him this time," Leila mused. She continued, "Back in Tho Mien, there's always something going on. Nobles visit frequently, and sometimes even the royal family shows up. Each time I have to go through all the tedious greetings. I much prefer freedom, wearing simple clothes and practicing swordsmanship." Din thought to himself, "She knows swordsmanship? I like them both," he replied. "This place isn't as bustling as the capital, but I look forward to my spear training every single day." Leila then asked, "So you're planning to join the Magic Academy?" Din quickly responded, "No, I'm not training just for that reason." She was surprised. "Why not? Isn't it everyone's dream to get in?" Well, Din clarified, "I train so that I can get in and perform even better once I'm there. But what if you don't get accepted? She pressed. Then I'll just try again. If I still don't succeed, I'll just assume that path wasn't meant for me. The girl looked unconvinced. Aren't you afraid of letting your family down? Are you disappointed? Not really. My family places a high value on honor. Just forget what I said. Din thought to himself, so even the great houses have their own troubles. Pausing for a moment, Din sighed and said, why would you think that? You seem quite skilled. Really? In that case, would you like to see my swordsmanship? Leila asked. Din agreed. All right, but just for a little while. Thanks. Where's my training ground? Can we head over there for a moment? Not long after, Leila was demonstrating her sword forms. As Din watched, he thought her attacks and defenses were very fluid, and her strikes were perfectly timed, but after a few minutes, her rhythm became a little chaotic. So what do you think? Leila asked. Din replied, it was amazing. Really? Hearing her response, Din felt a bit awkward and thought, perhaps I should offer some real feedback, but starting from the third stance, it looks like you're off by about half a step. The other forms have similar issues, and the following sword trajectories are a bit skewed. I'm sorry if that's upsetting. It's just been a while since I've seen a sword style like that, Din said. So that's the missing piece I've been searching for. Thank you, Din. You're so sharp you spotted my flaws immediately. Din laughed and said, you're squeezing the life out of me. Could you please put the sword away? Oh, my apologies. He wondered to himself why she was hugging him so fiercely. Just then, someone came running over in a panic. Young Master Din. Where have you been, Lady Leila? They must be looking for us. We should head back. Where have you two been? We've been searching for quite some time. Happy 7th birthday, my son, and congratulations on receiving your first manicure. Happy birthday, Din. Thank you, Mother, Din replied. As he opened the gift, his eyes widened in surprise. What is this? He thought. A pin with the family crest. Of the same kind my sisters always boast about. Keep it safe, Din. This pin is a symbol of your honor in our family. Happy birthday, young Master Din. You have finally become a worthy member of the Stress family. From a distance, Din's parents smiled gently as they watched this moment unfold. Din thought to himself, this is the first time I've ever received this much recognition. Just then, a powerful tremor sent everyone into a state of chaos. What was that sound? What's going on? Damn it, do we have an intruder? Everyone, remain calm and don't panic. It's starting again. I thought today would be peaceful. His mother standing beside him added, can you guess who it might be? He wondered to himself. It couldn't be her, could it? From the ceiling, a spell circle materialized, a feat of magic that would be advanced even at a top-tier magic academy, instantly capturing everyone's attention as they shouted in alarm. What is that? Then, a figure emerged from a spatial rift, slowly descending to the floor. Check the time for me, little brother. Your big sister isn't late, is she? The surrounding guests began to whisper amongst themselves. Is that Lady Arabella? It seems so. She just used a teleportation spell. You'd need to be at least a 5th level mage to open a portal that small. Our young lady is a true genius. He thought to himself, she's just as loud and ostentatious as always. At that very moment, people looked outside and screamed, there's a monster in the sky, look. Oh my, it's a wyvern, and Lady Clara is arriving so late. As Clara entered, the crowd started whispering again. I hear, she's a prodigy of a summoner. But to be able to tame a whole wyvern, is she really only 16 years old? You've arrived. Yes. They both wished him well in unison. Din, happy birthday. The two girls held out their gift bags in front of Din. I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Me too. Thank you both for coming to celebrate with me. Arabella chimed in. Of course, we had to be here. Now go on and open your present. I'm positive you're going to love it. Sister, is this a spatial bag? That's right. I designed it myself. It uses the highest level of applied spatial magic, but my professor was the one who actually crafted it. Din responded sincerely. Thank you, sister. He thought I know just how difficult it is to imbue an item with spatial magic. This entire Manhwa recap could be about how hard that is. Arabella continued. Give me your hand. Let me put it on for you. He thought to himself. But what's even more difficult is designing an item that can withstand the magical engraving process. Arabella added, and a heads up, I've already encoded your genetic signature into it, so you're the only one who can use it. This is a completely one-of-a-kind item. Lai, standing beside him, remarked, based on the subtle mana fluctuations, that appears to be a highest-grade magic stone. If you just channel a bit of mana into the ring, it will generate a subspace. That way you won't have to waste time opening an inventory bag anymore. An item this valuable. Thank you so much, Sister Din thought. This is the kind of artifact only the truly wealthy, like noble commanders or archmages, can afford to use on the battlefield. I never imagined I'd get to use an item like this. He extended his finger, attempting to activate the magic circle on the ring. Arabella beside him said, "Oh, and the ring will automatically resize itself as you grow older." Don't tell me. Immediately, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you just open a subspace faster than I can? You're a true genius, Din. You're truly exceptional. Their father chimed in. It looks like both of you have already formed your mana cores. Din, go ahead and open your sister's present now. Yes, thank you. As he looked inside, he saw an egg. From the box, Din picked it up. Why this egg? He wondered. Clara beside him explained, it's not just any egg, so you need to be careful with it. A little confused, he asked. Then what is it? Clara leaned in and whispered. It's a familiar. I once summoned Karen, and that's when it appeared. I'm not sure when the summoned beast will hatch, but it's incredibly precious. Staring intently at the egg, a memory surfaced for Din. That's right, I've heard about this. A familiar is different from a typical summoned beast. It's a unique kind of entity, though they share some similarities. Once a familiar is summoned, it can exist in this world forever, unlike temporary summoned beasts. Clara added, nobody else knows about this, Din. Only you. So you must keep it a secret until it hatches. Okay, yes, I'll keep it quiet. Arabella then called out. What are you two whispering about for so long? Clara continued, I don't know when it'll hatch either. Just remember to infuse it with your mana every day, once in the morning and once at night, so it will recognize you as its master. Yes, I'll definitely do that. Ha, just look at all these amazing gifts, their mother exclaimed. It's so wonderful to have your sisters back home, isn't it? Din replied. Yes, mother, it really is wonderful. Ahem. Their father cleared his throat. All right, my princesses, well, I'm thrilled you managed to come home after saying you couldn't. Shouldn't you properly greet your parents? Ah, father, have you been well? One of the sisters asked. I was so focused on giving Din his present, my apologies. It's quite all right, he chuckled. You both seem to be in good health after traveling so far to see your little brother. Now, you should get some proper rest. Yes, father. A short distance away, a young girl watched Din's happy family gathering with a look of pure envy. He glanced over and felt a pang of something. He was a little startled. Leila, she's already gone, but why did she look so lonely? The scene then shifts to a different location, where a man is thinking to himself, she surpassed all my expectations. Just as one would expect from the most gifted mage at the *** Magic Academy, ***, truly a rare talent, that young lady is also quite a match. For my son, the most elite swordsman at the academy. If our two families were to unite, we would create a force that even the imperial family would have to tread carefully around. With that power, no one would ever dare to disrespect our lineage again. Yes, that settles it. I should bring up the matter of an engagement between the two children during our conversation today. What is that sound? Is someone training? Who on earth would be training at this hour? Elsewhere, Din was practicing diligently, executing his techniques with precision. Just as he arrived, a man named Bill observed from afar, thinking, oh, so it's the youngest son of the Sogress house. Haha, what a surprise. His movements and focus are nothing like that of a 7-year-old child. Even his basic strikes are executed with a mastery that seasoned soldiers could learn from. It's truly unbelievable. As we've covered in this *** Manhwa recap, I'd heard many rumors about his prodigious talent since he was just 1 year old. I always assumed they were exaggerations, but I never expected them to be the truth. Switching his stance, Din instantly executed another skill. Wait a moment, Bill thought, that posture and footwork, they strongly resemble a swordsman's. Don't tell me he's already learned swordsmanship at his age. Raising his spear, Din called out coldly, I don't know who you are, but you'd better show yourself rather than continue to hide. Inwardly, Bill panicked. Damn it, he spotted me. Din also mused. Furthermore, his movements feel incredibly familiar. I'm sure I've seen them somewhere before. The man stepped out. My apologies, young Din. I had no intention of spying on you. Oh, it's you, Your Grace, Din said, recognizing the Duke. Bill thought to himself, just one look into his eyes is enough to tell he's no ordinary child. Din Sawgress, youngest son of House Sawgress. At your service, Din said formally. I offer my greetings. To Duke Buon. I was simply captivated by the impressive sight of your household's training this early morning and lost all track of time, the Duke explained. Please forgive my intrusion. You are forgiven, Your Grace, Din replied. Buon mused internally. Ho ho, this boy has some nerve. It seems he's just figured something out. Yet how is it that his body isn't trembling in the slightest after all that training? When I was his age, I didn't even have a speck of mana. Your spear thrusts are exceptional, young man, Buon praised aloud. You've surely inherited your talent from Aeon, have you not? He then noticed the spear. That spear you're holding. That's right, Din replied. My father crafted this spear for me. I'm grateful that you've recognized his work. The Duke smiled to himself. A fine answer. He thought, my own son is talented and well-trained, but he's nothing compared to this. Perhaps I should reconsider my plans, arranging a marital alliance with this house. He went on, as it happens, my Leila is also practicing swordsmanship. Since you two are of a similar age, you could become friends. Great friends once you enter the Magic Academy. Yes, my lord, I will certainly make an effort to befriend them. Ho ho, I do admire your candid personality. In any case, it appears I've interrupted your training while you were practicing. But tell me, Din, I'm curious. Have you ever formally trained with a sword? Din thought to himself, oh no. My ingrained habits were exposed without me even realizing it. He figured it out with just a single glance. The boy answered, no, my lord. I've only read a few textbooks on fundamental sword techniques, but I have never put them into practice. I see. The man mused internally. How fascinating. It's possible I sense something akin to a battle-hardened spirit from this boy. Ha ha, what am I even thinking? There's no way that could be true. He's just a regular boy after all. He then said aloud, oh my, I only intended to take a brief walk, and look how long it's been. Well, it is time for me to bid you farewell. I hope we meet again soon. Yes, my lord, I wish you a safe journey. If you ever find yourself in the capital, you must come and visit me. I have to return. The hospitality I've received here at the Count's estate, and besides, I've taken a particular liking to you. I certainly will, my lord. Din thought to himself, this is fascinating, I wonder if he will even remember me. The thought of defeating the man who once defeated me, it makes my blood boil with excitement. If I begin my preparations now, one step at a time, it might just be possible. BMI, in this lifetime, I will absolutely surpass you. And as we continue this manhwa recap, the scene shifts. Young master, it is time for us to head back now. Have you been waiting here all this time, Herman? My duty is to silently fulfill all of your requests. Ah, thank you. The young master mused. Perhaps Herman ought to study the art of stealth. That actually sounds like a great idea. Din then asked, so, what's the situation? Is everyone busy? Indeed, young master. It appears they are preparing for the next banquet, and many other nobles are also on their way here. After all, coordinating the arrival of over 30 noble families on the exact same day is rather challenging. Oh, right. How is my sister doing? Herman replied. They have already opened a teleportation gate and departed for the academy. They mentioned they had no other choice but to attend the upcoming midterm examinations. That's a pity, but it can't be helped. Let's go back. Yes, young master, Din thought to himself. When I get the chance, I should really check out those gifts my sisters gave me earlier. And so the banquets continued, with Din making an effort to greet all the guests. This noble life is exhausting, he sighed. My schedule is even more packed since it's my own birthday. At least finding a moment to relax in the garden like this is a nice change of pace. The gardener who cares for this place is truly skilled. I feel a great sense of peace when I'm surrounded by these flowers. My older sister once told me that flowers in their natural state contain the most mana. When I find the time, I should analyze the mana signatures of these blossoms. I've been training relentlessly, yet both my magic and my summoning skills have shown no significant progress. I'm still not sure which path to focus on. Having multiple talents can sometimes be a real challenge. The mana emanating from these flowers is overflowing with vitality. It's incredible that a single small blossom can hold such a powerful current of mana. If a person could just perceive the mana in nature and transform it into their own, it would then reside within their body and form a magic tier. The mana attraction from this body is incredibly strong. I'm able to perceive things that others might only grasp with a sixth sense. Haha, there it is. Before I could only vaguely sense it, but now my perception is so much clearer. As he clenched his fist, the very space around it instantly began to warp. Just then, a different voice rang out. What was that just now, Arg? I'm so bored. We barely stepped in here, and Dad already hurried off to chat with the other aristocrats. It's like he completely ditched us. Once we say our hellos, we'll probably have to just go back to the guest room like we did last time. Are we really allowed to do that? Bro, you're acting like this is our own birthday party. Who's going to care? You think the young lord of the Sres family is going to give a damn about this crap? I think we're totally lost. I have no idea why they even bothered building this massive garden. Hey, look, there's someone over there. You think that little brat is lost too? Hey you, based on that outfit, you have to be a servant, right? Come on, it doesn't matter who you are. Hearing that, Din's gaze filled with fury, snapped toward the two who had just spoken. Just lead us to the exit. Now chop chop. Din yelled at the top of his lungs. You two, get out of here this instant. Can't you see what you're trampling under your feet? One of the two retorted. What's your problem? Din pressed on. Why are you walking on the flower beds instead of using the path? You're ruining all the flowers over there, the brown-haired boy scoffed. You've got a big mouth for a little brat. Do you even know who I am? Yes, I do. He's the troublemaker who wrecked the flower bed. What a punk. Who do you think you're talking to? Listen up, commoner. I am the son of Count Digron, an esteemed guest of this castle. Din thought to himself. Count Digron. That's the very nobleman I defeated on the battlefield. He was a real piece of work. Truly. Like father, like son. The brown-haired brat continued. Even in the southern countryside, you must have heard of House Digron, right? We're famous in the capital. My family could make you disappear without a trace. So watch your mouth. Din thought. Talking to this guy is pointless. The boy continued. Are you out of your mind? How dare a lowly servant like you look at me like that? While the boy was still posturing, Din suddenly delivered a powerful headbutt straight to his face. His younger brother cried out. Brother, are you okay? What's with this psycho? My nose is bleeding. I'm going to kill that bastard. If you've got the guts, then try me. Have you lost your mind? Fine, let's settle this. Brother, worry about your nose first. As the boy lunged forward, Din easily sidestepped his clumsy attack. Asterisk whoosh times. This tricky little brat. Din thought. Judging by his footwork, he's clearly not a weapon specialist. He must be a mage or a summoner. Meanwhile, the younger brother panicked. Brother, he's too fast. You can't catch him. Din started to ponder. That flow of magic I sensed earlier. If I can control it with my will, could I manifest it into a physical form? Should I give it a try? Din held out his hand, and a sudden burst of magic sent the boy flying back 10 meters, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. The boy cried out, Damn it, he can use magic. Who are you? Stop it, brother. If you don't, something bad will happen. Get out of my way. I'm going to kill that bastard. Hear my call. In the next moment, he unleashed the mana within his body, much to Din's surprise. He's a summoner. From a magical space. A wolf gradually materialized. Ha ha ha. This is Genbu, my summoned beast. I'll show you the consequences of messing with Digron Gren. Genbu, tear that punk to pieces. Din calmly thought. A mere wolf is nothing compared to Sister Clara. She can summon dragons. The boy urged his summon on. That's right, rip his throat out. The wolf advanced towards Din with fury in its eyes. However, its expression quickly changed as it drew closer, stopping right beside Din. This left the two brothers in complete shock. What's happening? What did you do to Genbu? Is it wagging its tail? Hey, what are you doing? Good boy, Genbu, good boy. Din mused to himself. How is this possible? Then again, even Sister Clara's summoned beasts seem friendly towards me. It's probably because we share the same bloodline. Besides, that has nothing to do with this situation. Maybe I just have a high affinity with it, which also means that bastard must have a really low one. This is ridiculous. How can a summoned beast betray its master? The summoner fumed. Huh. You still want to fight this brat? Forget it. Give up, brother, we've lost. The older brother replied. Shut up, I'll just cancel the summoning. He then glanced over at his younger brother's pants, noticing they were soaked. Damn it, how embarrassing. Din chimed in. Listen, the washroom is on the first floor of the main building. You just wait here, I'll be back, let's go. Din thought, hey, at least unsummon your beast before you leave. Actually, it was quite simple, just as Sister Clara had taught him. The connection between that fool and Genbu was faint, so after carefully overriding it with his magic, Genbu connected to him instead. To think that I, with no training, could claim a familiar just because of high affinity. This is like a wild manhwa recap. Just then, a voice rang out from the side. Isn't that the boy who was bullying you, son? Yes. Father, that's him. Din thought, that idiot went and tattled. He didn't just bully me and Den, he also lost his connection to Genbu. The man's name was Mogat Daigron, head of the noble family of Count Daigron, one of the most prestigious lineages. So you're the one who injured my son and stole his summoned beast, is that right? Yes, that's correct, Din replied. He thought, he looks fatter than when I captured him. As a guest, I could overlook this, but this matter cannot be taken lightly. This isn't some common Magic Academy playground. Reveal your identity at once. Taking a long sigh, Din replied, I am Din Sres, the youngest son of Aeon Sres, the Lord of the South and head of the Sres County. Is that true? Both father and son thought. This kid, it was none other than Din. Dren wondered what was wrong with the youngest son of the Sres family. The tables had completely turned. His son had been bested and gained nothing from the battle. He schemed, I'll just flip this situation to hold the count responsible, and from there, I'll demand the mining rights. All those arrogant nobles who look down on me will be forced to their knees. How amusing, Dren said, looking at Din. This kid is the host of the birthday party. He continued his threat. I didn't travel all the way to this remote southern region just to wish you a happy birthday, did I? So what are you going to do about this? You've injured my son, a guest that you personally invited. On top of that, you stole his summoned beast. This is a clear-cut crime. That's right, today marks your downfall. I'm going to report this to Count Gress and demand he takes full responsibility. Let's go. I understand. Din interjected calmly. But first I demand an apology. An apology? Dren was taken aback. What nerve? Din stood his ground. That's right. It's true that I punched your son in the nose and injured him. However, I only acted because I was being threatened. It was purely self-defense. Furthermore, I did not steal his summoned beast. Genbu came with me of its own free will. Genbu would never do that. The boy cried out. Father, he's lying. Dren paused, a thought striking him. Wait a minute. At this Magic Academy, I've heard the second daughter is a genius summoner. That must be it. She probably taught this brat how to sever the summoning link. He pressed on. Even if what you say is true, the fact remains that my son's summoned beast was taken, which is a tragedy. And yet you have the audacity to demand an apology. Yes, I do, Din affirmed. The man scoffed. This kid. Who does he think he is, acting so high and mighty? What arrogance! Dealing with this child is a waste of time. Fine, he said. I'm done arguing with you. We'll just see what Count Gress has to say about this matter. Din noted inwardly that the man seemed overly eager for the Count's judgment. Just then, two figures approached. Were you looking for me? One of them, Count Gress asked. Din chimed in. Father, why are you here? Ah, the Count. And Duke Thormian has come as well. The red-haired man explained. My brother and I got a bit lost in the garden, so we were hoping your son could show us the way. Din thought to himself. That's my father for you. He's a devoted family man, but he's not one for playing favorites. Even in a conflict, he can always distinguish right from wrong. The other boy wailed. He just attacked me out of nowhere. He used some weird technique to taunt me. I had no choice but to summon my beast to scare him off. And then he stole my summon and even tried to attack me again. Din was inwardly impressed. This kid can lie with such a straight face. I have high hopes for his future. Dren added, Count Gress. I only meant to give the boy a warning, but stealing a summoned beast is simply unacceptable. Count Gress spoke up. We cannot judge based on one side of the story. I want to hear Din's account, and then we can assess the entire situation and come to a conclusion. If you're worried about my impartiality, I propose we have Duke Thormian offer his opinion as well. Hmph, if you insist I shall, the Duke replied. Act as judge. Dren thought. Damn it, Duke Thormian's involvement just complicates things. I have a very bad feeling about this. Count Gress then turned to his son. Din, please explain your side. Din thought. Father, a simple overview of what happened should suffice. He began his explanation. While there are some differences, some of what Dren's son said is accurate. However, he was the one who carelessly trampled all over the flower garden we've been tending to. He was the one who got angry and grabbed my collar first. That's a lie. When did I do that? The boy shouted. Please continue, Din, I'm listening, his father said calmly. When he summoned Genbu, he explicitly ordered it to end me. And to be clear, I didn't steal his summon. His beast came to me on its own, sensing my good intentions. What a turn of events for this Manhwa recap, the Duke mused silently. For a 7-year-old child to speak with such composure is remarkable. I never stole his summoned beast. That's ridiculous, Dren exclaimed. How could a non-summoner possibly tame a summoned beast? He must have used some kind of secret skill. No, Din countered calmly. I have a natural affinity for summoned beasts. A summon that doesn't feel a bond with its own master will look to me as one instead. How absurd is something like that even possible? An onlooker muttered. Yes, it is, Din stated. Haha, he actually expects us to believe that, Dren scoffed. The two stories are completely contradictory. The Duke finally spoke. In that case, the simplest solution is to let the summoned beast prove the truth. Dren thought, damn it, the Duke is interfering again. Din, can you prove your claim? His father asked. Yes, father. At that moment, Dren glanced over at his own son who was staring wide-eyed and breaking out in a cold sweat. What am I going to do? The boy panicked. Dren pushed him. What's the matter? You think I believe you can't summon Genbu? Just do it. Father, the thing is, I can't. What do you mean you suddenly can't? Summon the creature you used to call upon daily? You think I severed the link, so of course he can't summon it. Dean then declared. Father, I will begin the summoning now. It appears I need the symbol he possesses. What did you say? My symbol, Deegan thought. No, that's impossible. He wants my symbol again. What nonsense is this? Even if he used the symbol, which has another summoner's unique code, it would be completely useless. Based on your own words, even if the boy uses your symbol, it won't have any effect. So then there's no harm in trying, is there? Wouldn't that just prove your point? Deegan thought to himself. Damn it, he's not wrong. I can't refute that. The father, Count Dren, stepped in. Just show them your symbol for a moment. Deegan looked at his father, then turned his face away, prompting his father to shout, Hurry up. Dean thought to himself. With a summoning symbol that has a unique code, no other summoner can use it. But Genbu, that doesn't mean I can't call you. The summoning symbol is merely a medium. Genbu is already linked to me. He will answer my call. Watching the newly summoned beast happily emerge and affectionately nuzzle up to Dean left the two onlookers completely astonished. Father, how did Genbu? Impossible, Count Gress exclaimed. That's incredible. You told me the boy had never learned spearmanship. Aken had to admit. That's right. I'm not sure what led to this. Dean then turned to his summon. Sorry for calling you just for this, and thank you for coming. Count Dren thought grimly. Damn it. This has turned into a complete disaster. Aken then asked, what should we do now? We've confirmed his summoned beast. Do you acknowledge it? It seems Dean was telling the truth. It turns out we misunderstood the situation about the stolen summon. My son had no intention of trying to harm Dean, right, Deegan? Yes. I just wanted to scare him a bit. I never once thought about actually hurting him. See, The boy had no such intentions, Count Dren insisted, while Dean silently thought, "Ha, this scoundrel is just spinning his own tale." At that very moment, another voice cut in. "That's not what happened." Hearing this, everyone turned to see who had spoken. It was the young lady Leila. "What are you doing here, my child?" her father asked. The girl replied, "I heard your voice as I was passing by." "My greetings, Count Gress and Count Dren." Count Dren thought, "Ah, that's right. This child is the Duke's daughter, isn't she? In any case, what does she want to say? That he's lying?" The young girl continued. "Actually, I happened to overhear their conversation while I was taking a walk earlier." Deegan's mind raced. "What? That little girl heard everything? Is that really true?" Count Gress then asked Leila, "Would you be able to tell us everything that you heard?" Well, what happened was..." Dean thought to himself that he never expected this turn of events, but thanks to the young lady, everything was being resolved smoothly. Count Dren snapped, "Deegan, why are you just standing there? Apologize now," Deegan mumbled. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." But Aiken interjected, "I want you to save that apology. For my son, not for me." "Ah, I understand. I was just about to tell him to do so," Count Dren replied. Deegan reluctantly walked over to Dean. "Sorry, Dean." Dean thought. He's only bowing his head and admitting fault because he has no other choice. Is this even a real apology? I don't want to accept this, but based on my experience, it's better to appear magnanimous than to be stubborn. Dean replied, "All right, I accept your apology." "Thank you," Deegan said as his father thought. "Phew. That was a close call." Count Gress reflected on the situation. I already knew he was special. He could have stubbornly refused the apology, since the fault was so clearly on the other side. This whole Magic Academy drama is quite something. You two can stop this dispute right here. Dean has already accepted the apology, Aiken announced. By the way, I have no intention of just letting this incident slide. You intended to take my son's life using a summoned beast. Oh, Count Gress, it wasn't like that. Aiken continued firmly. I don't want to hear another excuse from you, Count Dren. Take your family and leave this castle at once. What? What do you mean by that? Count Dren thought in a panic. I came all this way without complaint. If we get thrown out now, everything will be ruined. I need to stay in this castle, no matter the cost, he pleaded. Count, please forgive us. I'll do whatever you ask of me. Just this once. I require nothing from you, Aiken stated coldly. I will send my soldiers to your room immediately. Let us go, Your Grace. Let's go then. As they walked away, Leila thought to herself, they totally deserved that. They were the ones who started all this trouble. It's a classic case of reaping what you sow. Still, I never realized my father could be so frightening when he's angry. A short while later, Aiken asked Dean, is it really true you took it down with a single mana bullet? Yes, that's correct. The ability to wield a summoned spear. And now this level of magic. It's simply astounding. This whole Manhwa recap is getting more and more unbelievable. Has there ever been anyone this talented in history? Truly, I am so proud to have such an exceptional son. In fact, his talent, it's one thing for them to fight, but your boy is remarkably calm. Usually, when children squabble, they get emotional and are hell-bent on winning. But Dean is different. I have no doubt your son will grow into an exceptional man. Akan replied humbly. It's still too early to say for sure. We'll have to wait until the lad is grown. Today's incident was resolved smoothly, entirely thanks to Leila. If we didn't have her as a witness, things could have taken a much darker turn. Leila's father thought, oh, is he finally acknowledging Leila's better qualities? If so, then. But then he said aloud, the girl was simply recounting what truly happened. Now that it's settled, why don't we discuss the marriage arrangement between our two children? Akon was taken aback, thinking, you can't be serious. Pushing for the engagement right now. Shaking off the thought, Akon deflected. My goodness, the sun has already set, and it's nearly time for the banquet. I should head back and prepare. Countess, Leila's father called out, take your time getting back to Dean. Sir Akon, let's talk for a moment. As their figures faded, Leila asked Dean, why didn't my father stop him? Anyway, how did you make your summoned creature obey you and release its summoner? I've seen plenty of duels between famous summoners in the capital. but I've never witnessed anything like that. Dean replied nonchalantly. I'm not really sure myself. It just sort of happened. Leila pressed on. Ah, you're hiding something, aren't you? That's not fair. I helped you, Dean retorted. What do you mean not fair? I helped you too. Didn't I assist you with your swordsmanship? Ah, now that you mention it, I suppose you did, she conceded. He thought, well, she really did have my back this time. Dean then proposed, all right, let's say we're even for now, and we can continue to help each other out in the future. Hearing this, Leila's face lit up. Wow, that's a brilliant idea. I want to take you up on that right now. Dean thought, she's certainly eager. I wonder what she wants. He then asked, so what is it you need? Teach me how to use mana bullets, she demanded. What? Why would you want to learn that? Because I want to get stronger, obviously. I want to at least form a mana core before I enroll in the Magic Academy. Dean thought to himself. She's still so young. Why is she in such a hurry? Leila explained. I want to become incredibly skilled and make my mother happy. You see, my mother loves me very much. She'll be overjoyed if I can become stronger and do it quickly. Dean recalled something he'd overheard. That's right, I heard the adults talking about this. Countess Toman was gravely ill. Dean's expression softened as he said, all right, in that case, I can't possibly refuse you. Really, you're not kidding, are you? Then let's start tomorrow. I'll be here at the same time. Or, do you want to start tonight? Okay, that works too, Dean agreed. Mana bullets aren't that difficult once you get the hang of the flow of mana. Leila exclaimed excitedly. I can't wait, Dean. It's your turn now. What's your request? What I want. Huh? Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, a different conversation was taking place. I heard that Count Gress was ejected from the castle. I wonder what he did to deserve, that one noble inquired. The rumor is that his eldest son caused some kind of disturbance, another replied. That's right, word on the street is he picked a fight with young Master Dean and was dealt with accordingly. How shameful for such an incident to happen here. On another note, have you heard the rumor that young Master Dean is an exceptional summoner? This whole story sounds like something straight out of a manhwa recap. Oh, so that means the SHOCKS family is set to become a prestigious summoner clan. Not only that, but he can also use magic. My, could that really be true? So, you must be the young Master Dean from the rumors, correct? I am Baron Open. Are you familiar with the open territory in the east? The nobleman asked Dean. I know a little. I've heard that land is famous for its grilled salmon and sapphires, Dean replied. Haha, a clever young man indeed. The salmon and sapphires of the Open family are second to none on the continent. I heard you're talented in many areas, and it seems that was no exaggeration, was it? In any case, I brought my daughter here so I could introduce you. Baron Open said, Sylvia, come and say hello. He gestured towards his daughter. Dean was surprised, thinking, what? Why? So suddenly, hello? I'm Sylvia. It's a great pleasure to meet you, the girl introduced herself. Ah, yes, I'm Dean, he replied. You're going to be the heir to the SHOCKS family in the future, aren't you? She probed. What, I'm not really sure about that, Dean answered. Don't be so modest. I've heard you're very talented, so I hope you'll keep me in mind. Who knows, maybe in the future, we'll become family. Sylvia continued boldly. Yes, I'll be in your care, Dean replied, all the while wondering to himself, why are kids these days so incredibly direct? Just as Dean and Sylvia were sharing a moment holding hands, Leila walked up to them. Dean, you're here, she asked, her eyes sharp. You must be Leila, Sylvia inquired, but it was Dean who answered. That's Lady Leila to you. Leila eyed Sylvia with a wary gaze and demanded, and who might you be, Sylvia? Slightly flustered, quickly curtsied. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I am Sylvia, Open, the eldest daughter of Baron Open. Oh, is that so? A pleasure to meet you, Leila replied, her voice laced with a hint of reservation. Internally, Dean was sweating. Whoa, I'm sensing a familiar dangerous aura here. Girls can be terrifying. Leila then said, pardon me, but I need to borrow Dean for a moment. We had a prior arrangement, didn't we? Dean caught off guard quickly, agreed. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, Sylvia, we'll have to talk later. As Leila turned and led him away without a second glance, Sylvia could only sigh. Is she trying to paint me as the villain here? She wondered, noting the distinct lack of warmth from the other girl. Once they were alone, Leila immediately started questioning him. How do you two know each other? Is she your fiancé or something? Dean quickly shut that down. Fiancé? No way, we were just exchanging greetings. That's all, I swear. Of course, Leila said, her mood brightening instantly with a wide smile. Look, we're here. This is a secret spot that only I know about, she announced, piquing his curiosity. Wow, I'm surprised a place like this even exists. Exactly. No one will bother us here, Leila explained, leading him deeper inside. Dean looked around, intrigued by the secret location hidden within the Magic Academy grounds. This is amazing, he exclaimed. I bet no one would ever find us here. Leila beamed. It's the perfect place for training. By the way, have you learned how to sense your mana yet? I've tried a little, Leila admitted, but it's not enough to form a mana core. Dean nodded in understanding. So she probably hasn't hit her awakening phase yet, right? He thought to himself. All right, let's start with the basics. Then Dean instructed. First, you need to feel the mana that your body naturally absorbs. Leila looked puzzled. Feel it inside my body. That's right. If you ever want to project mana externally, you have to learn to control it internally first. Try to visualize it. Just imagine. He guided. Leila, though still uncertain, closed her eyes to try. He continued. Picture the mana circulating inside of you just like the blood flowing through your veins. Okay, I'll give it a shot, Leila said, shutting her eyes tightly. Dean watched her with intense focus. After a moment, Leila opened her eyes, frustrated. Dean, it's not working. Dean encouraged her. Hey, it's just your first try. Give it another go, really focus. Unbeknownst to them, someone was secretly watching this private lesson. My boy already knows how to teach others even though he's so young, the man thought proudly. And as our Manhwa recap continues, another figure, Bale, suddenly appears. What are you doing lurking here? He asks, startling Aken. Whoa, your grace, the Duke. Bale chuckled. Haha, don't be so jumpy. Are you spying on a young couple having a secret rendezvous in the dark? Aken was flustered. Huh, a couple. What are you talking about? Aken tried to defend himself. You're here too. I was just following my son. Can't you tell? Bale scoffed. Sneaking around like this? That's a skill your wife perfected. It seems you haven't learned a thing from her. I tried, Aken retorted defensively. Bale wasn't letting up. If the master of this great house is seen spying on people, it'll tarnish your reputation, my old friend. I was only following my son, and you're no exception to spying either, Aken shot back. Meanwhile, Leila's attention was caught by an item Dean had. Is that a spatial bag you have? Yeah. Dean replied, my older sister made it for me. Oh, I'm so jealous, Leila pouted. My brothers stopped paying attention to me after they enrolled in the academy. But why are you taking out a mirror? Looking into a mirror makes visualization easier, Dean explained. Really? Leila asked, a bit skeptical. Yep, he confirmed. Stand in front of it and look at your whole body. All right, I'll try it, she agreed. As Dean watched her attentively, Aken commented to Bale. It seems your daughter has already developed feelings for my son. Bale, his expression pensive, replied, that's only what it looks like on the surface. He continued, she's a bit of a mystery. After her brothers left for school, her mother fell gravely ill and couldn't be there for her like before. It's made it difficult for her to open up to others. Is that true? Aken asked. But then why are you so cold towards your own daughter? Bale explained. You don't understand. I have my reasons for acting this way. When I was raising my sons, I spoiled them rotten, and now they're all completely ruined. I refuse to let Leila suffer the same fate, which is probably why she sought out Dean for help in the first place. You're still the same old grumbler, Aken commented. Bale then asked, are you planning on sending your son to the capital? If so, would you allow him to stay at the Duke's mansion? Aken simply replied, perhaps. Suddenly, Leila shouted, I did it, I can feel it, right? Dean was thrilled for her. Yes, you did. You're doing great. Back in the shadows, Aken told Bale. I'll let Dean decide for himself, just as I did with Arabella and G. If Dean wants to go to the capital, I'll honor your request, Aken continued. He then grinned. It would be great if you visited. Or, what do you just want to butt heads with me all day? You've gotten sharper than you used to be. Thank you, Dean. You're truly a genius, Leila said, full of admiration. A lot of people have called me that, Dean replied modestly, but compared to your potential, I don't think I'm all that amazing. This is just the beginning for you. You're going to get so much stronger. Internally, Dean noticed something else. Looks like those two finally left quietly. Leila then asked, "Are you planning to enroll in the Magic Academy too? Geniuses of the Empire." "I'm still not entirely sure if it's necessary. I can just train on my own to get stronger." "You're being silly. Attending a Magic Academy isn't just about studying. It's a place to form connections with the nobility. You have to go if you want to build those relationships from a young age." Din thought to himself, this girl has such a determined personality and understands how the world works, even though she's only 7 years old. "I know, but right now, I'm not really interested in studying at the academy. I still have so many books in the library I haven't read, and there's still a lot I need to learn from my parents." "That's true, but don't you want to play with other kids? I heard all of your older sisters are already attending the academy," Leila asked. "That's right, but I'll think about it and then decide whether I'll go or not," Din replied. "Just remember to let me know if you decide to go, okay?" "Of course. When you come to the capital, don't forget to visit me and watch me train." "I promise." "Absolutely. If I get a chance to visit the capital, I'll send you a letter." "Oh, by the way, Din, when are you going to tell me your request?" "I'll tell you when I get to the capital." "What?" The next morning Din announced, "We're leaving." Holding the item in his hand, Din asked Bei what it was. "This is a birthday present for you. I hope you like it," Bild replied. Before Din's eyes, the gift looked incredibly expensive. The symbol of our Thorman family is retribution, the sword, and the blacksmith. The history of the Thorman family began with our ancestor, a master blacksmith. Thanks to him, our clan came to possess the leading forge in the Empire, not just in the Empire, but across the entire continent. All the weapons crafted by the House of Thorman played a major role in leading the Empire. Din thought, "Yeah, I know all this. It's the basic setup in any Manhwa recap. All kinds of ores, weapons, and mystical artifacts are forged there. If you go to the forge and show them this symbol, they will craft any weapon you desire." Din realized this symbol was a mark of identity and the quality of a skilled individual. Stunned by the gift, his father exclaimed, "My goodness, this is an incredibly precious gift. This is something even the royal family would covet. You must grow up well and help your father." "Thank you for the gift, Your Grace," Din said. As Leila waved goodbye, his father asked, "Are you sad about having to part ways with your new friend?" Din's father asked, "Yes, I'm very sad. She was my very first friend. I'll see her again when we get back to the capital. You should try to become a handsome young man to surprise her." Din thought, "Right, I can't stay here forever. I'll see you again when I visit the capital. Take care of yourself, Leila." Bild thought to himself, "How strange. Every time I look at Din, I'm reminded of that boy, a warrior named Eric. He had the talent of a third-level warrior despite being so young. If he were still alive, he probably would have become a 6th-level knight of the Empire. Din, I hope to see you grow up quickly." A few days later, Din mused to himself, I've been feeding mana to this egg every morning and night, but it still hasn't shown any signs of hatching. This truly is a mysterious egg. Even though I'm not a summoner, if I infuse my own mana signature into it before the egg hatches, I should be able to permanently control the summoned creature, which is normally only a temporary bond. The quality of my mana must be compatible. And perhaps there are many other complex conditions that haven't been met yet. I've heard that some eggs never hatch because their conditions aren't satisfied. I really hope that's not the reason for this. I've tried adjusting the flow and strength of my mana, but I'm still not getting any reaction. Phew, I guess I was too greedy, hoping for it to work on the very first try. "Young master, are you finished?" "Ah, you're here," Din replied. Suddenly the egg behind him began to glow, and Din curiously turned to look. "I thought I just heard something." "Young master, what was that sound?" "Wait a moment, let me check the egg," said. Din thought that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. "Maybe I was mistaken." "Haha, what a false alarm," asked again. "Did the egg react at all?" "No," Din replied, "you probably just imagined it. Let's get going." Moving to another area, Din was engrossed in his sword practice. "Amazing young master, when did you start practicing with the sword?" asked. "I'm just swinging it around a little." "You truly are a genius to be able to handle a sword as well," praised. Din thought, "Learning how to use a weapon is actually really fun. I haven't been able to hold a sword for a long time because father was always watching me so closely. Thankfully, my skills haven't gotten rusty. Let me offer you a light snack before you continue, Herm said. That sounds good, thank you, Din replied. He felt a surge of joy realizing how much fun it was to train here. The scene shifts, where someone remarks, "Phew, this is so exhausting every year, but we certainly reaped significant benefits from the last banquet." It's clear that many nobles are now paying close attention to the south, where the climate is pleasant, and there are many desirable things, but that attention pales in comparison to the spotlight on Din. The conflict between him and the eldest son of Count Gress was certainly unexpected, yet the boy calmly and confidently explained the entire situation to the adults. He's remarkably mature. Sometimes, I wish he could just act like a child his own age. But perhaps that's just my own selfish desire. It is almost time. Dragon's Tail. Today, we'll let the boy try to wield you. Stepping into another room, Arkan stopped dead in his tracks upon seeing Din practicing with a sword. He thought to himself, swordsmanship. Why is Din using a sword instead of a spear? The old duke must have said something to him. Otherwise, why would he pick up a blade after dedicating so much time to the spear? But it seems he already has some experience with a sword. The power he's displaying is something many lifelong swordsmen could never hope to imitate. When on earth did he learn this? However, one thing is undeniable. The boy has a profound talent for the sword. Arkan finally spoke up. Din, I've been observing you for some time. When did you begin to learn swordsmanship? Din thought to himself. I guess the cat's out of the bag. It's probably best to just confess to my father. He replied, I never actually learned it. Arkan raised an eyebrow. What? Then is this just natural talent? Spearmanship, magic, assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship. If it were anyone else, I would never believe a child could be so gifted in all these fields. Honestly, this whole progression sounds like something from an epic manhwa recap. Din, do you wish to see the world outside? Pardon. What do you mean, father? Exactly that. The world beyond these walls. I feel this territory is far too small for your talents. To stay here would be a great disservice to you. Din mused. It seems he's realized I can't remain here forever. Arkan continued. Very well. Then we must prepare for you to step out into the world. Truly. Of course. Though it pains me slightly, I must support my son's journey. Today, I brought you a special gift. Do you recognize it? This is the dragon's tail, the very spear that resonated with you on your first birthday. Din's memory sparked. That's right, I remember. It reacted to me. He reached out to touch the spear, and felt a surge of immense power course through his body. It was magnificent. The energy was almost overwhelming. Arkan thought the resonance is even stronger now than when he was an infant. No one can deny that it belongs to him. I must. No. I times will times help him make his talent with the spear shine the brightest on this entire continent. Before you depart, I will help you master this weapon. So prepare yourself. Yes, father. One day this spear will be truly yours. Until that day, become strong enough to wield it with absolute pride. Of course. For now, I will set aside the dragon's tail and diligently follow your teachings. That is what I expect from my son. Very well, let us begin. Yes, the outside world. I've always been curious about it, even during my victorious days on the battlefield. In my past life as Eric, I knew only war. Cleaning the barracks, maintaining my weapons, eating bland rations, and returning to the fray. The only escape was for the war to end, or to perish on the battlefield. With only those two options, I couldn't even fathom what a life outside of conflict looked like. But now, as Din, everything is different. I don't know how my talents will be used, how the world will receive me, or what I'm capable of. But now I have the chance to go anywhere and do anything I want. For a moment, I just wanted to stay here and bask in the warmth of this home. But thanks to my father's question, my perspective has shifted. All right, it's time to step outside. Just then another voice called out. So you have made your decision, mother. When did you arrive? Don't worry. It seems you were so lost in thought that you didn't hear me knock. Oh, was I? You were. I heard from your father that you've been contemplating a great deal. So, do you truly wish to explore the world beyond our lands? I do. Father said it would be a waste of my talents to remain here. After thinking it over, I am also curious about the world outside. I am sorry, mother. You have nothing to be sorry for, Din then said. But my sisters are not here. If I leave as well, you'll be. His mother understood. Din, I know just how gifted you are. Whether you wish to stay or not, the outside world will inevitably call for you. If I could, I would ask you to stay a little longer. But fate does not permit such things. So go and achieve everything your heart desires. Din replied, Yes, mother. Even though I am leaving this home, I will be sure to write often, to come visit and tell your mother all about what you see in the world out there. Thank you, my son. My boy, perhaps it is time we started preparing you for the outside world, just like your father. What? What do you mean prepare? I intend to teach you the ways of exploration and provide guidance. However, you'll also need to learn how to set and evade traps. Din thought to himself. Special lessons from mom too. His mother continued. What's more, you'll need to learn how to dispose of an enemy's remains. Oh, and human anatomy as well. He silently panicked. Good grief. I'll be completely worn out before I even step foot into the outside world. His mother added. Regardless, I will be teaching you a great many things. Yes, mother. I will try my absolute best. Din mused. These special lessons from my parents are being taught with all their love. If I truly want to venture out into the world, I must be thoroughly prepared. In the southern region of the Enthian Empire lies the SES County, a land blessed with a warm climate and abundant natural resources. This territory became a strategic focal point for the Anthian Empire during the war, ensuring its continued existence and prosperity. Thanks to the adept rule of Count Gress, this place has always remained peaceful. When the war finally ended, the last embers of the rebellion were stamped out. At long last, the age of peace, which many felt would last for an eternity, had returned. The scene transitions. Hey, have you heard the gossip? They're saying the young master Din has been visiting a few shops lately. Seriously, it's true, he came by to buy a few things. I heard the shopkeeper's daughter fainted right on the spot. Oh, no, so the rumors are actually true. I hear he's becoming more handsome by the day. I wish I could just see him once. It seems he doesn't have a sweetheart yet. Should I try my luck? What? Are you out of your mind? He's only 14 years old. Well, from what I hear, he doesn't look his age in the slightest. This whole situation is like something out of a Manhwa recap. Really? They say he's already as tall as the Count. With his rumored abilities, he could probably enroll in any elite magic academy he wanted. Wow. Maybe it's because the Countess is also tall. Those superior genes are really something to be jealous of. Anyone would surely mistake him for being 20 years old. That platinum blonde hair and those emerald green eyes. My heart would probably stop if I met him. The next time he comes, I'm definitely going to get a look. I wonder when he'll be out and about again. Apparently, he frequents that one particular shop. Oh, that's right. One of the forest rangers is the one who told me. For real, in that case, if we meet the ranger first, it'll be much easier, right? Are you actually going to do it? On the outskirts of the county, in a place saturated with ancient magic, lies the Forest of the Apocalypse. Here, Din is undertaking an escape mission given to him by his mother. The wind is from the south. I've seen Cherov spiders here before, so I have to head west. One more hour. I need to get out before the sun sets. One of the fundamental principles of an assassin is to never allow the enemy to capture you. Within a specific time frame, Din must avoid the web of traps set by his mother and find a way to escape this dangerous forest. He inhales the air, and the surrounding mana holds it for a moment, and then exhales. After concealing himself and blending into the environment, the hidden traps begin to reveal themselves. But at this moment, transparent threads are floating everywhere, looking as if the slightest touch would instantly trigger them. This is a basic form, but it's also incredibly dangerous. Fortunately, this type is easily disabled. All of a sudden, Din jumped startled by a pack of snarling monsters that appeared before him. Oh no, it's a pack of Rudolts. I never expected them to show up here. They were charging forward with terrifying speed. He had to deal with them quickly. Hold on, if I touch a trap while I'm fighting, it'll be a disaster. There's no other way. I have to get out of here immediately. Casting the thought aside, Din ran for his life, while the pack of monsters trailed closely behind. Surprisingly, they inadvertently triggered the traps, and a volley of needles instantly shot towards them, taking down the beasts one by one. Haha, they fell right into the trap. I handled them without even breaking a sweat. When he turned his head to look back, one monster from the pack had escaped the traps and was now growling, baring its sharp fangs at Din. It's so fast. Next, it gathered its strength and spat a liquid from its mouth. That's definitely something extremely dangerous. I can't stay here any longer. As this thought crossed his mind, Din's eyes flashed. With his spear in hand, he sliced the monster into multiple pieces. At least I made it out of the forest safely. What now? Damn it, how could I have been so careless? He suddenly froze in place as the silhouette of his mother appeared before him. Excellent work, Din. Your total time was 3:30. You're even faster than I was. You were watching me the entire time, of course. I couldn't let you cross this forest all by yourself. Even though I know your talents better than anyone as a mother, I can't help but worry. Yes, ma'am, you did very good. I see no flaws in you, my son. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Really? If you keep this up, you're at risk of being recruited as an assassin. Here, take this. It seems to suit you better than me now. This is my dagger, a Nahon. Can I really have it? Of course I don't. Use it anymore. His mother continued. The Nahon is crafted from the mysterious Oa Ethereum. This Oa absorbs the elements of all things. If you wish, you can even store all kinds of poisons in the world. Din thought to himself, I know it also has the ability to absorb and utilize toxins. Thank you, mother, I'll take good care of it. Thank you, my son. Din, let's head back. He thought, phew, perhaps this is everything mother has taught me. Just then, a loud noise suddenly echoed, catching both of their attention. Mother, did you hear that? Yes, it sounds like someone is in the forest. Let's go quickly, Din replied. Yes, ma'am. In an auxiliary tower of the Shrest barony, a man jolted awake, gasping and muttering, Ah, where am I? I think I ate some mushrooms in the forest. At that moment, a young man entered and said, You're awake. You're still in the process of detoxification, so don't move too quickly. The man wondered, How does this young man know? And asked, Detoxification. Did you save me? Indeed. You ate a redcap mushroom. It was fortunate that we found you in time. A redcap mushroom. That meant it was poisonous. If we had been any later, you probably wouldn't have survived. Here, drink some water. Ah, thank you. Din thought to himself. The insignia on his belt belongs to the Nixon Magic Tower. He's no ordinary person. In fact, without the Nahon, I wouldn't have been able to save him. Back in the present, the man asked, Thank you. So where am I? Din replied. In an auxiliary tower of the Shrest barony. The Shrest barony? Yes. The man thought, so not only did I get lost heading south, but I also got poisoned and ended up all the way here. Din continued. Just rest for now. I've already informed my father. He will be here to see you soon. Your father? Then you must be. That's right. I am the youngest son of Count Gress Din Shrest. Din Shrest. Really? You're the younger brother of Arabella, the genius that every magic academy is keeping an eye on, correct? Yes. How did you find me so quickly? Didn't you see me training with my mother in the forest? What? Training in that forest? The man probed. Don't you know that forest is extremely dangerous for outsiders? The mana flow has shifted countless times. Even an 8th level mage like myself can get lost in there. That forest is filled with our heritage of traps. The man sighed in relief. I really almost met my end in there. Wait a minute. This kid is strong enough to train in that forest, and you're the one who made the antidote. The man thought. He's still so young, yet he possesses such knowledge and skills. It's unbelievable. This whole situation feels like a wild Manhwa recap. If this were a time of war, the Shrest barony might have become one of the most powerful forces in the Teen Empire. Haha, it seems I owe you quite a bit. Indeed, the man thought. This kid's got some nerve. Well, I'll have to repay my debt to you, but first let me introduce myself. I am Sidran Gus, the current master of the Nixon Magic Tower. Just tell me what you need. He was referring to his subspace. Din thought. For real. Din knew that many mages don't need homes and survive by storing everything in a subspace. Sidran wondered, Why don't you seem surprised? You won't get a second chance, you know. Din appeared thoughtful. I'll think about what I want and let you know. Sidran felt perplexed. thinking this kid was truly hard to understand. For now, please rest and recover. Watching the door close, the man thought, he's the first person to treat me like this. I initially planned to stay for only 1 or 2 days. But now, I've decided to stay longer, to learn more about this interesting kid. Elsewhere, a guard asked, the master of a magic tower. He must be a master of magic then. That's right. Rumor has it, he's an 8th level mage. 8th level. That surpasses even Lady Arabella. He's truly a significant figure. Magic towers are independent territories. No one could imagine he'd get lost in a dreadful place like the Forest of Doom. Just surviving is a miracle in itself. Absolutely. It's a good thing the young master saved him. Herman, bring me a new sword. The ones I have now are all too light and short. They're all broken swords from the war that the Count brought back. I'll have a long sword prepared for tomorrow. Din suddenly remembered something, the seal that Duke Thomian gave him. It's been 7 years since that day. If I get a chance to go to the capital, I'll definitely visit him. Sometime later. What I still haven't fully recovered. I'm going crazy being cooped up in this room for so long. Sir, you mustn't travel far and you're not allowed to use magic. Why not? The flow of my magic. You still haven't returned to normal. We haven't fully neutralized the poison in your system, so I suppose we can only wait. It's been quite a while since I've used magic, so this could be a refreshing change. However, if I stay here any longer, I'll definitely lose my mind. We should go outside, we really should. When it comes to mages, there are only 2 types, the talented on the left and the insane on the right. Listen, you've gone up and down every floor of this house a dozen times. Now, you're just staring at the flowers in the backyard for hours, but you're supposed to be the most powerful mage, right? So what's wrong? You must have gone mad. Lady Arabella needs to live a normal life, but I'm curious who created this garden. I never would have predicted these flowers would contain such a miraculous amount of magic. Just then, another person approached and said I stopped by to see how you were, but I couldn't find you. Turns out you were here. Haha. Did you think I had run off somewhere? I was told to stay here until I'm fully recovered. And that's exactly what I intend to do. He continued, this area is truly the ideal place to rest and recover. Now I understand why the nobles often come here for the vacation season. Din replied, it's true this place is wonderful. I'm a bit sad I have to leave so soon. What? You're leaving already? Where are you going? Not too far. I plan to head to the capital. The capital. You're surely planning to attend the Magic Academy, aren't you? Ah. And your sisters are there as well, correct? Yes. They'll have an easy time of it. The old man thought to himself times. His sisters are famously talented. Asterisk. I wonder how gifted this boy is. I think I should check. Whoa. What is this dense mana? His mana is unbelievably concentrated. Asterisk. If geniuses his age are considered streams, then this boy is a mighty waterfall. Such a vast amount of mana is usually unstable and prone to bursting out. But how is this possible times? Meanwhile, Din spoke up. Don't you think assessing someone's magic without their permission is a bit rude? Ah, you noticed. You're quite perceptive. Ahem. My apologies. That was very thoughtless of me. He thought times. It's impossible for one person to possess mana this incredibly dense. Asterisk. Din wondered times. What's he so surprised about times? The old man grew more bewildered times. Why can't I see any magic circles? With that density, they should be visible. Asterisk. Could he possibly have 2 mana cores times? After a moment of thought, he asked, how did you form your mana core? Is there a problem? Of course there is. You already have such an abundant amount of mana, yet you still want to wield a spear, and you possess a type of magic that only requires a core and not magic circles. Are you really going to throw away the greatest talent ever seen? Why not use both? This is so frustrating. I don't even know where to begin explaining. Do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are powerful because they possess both a mana core and magic circles, but the 2 systems interfere with each other. And when they clash, problems arise. It's a law of nature. The mana compressed in the core is channeled into the magic circles, and if the circles can't withstand the pressure, they explode. Din thought times. Well, I've done a fair bit of research myself, but is this really impossible? This talent feels like such a waste. Asterisk. Is it possible to use magic? Without magic circles, it's not impossible, but without the refinement they provide, how could you possibly cast spells that require purified magic? Furthermore, others have had the same idea as you in the past, but almost all of them failed. In that case, I'll give it a try. Hearing this, the old man asked in confusion, "What was that? I've never tried it, but it might be possible." He thought, "Times, what is this crazy kid saying? Asterisk asterisk. If I just rearrange the magic code. Asterisk." As the thought formed, Din extended his hand and began to weave the magic. Instantly, an explosion erupted. Oh, it worked. But that was just a basic first circle spell. What? How is that possible? The old man thought times. This child has no magic circles, yet he can still use magic. Asterisk. He continued. This is unbelievable. You should only be able to use raw magic by regulating it through magic circles. But Din simply replied, "My sister Arabella said I have a high affinity for magic. Perhaps that's the reason." The old man thought times. This whole situation feels like a manhwa recap of a legend being born. High affinity is just what ordinary people say to describe talent they can't possibly replicate. Asterisk, asterisk. This is what true innate genius looks like. Asterisk. Din thought to himself, times. It actually worked, so this method is viable after all. Asterisk. So, you can use magic without magic circles. Now, I understand. He began to tremble. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed, thinking to himself times. This is a true inborn mana affinity. Asterisk. Born with mana purer and denser than anyone out there. Does a person like this truly exist? The old man wondered aloud, then asked, "Would you like to become my disciple?" Wait a moment. I just want to talk. It would be a terrible shame to let a rare talent like you slip away. Do you know how to use second-tier magic? I don't know the incantation, so I can't. Oh ho, that's even better. If you become my disciple, I will teach you 8th-tier magic. No thanks. I'll pass. Hearing this, the old man grew furious. Just then, Count Khan arrived and asked with a laugh, "Haha, I didn't expect to see you getting so friendly with my son." "Father-son, what are you two discussing?" Dean replied. "Well, he keeps insisting I become his disciple, but I've already refused." "A disciple, you say?" The Count mused that his son must have the talent of a great mage. "Haha, is that so? Perhaps he's even greater than you imagine. He even managed to cast chain-tier magic without a single magic circle." "No magic circle? You can't be serious." "Yes, father." Count Khan continued. "He probably doesn't have a shred of basic magical knowledge." The old man beside him chimed in, which makes the boy's talent all the more impressive. As expected of the former master of the magic tower, he recognized my son's gift instantly. "It's not just mere talent. Your son is a genius. The boy could even become one of the rare magic swordsmen. A sword is still better than a spear." With a fallen expression, Count Khan stammered, "A magic swordsman," Dean thought to himself. "Oh man, you really shouldn't have said that in front of my father." "That's right, a magic sword, sman. Finally seem interested, do you? If he becomes my disciple, I will take full responsibility. I'll turn this boy into the most powerful magic swordsman in the Empire." What's he thinking? Why do I get the feeling he doesn't want me to become a magic swordsman? But why not? A swordsman with magic. Isn't that a perfect fit for him? My son Dean will not be a magic swordsman. He will become a magic spearman, he thought grimly. What is that the issue? Haha. Why is everyone in this family the same? For a mage, as you often see in a magic academy, Manhwa recap, becoming a disciple carries a profound meaning. Traditionally, mages would guide their successors through a process known as inheritance. This tradition has existed for ages and continues to this day. Even in the modern era, with the advent of common magic education, this master-disciple bond remains crucial. In fact, the master of the magic tower wasn't just looking for a student, but also for a successor. Having an 8th-tier archmage vying for me was an incredible validation, proving my talent was truly exceptional. After receiving so much praise, I felt a strange thrill course through my body. Ah, I get it now. Whenever you want to see me, just pour your mana into this crystal orb. Alright, let me ask Arabella. Hey, sis Arabella, it's me Dean. Dean, my little brother, what's wrong? You cast a first-tier spell, but you don't even have a single magic circle yet. Dean replied, That's right, I don't, but I can still cast magic anyway. I knew you were a genius, but I never imagined you were this talented. Dean continued, A magic circle is just a tool to filter and circulate mana. Perhaps my mana is already incredibly pure. Arabella agreed. That does sound plausible. Oh, I have a way to check. I'll send you a magic stone through the transporter in your room. Just pour a little bit of your mana into it, okay? I understand. He thought, my big sister is so good to me. Mana was something I was always eager to learn about, and advice from a 6th-tier mage would be invaluable. Arabella added. Come to think of it, if you can already cast magic, you're going to attract a ton of attention at the Magic Academy. Dean responded. I'd rather not, but I suppose it's unavoidable. Talent draws eyes. Just remember to tell me if you get bullied at school, okay? I'll take care of anyone who dares to touch my little brother. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. I heard you broke the nose of that guy who kept hitting on you, right? He was the second son of Duke D, wasn't he? Arabella sighed. Don't even mention that jerk. Anyway, even without a magic circle, I wonder if your mana can become even purer over time. Dean thought for a moment. I'm not sure. Arabella replied. I'll look into it in a bit. Senior Arabella, the professor, is looking for you. Ah, Dean. I have to go. I'll call you back later. Okay, talk to you later, sis. Alright, I'll send that magic stone as soon as I can. Dean thought to himself, I'm about to discover a whole new horizon. This is so exciting. I never expected my mana to be this pure. Could it be that I have the heart of a dragon? Elsewhere, the old man let out a long sigh. Damn it, I've already scouted his mana, and the results are far worse than I imagined. I've been planning to leave this place for a while, but I can't go until he accepts my proposal. A scene from the past flashes through his mind. Oh, how wonderful. If you agree to be my disciple, I'll teach you 8th circle magic on the spot. No, I'm not interested. The old man wondered what it would take to make him agree. Should he offer him a few magical artifacts? Or perhaps share the accumulated knowledge of generations? No, that's too much. If he chose wrong, he'd walk away with nothing. Just then, a voice from outside shattered the silence. Are you in there? It's me, Count Gress. The old man thought, what is he doing here? Has he finally decided to accept my offer? Come in. Great. You're still here. I have something I need to talk to you about. What do you want now? He asked, thinking to himself, wait a minute. I knew it. You're surely here to become the disciple of a brilliant 8th circle mage. Like me. A perfect plot twist for any manhwa recap, right? So, why have you come? Didn't you say you had no interest in magic? It's not that I'm not interested. I just don't want to be your disciple. And why is that? Do you already have a master? No, I don't. Sidran thought. Ugh, is this brat just messing with me? He pressed on. If not, then what exactly is your purpose for coming here? Dino considered his options. He didn't know how to advance to the 2nd circle. Having his eldest sister teach him was too difficult given how far away she was. His best bet was to learn from Sidran, the man who owed him his life. Dino finally spoke. I don't want to be just an ordinary magician. So, you want to become a magic swordsman then? No, I will be a magician, a swordsman, an assassin, and a summoner. What? Do those professions even truly exist together? A swordsman too? That's just absurd. It's too complicated to explain. So you still refuse me? Isn't this your only opportunity? Indeed it was. Sidran thought. This kid is so stubborn. There must be another way to make him an offer he can't refuse. Would you be interested in a letter of recommendation? A letter of recommendation, you ask? I heard you want to get into the Magic Academy, don't you? If I write you one, you'll be admitted directly. Dino thought to himself. Now, that's a genuinely tempting offer. All right, fine. Let's discuss the details then. Can I propose a condition? Sidran smirked internally. He's finally taking the bait. I'll seize this opportunity and not let him get away. Of course, go right ahead and speak your mind. Could you teach me the principles behind the operation of 2nd circle magic? Certainly I possess a deep understanding of every type of magic in this world. Really? Then I'll be counting on you. It's nothing at all. Sidran thought. He's still young. A letter of recommendation and the mechanics of second circle magic are a small price to pay. Let's begin at once. My physical condition isn't the best, but it'll be fine. All right, let's start. Sidran gloated internally. He's fallen completely into my trap. Oh, and by the way, I'll consider this your way of repaying me for saving you in the forest. What did you say? You said it yourself. You owe me a favor, so I can ask for anything I want. As for becoming your disciple, how about that? Absolutely not. Sidran was stunned, thinking, did I just get scammed by a 14-year-old kid? Wait a second, you asked for 2 things. I only owe you 1 favor. I don't see it that way, Dino replied calmly. What do you mean? Dino continued. First, I rescued you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body. Furthermore, I even carried you all the way back here on my back. I wasn't even going to count that one. The old man wondered again. How can this child be so cunning? My back is acting up a bit. The scene shifts, and Sidran thinks to himself, it's fine. If I'm persistent, I can still persuade him. The crucial point is his ability to cast magic, even without a circle. The method for channeling second circle magic is about to get very complex. Many have given up at this stage, so you must listen, with intense focus understand. Sidran said to himself. He seems very interested, but I won't let him achieve his goals so easily. I'm going to teach him a thing or two about proper etiquette. He began to explain. Second circle magic is on a completely different level from the first. You must personally calculate your mana quantity, the level of mana in the atmosphere, and even your own physical condition. This complexity is precisely why so many people abandon their magical studies. He then asked condescendingly, do you even understand what I'm saying? Surely, a brat like you will need me to explain it in simpler terms. That's the gist of it, got it? Yes, I understand. I need to learn a great deal, not just the mechanics of magic, but also about the things that are still unknown. Is that so? Then tell me, what are the operating principles of magic? The first principle is coexistence. Magical power can exist in parallel with the physical world and other sources of mana. A mage utilizes their own magical power and the ambient mana in their surroundings to cast spells. Through coexistence. The second law is conservation. The old man thought to himself, it's incredible he completely grasps the true nature of magic. Din continued, if mana gathers enough material elements through conservation, it can manifest magic, based on all the different elemental attributes. The instructor was astonished. Is he even adding his own interpretations to the theory? Most people find this stuff tedious, but he's clearly different. How can a person like him even exist? The old man then said. With each circle, magic becomes exponentially more complex. Rather than just explaining, I'll give you a demonstration. This is first circle magic, which can be cast using simple principles, but starting from the second circle, everything changes. The first circle is nothing compared to the second. This is how the formula for a second circle spell works. Din observed, thinking, they're interconnected in such a complex way. It seems much more difficult than the theory suggested. The instructor continued, this is the very formula that creates the second circle fire spell Fire Arrow. If you want to create more, you need to cast the same spell multiple times. He thought smugly. He must be completely shocked. This is the first time he's ever seen how a second circle spell is constructed. He asked with a smirk. Looks complicated, doesn't it? Most people take at least 1 full year to even begin casting second circle spells after mastering the first. No matter how brilliant you are, he explained, you can only grasp a fraction of the formula. The absolute key here is understanding the laws. If you can't get a handle on that, everything else is pointless. I'll observe you for about 1 week and then start teaching you the technique. Din immediately responded, should I give it a try? Sure, but it's going to be incredibly difficult. Alright then, so I just close my eyes and focus on releasing my mana. This is a first circle spell. Correct. That's right. The instructor thought. Oh, he can create lines with specific length and width. Impressive so. He's already mastered the basics of the first circle. He was baffled. Did he just perfectly replicate the formula for a second circle spell? After seeing it only once, he had to ask, "How in the world did you do that?" Din replied calmly. "While I was watching, I memorized the laws and patterns. When I visualized the spell in my mind, it wasn't too difficult." The old man's mind was blown. This whole scenario felt like something out of a wild manhwa recap. Even a magical genius like myself took a significant amount of time to cast a second circle spell. This boy can actually manifest it without a magic circle. In that case, I'll try the fire arrow as well. For real. The moment he said it, Din began to silently chant the incantations. Whoa, it looks like it's actually working. The instructor was dumbfounded. He's casting it that easily. This is absurd. If I had his talent, I might have already achieved my dream of reaching the 9th circle. Din asked, "Am I doing this correctly?" The old man stammered, "Yes, very impressive. You're learning far faster than I ever anticipated." "Yes, I was also surprised I could do it on my very first try." The old man thought, a mage without a magic circle, the world would be thrown into chaos if they found out about him. I have to hide this talent. So many people will try to get close to him and cause trouble, at least until he officially becomes my disciple. He then said aloud, "All right, let's move on to a different spell." "Yes, sir," the old man thought. "Now how am I going to write a letter of recommendation to the Magic Academy for him?" Sometime later, Din mused, "These magic lessons are more interesting than I ever imagined. I need to study both the theory and the practical application thoroughly, but now I can finally use magic again." He recalled how in his past life, he was forced to abandon magic. He was in a situation where he never knew when he might draw his last breath. The time needed to learn magic was a luxury he couldn't afford. To survive, he had to wield a sword. Magic requires prioritizing theory over practical application up to a certain point, which gives me a huge advantage in this new life. By combining the theory I learned from my past with my own innate talent, I can achieve explosive growth with just a few simple pointers. What's more, I'm being taught by the former master of the Magic Tower himself. What kind of spells will I learn tomorrow? Half a month went by when the instructor asked, "What did you say? You want to make a magic reagent?" "Yes, but we're short on materials, so we'll need to go outside the domain." The old man was surprised. Starting with reagents already? This kid has already learned the principles of 4th circle magic. Usually it takes a whole month just to master one circle. Information on magic reagents isn't exactly easy to come by. Where did you learn about them? I learned about them while reading magic books in the library. They were fascinating. The instructor marveled. "You truly are a genius. I never imagined you'd be curious about something like magic reagents. Most people find the subject incredibly dull, but you seem to enjoy even just the process of selecting materials. Very well then, this experience will be invaluable for you. Since you're going out anyway, you should also take the time to inspect the domain. Let's go." "Yes, father." The scene shifts. "Young Master Din, young master, please take some snacks with you. This is a new item. Your silver hair is fluttering so beautifully today. I trust everyone is doing well. I'll come back for the snacks later," he thinks to himself. It seems Count Gress isn't a bad person after all. Well, considering how he treats me, that makes sense. This southern region has many charms, from the delicious food and pleasant weather to the friendly people. It's a rare sight in the capital. Yes, this place is so warm. How much longer until we reach the magic tool shop? I'm not sure since I've never been there before. Please lead the way for us from here." "Yes, young master. The path isn't far, thankfully." Upon arriving at the magic tool shop, the owner exclaims, "Oh my, is that young Master Din? Your silver hair and jade-colored eyes are as incredible as the rumors say. Thank you for having us. How has business been for you lately?" "It's the same as always. There aren't many customers for magic tools in this territory, so I mostly sell to foreigners and those who love magic. I never expected to have the honor of meeting the former master of the Magic Tower, Lord Sren, here." Din thinks to himself. She recognized him with just a single glance. That's also not surprising, as not many people become the master of the Magic Tower in the Empire. Feel free to look around the shop. If you need anything, just call me. Since this is your first time visiting a magic tool shop, feel free to explore. I'll talk with the shop owner for a bit. Din feels intrigued. Whoa, there are so many interesting things here. And there's a strange feeling like deja vu. Moreover, if I touch a magic tool, I can feel its magical reaction. It must be because I have a high sensitivity to magic. What's that sound? There's a rather strong reaction coming from that direction. What could it be? The girl behind him chimes in. Young master, it's just a decoration. Ah, is that so? The old man interjects. Why don't you come over here and check out some potion ingredients? Moonroot is also very good, an excellent choice. Indeed, there are at least 50 types of potions that contain moonroot, and I grew this myself so the quality is guaranteed. Din thinks. How strange. That's right, that's it. That stone is making a sound. Young master, is something wrong? I can feel something from this stone. It's just a decoration. I'm not so sure. But this stone is very strange. He thinks, the more magic I channel into it, the stronger the reaction becomes. Could it be that it only reacts to my magic? You have a good eye for things. Using it as a specimen would be perfect. In that case, please get me this pile of moonroot and a few kogo lao berries. Din asks, may I ask what this is? Where did you get that stone? Does it have any meaning? Oh, that's just for decoration. Decoration, he thinks. No way. A decorative item wouldn't be able to react to magic. The girl says, sigh, just thinking about that stone gets me annoyed. Why is that? Did someone trick you? A few years ago, some peddlers paid me with a large package. When I opened it, that rock was inside, and the man had already left. I didn't know what it was, so I took it to be appraised. In the end, it was just a rock. Nothing more, nothing less. I didn't know where to put it, so I just placed it there. He thinks, how strange, this stone is clearly not ordinary. Young master, if you want something better, please look over here. I have some special magical artifacts that I can show you, almost like they came from a real magic academy. Okay, this is a magical business card holder. He thinks, even though this place has so many cool things, I only want this stone. The girl continues, if you place a card in there, it will automatically save the information you want. Just call out the other person's name, and their business card will appear. I'll take the business card holder, and this stone, Din declared. Why? Would you want that useless rock? He thinks, I'm sure I'll need this stone. What do you plan to do with it? Hearing this, Din just smiles without saying anything. I never expected you'd be interested in decorations or art. Or is there something special about that stone? You noticed, of course. Otherwise, why would you want to buy a useless rock? Exactly. I also think this stone isn't just a decoration. It can react to my magic. Is that so? I am not sure what that stone is either, but hearing you say that has made me curious. This whole situation feels like an interesting manhwa recap. There are too many people here. Let's go back to the palace to examine it more closely. Let's go. All right, the scene changes. Do you know what it is? Are you underestimating my precious experimental tools? With these, I'll find out what it is. Din replies, even though a mage already appraised it and said it was nothing special. The old man continues, no matter what he said, how could his methods possibly compare to my equipment, right? I've invested a small fortune in this state-of-the-art equipment. It can analyze anything you place upon it. Excellent. Let's give it a try. All right, I'm quite eager to see this. Okay, place the stone here and channel your magic into it. Upon hearing this, Dean immediately placed his hand on the stone, causing a brilliant light to emanate from it. He thought to himself, there's something truly special about this. The old man thought, finally something to be proud of. Witnessing the spectacle before him, Dean spoke up. Is this some kind of magical code? Indeed it is, but it's far from any ordinary magic. He mused internally. This is magnificent. It's a form of magic containing laws, structures, and casting methods I've never encountered before. It might even be as complex as a 6th or 7th level spell. So the magic hidden within the stone is what's making this code appear. Precisely. Your magic is the very key that unlocked this spell. I'm certain of it because it only reacts to your mana. Dean wondered to himself, times what could it be? What kind of magic is sealed inside this stone? Asterisk, asterisk, and why does it only react to my magic times? The sealed magic is somewhat foreign to me, the man said. But as the former master of this magic tower, I'll attempt to decipher it. Dean thought times, if he succeeds, perhaps I'll finally understand why my magic is so different from everyone else's. Well, it's a long shot, but I hope it works. Asterisk. Meanwhile, in her private laboratory, Arabella was carefully observing a peculiar phenomenon. This is certainly different, she noted. It's clearly not a conventional type of magic. There's a unique property that Dean shared with me, unlike any magic I'm familiar with. But which field of magic could this possibly be related to? It's a mystery worthy of its own manhwa recap. Among all the results I've gathered, there's no match. It's not reagent, magic, portal magic, or even magical engineering. If it doesn't fall into any of these categories, then what in the world is it? It has to belong to some field. Ah, that's it. There's a field of magic that's been all but forgotten, even by our esteemed Magic Academy. Dean's magic must be related to it. Now, where did I put that research? Ah, here it is. Alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and even a primordial magic code. Just then, a nearby book tumbled from the shelf, catching Arabella's attention. Could this be an ancient grimoire, she wondered? Come to think of it, there was a magical kingdom that existed a long time ago, one that wielded magic, inherited directly from Aina. Because it's an ancient magic, from over 200 years ago, no one knows how to use it anymore. Why am I even entertaining this? Ancient magic vanished 200 years ago. There's no way Dean's magic could be connected to it. She paused. But it's worth a shot. I have nothing to lose by running a simple test. With that, Arabella began to resonate the artifacts she had prepared beforehand. When she opened her eyes again, spectral letters materialized on the blank parchment as something began to take form. Asterisk. Could it be alchemy, divination, or no? It couldn't possibly be necromancy, could it? Asterisk, asterisk. This is unbelievable. What is this times? In another room, Dean and the old man were intently observing an object that was now glowing brightly. Oh, it seems the seal has been released, the old man declared. Dean, there's definitely something inside, isn't there? He asked. Yes, let me get it out. The object within looked like a simple silver bracelet, the kind anyone could purchase from a market stall. I was expecting something a bit more special, the man admitted, but that's precisely the point. This bracelet only reacts to your magic, so you should be the one to try it on. Understood. Dean quickly complied and slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. Immediately, a brilliant stream of light erupted from the artifact. Oh, just as I predicted, it's reacting. Dean squinted at the light. I can see strange characters. What are they? Do you recognize them? I do. These characters are from an ancient language that practically no one in the world can read anymore. An ancient language. What are you talking about? Dean asked. They are the runes of the ancient magical kingdom of Akina. Staring at the bracelet, Dean's memory was suddenly jogged. Asterisk Akina. When I was a child, I remember Arabella telling me about it. She said that during that era, everything was created asterisk asterisk from magic itself. But then one day, that age came to an end. Now, all that's left are a few ruins the stories passed down through generations. And apparently, this magical code. Asterisk. The old man chuckled. I knew your magic was special, Dean, but I never imagined it was connected to the ancient magical kingdom. Dean realized times. That must be why it was so easy for me to navigate asterisk asterisk through the forest these past few days. Asterisk. That would be correct, the old man confirmed, as the magic in that forest originates from Aina. He thought to himself. Times, I've always wanted this boy to become my disciple. Asterisk, asterisk. But looking at this bracelet, I see I have nothing left to teach him. Asterisk. You can explore its powers on your own time, but you must not let this secret get out. Yes, I will do. As you say. Suddenly, a loud noise startled them both. What was that sound? Don't tell me we're being attacked by a monster, the old man joked. Thankfully, my body is already Now that I'm almost fully recovered, I think it's time to unwind and finally repay the favor. What are you just standing there for? Go grab a spear or something." At his words, Din reaches into his coat and pulls out a strange device. "What is that?" Siren asks, noticing it's emitting a sound similar to the one from before. Din replies, "This sound has nothing to do with any monsters. It's the sound of my sister trying to contact me." "What? Why didn't you say so from the start?" Din just chuckles. "Haha, there's no way a monster could show up here. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to speak with my sister for a moment." "Go ahead. Is everything all right, sis?" "Din, what took you so long to answer me? My apologies. Is there a reason you called?" Arabella continues, while analyzing the magic cipher. "Wait a moment. Is someone there with you?" Din's mind races. "Don't tell me she's also figured out that my magic is ancient magic." "What? How did you know?" Arabella asks, surprised. "Ah, so that's it. While Sir Siren and I were analyzing some stones, I guess they came from the ancient magic kingdom. The stones only reacted to my magic." Din confirms, "Yes, that's right." Siren thinks to himself, stunned. She figured this out just by analyzing the kid's magic. "I knew she was a genius, but it seems she's even more talented than I imagined." Arabella's voice cuts through his thoughts. "Does anyone else know?" "No." "Good. Din, listen to me carefully. And Sir Siren, I ask that you pay close attention as well. It's best that you keep this a secret. If you let this information get out, you won't be able to handle the consequences." As this dramatic manhwa recap unfolds, Siren interjects, "Ahem, Miss Arabella, I've heard a great deal about you from Din." "Oh, Sir Siren, my apologies for getting straight to the point without a proper introduction." Siren continues, "Don't worry, I will keep this a secret. If this were to be exposed, not only Din, but the entire Sres family would be in grave danger." Arabella agrees. "Indeed, you've grasped the situation immediately." Siren then asks, "Is this conversation being recorded?" "No. As soon as it ends, it will automatically vanish. Thankfully, no one wants to leave behind ambiguous evidence. My plan is to return to the Magic Tower to investigate this further," Siren states. Arabella says, "Thank you for all your help." "No, Miss Arabella. I'm simply fulfilling my duty as a mage, so there's no need for thanks." "Ah, while we're on the subject, I heard you're looking for a magic tower to join. Have you decided which one yet?" "Not yet. But I have no intention of joining the Nixon Magic Tower. It doesn't align with my preferred field of study." Siren muses. Internally, I was wondering who this kid took after with that decisiveness. It must be from his sister. He then says aloud, "Ahem. Ha. Ha ha ha. I understand. You don't necessarily have to join our magic tower, of course." Din thinks, "Wow, she's really straightforward." Arabella then adds, "I'm sure there will be other talented individuals joining your tower." Din, let's discuss the details later. All right? Okay. You take care, sis. Your sister has truly become a remarkably talented person, Siren remarks. She has, and this device is actually her invention. She mentioned that this compact communication sphere is all the rage among young mages these days. Indeed, it's very impressive. However, an item like this isn't really necessary. Once a mage reaches the 8th circle, communicating with others isn't something they particularly desire. If something is truly important, they can just come see me in person, right? Ah, I see. Din thinks, it seems like he doesn't have anyone to talk to. The scene transitions. When you mentioned Ancient Magic Sun, it made me feel a bit anxious. Haha, Dad, don't worry too much. If anyone dares to target Din, I'll make them pay dearly, his father declares. Lily chimes in. That's right, dear. I'll make sure anyone who targets our son is silenced in my own special way. Din thinks, they're dead serious, but having two protectors like them makes me feel completely safe. By the way, if that's true, does it mean that ancient magic runs in our bloodline? That's an interesting question, and we don't know if any of our ancestors possessed it. I'll check my side of the family. Din says to himself. If both sides of the family look into this, I wonder what they'll discover. It's not a huge deal, but I'm still curious. His mother continues. In any case, it seems you've already surpassed many limits here. Din, if you continue to stay, it will only hinder your development. You should consider moving to the capital now. The capital, that's right. You know you have to be 14 years old to be admitted into the Magic Academy. And you're old enough now. To be honest, I wanted to keep you here for another 1 or 2 years before sending you off. But it seems you've already learned everything you possibly can in this place. Din, if you decide to go, you can leave anytime you wish. Din is taken aback, thinking, I'm surprised they feel this way. Din, you'll do great things. Go and let your talents flourish. My own path, just as you wished. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I'll get ready to attend the academy. He knew this was a sensible decision. It was about time he took the next step. As our manhwa recap continues, the scene shifts to a room where Siren asks, So, is that your choice? Yes, it is. You decided faster than I thought you would. And it was a good one. Staying here any longer would only limit your talent, and that would be a terrible waste. I also have a piece of advice for you. Don't be too quick to reveal the full extent of your abilities. While the Magic Academy welcomes talented individuals, not everyone shares that sentiment. Dean thought to himself, That's right, Arabella told me about this before. She mentioned that she had to deal with a lot of nasty comments, because the other normal kids just couldn't keep up. But the Thman family is a different story altogether. Dean remembered his promise to visit her if he ever went to the capital. She would be terribly disappointed if he didn't. I should also figure out what to do with the seal that Duke Thman gave me. Siren continued, Let's see if you have 3 months before joining the academy. It would be logical for you to depart from here in 2 months. What about you? Dean asked. I plan to return to the Magic Tower. I have things to attend to. Thanks to you, I'm no longer bored. If I find any information about archmagic or anything related, I'll let you know. Really? If so, I would be incredibly grateful. Yes, and as for your studies, with the limited time we have, we need to pick up the pace. Reaching the 3rd circle is no simple feat. The 2nd circle is nothing in comparison. Yes, I'll study diligently. Oh, and I've prepared a gift for you. A gift? That's right. My sister sent me an item via teleportation magic just yesterday. This is a brand new product. Oh, here it is. This is a new compact crystal ball that isn't even on the market yet. Arabella was the one who invented it. She's very fond of me, so she agreed when I asked. Siren replied, It's quite compact and elegant. I don't need this, but I will gladly accept the gift you've prepared. Please don't hesitate to use it to contact me. Oh, I can set a password here. Dean thought, noticing that even though Siren said he didn't need it, he looked quite enthusiastic. Yes, please do, Dean replied. Haha, this thing is so simple and easy to use, Siren exclaimed. Dean mused that Siren probably wouldn't contact him too often. The Magic Academy, huh? I need to get serious about preparing for the next 2 months. My passion is to be able to use summoning magic to a certain degree. My goal is to be officially admitted into the summoning magic class, receive the summoner's mark, and get a chance to take the proficiency exam. Since Clell is a professor's assistant, I'll probably see her often once I enroll in the academy. The screen changes. Currently, the entrance examination system is quite straightforward. There are 2 exams you need to pass. 2 exams, Dean asked. That's right. One is a general exam, and the other is a specialized major exam. Could you explain in more detail? The general exam is a preliminary test to sort through the applicants. It's a test on culture, history, and other matters related to the empire. You'll definitely pass it without any trouble. Of course, doing well is even better since it counts toward your admission score. The next test is the specialized major exam. As the name suggests, you'll choose a major and be tested on it. The content will depend on the professor, but I'm confident you'll pass. Besides, you have a letter of recommendation. Ah, I remember now, Dean replied. You and Clell also passed that test easily. Right? Arabella continued. That's right. It wasn't difficult at all. However, once you've chosen a major, you have to stick with it for the specialized exam, unless you decide to change it later. So be careful with your choice. I still hope you'll choose the sorcery major. Dean thought to himself. She still hasn't given up on that, has she? All right, I'll consider it, he replied. If I want to change my major after enrolling, is the only way to transfer departments? A voice replied, usually, yes. Unless you graduate and decide to re-enroll from the beginning. Of course, you can still attend classes from other majors. Typically, from the 3rd year onward, Advanced major-specific classes won't allow students from other departments to join. So that means I have to choose a single major to pursue, Dean said. The voice added, Ah, that's right. There is a program called the Free Major for gifted individuals like you. Dean, is there really such a thing? That sounds interesting, but no one who actually plans on passing would ever sign up for it. Why is that? Dean asked. Arabella explained. Because to this day, not a single person has ever passed that exam. Huh, now that's interesting, Dean said. Don't tell me you're actually thinking of giving it a shot, Arabella pressed. No way. Oh, Sister Lord Sidran is approaching, so I'll contact you later. Am I putting too much pressure on him? No, but when it comes to magic, Arabella is still senior. The professor is looking for you. Ah, all right, I'm on my way. Here is the letter of recommendation I promised you. Did you really write this for me? Not just for formality's sake. I poured my heart and soul into the content as well. I've written a few letters of recommendation before, but this is the first time I've dedicated so much thought to one. Consider it an honor. I will do my best not to disappoint you, sir. It would be wonderful if you accepted me as your disciple. But honestly, to be honest, even if I accepted, I doubt you'd obediently call me teacher anyway, he mused. Haha, how could he possibly know Siren? Then changed the subject, asking what he had finished preparing for his journey. Din replied, Yes, sir. In truth, I don't have many belongings to bring. Furthermore, the facilities at the academy dormitories are excellent, and most of the necessary items are already provided. Siren added, The facilities are indeed good, but they are being monopolized by a certain few. But you're not the type of person who would let yourself be defeated by them, are you? Din thought. From the way he speaks, it sounds like the Magic Academy is a collection of malicious nobles. Don't forget that it can be a rather harsh place. If you show any contempt, many will immediately reveal their true colors and bare their fangs. Din mused. It's probably no different from a battlefield, is it? Yes, I understand. If you need anything, please contact me. The item you call a crystal orb is truly useful. I will make good use of it. But why do you speak as if you are about to leave? You noticed I intend to depart tomorrow. Is that so I can't stay here forever? Can I? Your father invited me to be his magic advisor, but I'll think about that later when I have nothing else to do. You see, there are many matters awaiting me when I return. It seemed like everything was settled, but there are still many tasks I need to complete. Din wondered, is he talking about ancient magic? Helping him is like helping myself, which isn't a bad deal at all. In any case, thank you, kid, Din replied. Thank you very much for everything during this time. Indeed. I eagerly await to see how strong you will have become when we meet again. Well, then I'll be off. Don't see me out or it will feel awkward, Din said. Yes, please take care. He thought to himself, perhaps because we've spent a long time together, I feel a bit sad to see him go. The scene transitions. Lord Sidran has departed safely. Din has also announced that he will be setting off today. We will use the teleportation gate that Arabella prepared, so there's no need to worry about any problems. I really was worried for nothing. All things considered, I believe we have raised our children very well. While the children of other families are busy fighting for the position of family head, we will also have to make a clear decision one day, but I won't show any favoritism. Meanwhile, someone entered and announced, Father, Mother, I have arrived. Oh, Din, you're here. Are you preparing to leave now? His mother interjected. You brought the token I gave you and the memento, didn't you? Of course. If I encounter a difficult situation, I am to go to the place you told me about and present the token. Yes, I remember. Are the people there your old colleagues? That's right. They are very close friends of mine. Although it has been a long time, I am certain they will help you. The father thought to himself. Could it be that our Din is going there to truly begin the life of an assassin? Shaking off the thought, he continued, Listen, Din, when you get to the capital, seek out Duke Thormean. Before entering the academy, the Duke will assist you. Yes, father. Din's father realized Din has grown so much that he's about to leave us like this. Haha, let's send him off with a smile. My dear wife, hurry now, we won't go too far. Din thought nervously. Now that it's time to leave, my feet suddenly feel so heavy. Well, then I shall take my leave, Juliet. Follow him carefully. Ensure Din reaches the teleportation gates safely, Then return and report to me. Yes, master. In another room, it has been a while. Shadow. You know what must be done, correct? Pay close attention to see if any unusual situations occur when Din teleports. Hearing this, the shadowy figure gradually vanished. Elsewhere, the young master was impressed to witness such a thing firsthand. This is it. That's right, this is the teleportation gate that my eldest sister prepared beforehand. Lady Arabella is truly remarkable. Din replied, indeed. I now understand why she spent an entire year investing in this. If I step into this, will the instantaneous teleportation activate? Yes, most certainly. He thought to himself, I wonder how much effort she put into this. This entire journey is shaping up to be a great manhwa recap. Instantaneous teleportation isn't as simple as arranging code like other spells. It demands a combination of realignment and a constant stream of magical energy to even activate. However, the portal I've installed is a flawless device meeting every condition needed for instant travel. With that said, please be safe, young master. All right, you stay safe as well. And with that, Dean approached the portal, recalling her instructions to simply channel his energy into it for activation. Spreading his arms wide, Dean began to pour his energy into the device. A powerful radiance quickly burst forth from the spatial gate. The moment he opened his eyes again, brilliant light illuminated the entire forest. People bustled about cheerfully. Dean had arrived. Welcome to the gate of the capital Athenia. We've been expecting you, sir. I am Luis Asma, young Master Dean Sagres, captain of the first night squad of the Thman family. Dean responded, Ah, it's you. He thought to himself that having the captain personally escort him was a bit much. The man continued, We will be your escort from this point forward, ensuring your route is completely secure. Understood, Captain. In that case, let us depart immediately. We are at your service. Dean mused. Being here in person feels surreal. I never imagined I would one day set foot in the heart of the Athenia Empire, a place I once despised. And what's more, as a promising candidate for the most prestigious magic academy of all things. Suddenly, a charismatic voice cut through the noise. Step right up and witness the marvels. An opportunity like this doesn't come often. Hurry, hurry, the prices are a steal. For just 1 silver coin, you get 3 freezing spells. He thought, what a curious place. I never expected the capital to be this vibrant. It's like a scene from a manhwa recap. There it is, the Thman family estate. Hearing this, Dean gazed forward. It was truly a magnificent mansion, he mused, yet something felt off. He had the distinct feeling of being watched, but perhaps it was just his imagination. A moment later, another voice announced, Welcome, young Master Dean. We are honored by your presence. Dean observed the perfectly formed ranks before him. Their discipline and etiquette were executed with a natural and powerful grace, a world apart from what he was used to in the south. Upon his arrival, he bowed before Duke Thmion in greeting. Dean Sin, at your service, Duke Thymon. Indeed. It has been far too long, Dean. I trust you are well. Your journey must have been arduous. Please, come inside and rest. You've changed so much from the boy I knew 7 years ago. Among your peers, no, even compared to those a few years your senior, there is no one who can match you. A.C. must be incredibly proud. Dean responded with humility. You flatter me, sir. While I am no match for Bai Jiang, I have also made thorough preparations for the Magic Academy entrance exam. Of course, please make yourself at home. I will arrange for a personal servant to attend to you. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Yes, of course. By the way, how has Leila been lately? The Duke replied, She is well. But, have you and Leila been quarreling? Dean was taken aback. Pardon me. What do you mean by that, sir? Whenever your name comes up, she seems quite displeased. Is that so? I'm not entirely sure myself. It could be the stress from the entrance exams. But knowing Leila, I'm confident she will pass with ease. I'll try to speak with her about it. Dean wondered, why would she be upset? Could it be puberty? Well, I can figure this out later. And a word of advice, don't be too harsh with her. Understood, the Duke added. You'll understand soon enough. Dean was puzzled. What could that possibly mean? This whole family drama feels like a complex plot from a manhwa recap. Now go and get some rest. The servant will lead you to your room. Then, I hope you have a restful evening, sir. Thank you. Dean thought, so I'll be staying here for about a week to prepare for the exam. This guest room is a bit extravagant though. First, I'll sort out my luggage, and then I'll find the training area. As if on cue, a young woman entered the room. I'll show you to the training grounds, she said. Dean was startled. That voice. It's Dean. What took you so long? I've been waiting forever. Leila, it's been too long. How have you been? She replied. Yes, I'm fine. Perfectly fine, actually. But isn't there something you'd like to say to me, huh? What are you talking about? Dean asked, completely confused. My letter. Why didn't you ever write back? You couldn't even bother to tell me you were coming. I meant to reply, but I forgot. I'm really sorry. Is sorry supposed to fix everything? I came all this way. I was so busy preparing to leave the capital that I didn't have the energy for anything else. Please just forgive me this once, he thought, realizing she must be furious. Dean continued, so what can I do to make it up to you? I'll do anything you ask. As my apology. Looking at him, Leila's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Anything. He thought I just need to get out of this mess for now. But what on earth could she possibly want me to do? Din proposed. What should we do? How about a light spar? A spar, that's right. You don't mind sparring with me, do you? All right, let's give it a try. Are you confident enough that you won't regret it? Don't let my appearance fool you. I've become much stronger than before. I'm not the same person who was learning how to release mana from you. Leila thought to herself, seeing that confidence, it seems she has matured a lot over the past 7 years. Din continued, come to think of it, you mentioned winning a competition in your last letter? Leila replied, you remember I won the Dant Cup, which was organized by the royal family. Din added, ah, that's right. That's the tournament for teenagers under 15 years old, in the Empire, right? It's a competition with very high standards. If you had participated, we would have surely faced each other in the finals. What a shame. Din said, well, we can resolve that regret right now. Leila asked, are you sure it's okay? You still have the *** Magic Academy *** entrance exam? What if you get injured? She thought to herself, who should be worrying about whom? Din continued, I'll be fine. Anyway, it's late today. Let's have a match first thing tomorrow morning. We can use training weapons. How about that? Don't you still use bladed weapons? Din replied, no, this is just a light spar. So using training weapons is sufficient. No matter how skilled you are, you can't account for every situation. What if you get hurt during the match? Don't worry, because Heller, the best healer in the Empire, is taking care of my family. What if something happens that even Heller can't treat? If you want to wield a bladed weapon, you need to have that kind of mindset. This is just a spar. Why are you being so serious? All right, fine, training weapons it is. Good. Bring the training weapons here for me. Yes, my lady. Leila thought she really has become the proud young woman the rumors described. People were even saying she would soon achieve accomplishments as outstanding as her two brothers, who are active knights. Perhaps Duke Thomian has produced the first female head of the family. Indeed, overcoming her mana issues has become a powerful driving force for her. Leila recalled, thinking to herself, Din, thanks to you, I learned the fundamentals of mana control much faster. It's a key plot point in this *** Manhwa recap *** than my peers. Now I have 2 mana cores. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. If I win, I wonder if you'll feel sad just then. The butler approached, interrupting Leila's train of thought. My lady, the weapons have arrived. Thank you. Din thought, right, since these are just training weapons, their weight is quite light. Will this be okay? On the battlefield, I can use anything. All right, shall we begin? Let's. Leila observed as Din prepared to attack. Leila thought, fortunately, I faced a spear user at the Dawn Cup, and it wasn't too difficult. The spear has a long reach, but its destructive power diminishes as the distance closes. In that case, I'll charge in. Finishing her thought, Leila rushed towards Din with all her might. Just as her sword was about to strike, Din, her eyes widened in shock. What the? An illusion. Where did you go? By the time she realized this, the tip of Din's spear was already right beside her. Din, when did you get there? It's a good thing this is just a training weapon. If this were real, it would have been a major incident. I was sure my sword made contact, Leila thought, unable to believe it. Alright, let's start over. The same method won't work again, so you'd better move carefully. Humph. You Din, she muttered to herself. It's been a while. So I was a bit tense. This time, I definitely won't hold back. Leila glanced to the side. On the balcony, her father was also watching their match. He thought Duke Tho Mien has come to see the final result. I understand your intentions perfectly. After she won the title at the Dant Cup, you were very worried, even though Leila had worked so hard. Today, I will help her dispel those worries. Leila thought, Din, get ready, because father is watching too. I will fight with everything I've got, no matter what. At that moment, Leila slammed her staff on the ground, and immediately a powerful gust of wind shot straight towards Din. Using her strength, Din quickly spun her weapon in a circle, simultaneously blocking the wind attack. How's that, Din? Not so easy, is it? It's far from over. Keep trying your best. The battle between the two continued evenly matched, with no clear outcome in sight. But what was this uneasy feeling? The smile on Din's face had completely vanished. She now had the look of a warrior preparing for battle. Powerful attacks were unleashed. Din used only the staff in her hands to block Leila's mysterious techniques. Suddenly, Leila shifted her footing and stepped back to prepare for a thrust. But Din simply sidestepped easily, avoiding the blow. Immediately after, he deflected Leila's sword with his staff, leaving her standing there in stunned silence. It seems I've won this time. From another angle, others were also watching the match. She's lost again. What do you think, Asma? Perhaps Leila will finally lose some of her arrogance. Hearing this, Asma stood silently for a moment, before replying with a cold sweat. So, you were aware of that? Of course I was. The signs were there even before the Dant Cup, and after she won the championship, it became much more obvious. I had intended to have a serious talk with her, but I decided it would be better for her to realize it herself. A wise decision. In your opinion, how many monocores does that boy possess? Looking over at Din, who was currently sparring, Asma answered, at least 3 cores. I think differently. He has a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3. What makes you say that? Look closely. Although his speed with the spear is formidable, it's not his sheer velocity that's overwhelming Leila. It's his tactical execution. Can she possibly block all of his attacks? I can track all of his movements, she thought. Is he some kind of prodigy swordsman? It seems so. Perhaps he lacks real combat experience. Yet I still can't believe the timing of Leila's greatest triumph. A memory surfaced. Greetings, Count Senior. This was after the inspection of the Southern Territories 7 years ago. After meeting Din, and perhaps this time will be the same. How intriguing. The young lady won the Dant Cup, yet she's unable to unleash her full strength. Clearly Count Thmayan has been training her very strictly. No, you misunderstand him. Although he's strict, he isn't the type to teach in an overly harsh manner. Unlike myself and Din, they don't require such harsh training. I see. What is your point? They possess a transcendent talent that ordinary people cannot possibly match. Din is a true prodigy. With the spear in his hand, Din once again batted away Leila's wooden sword, leaving her astonished. Perhaps he didn't participate, simply because he had no interest in the Dant Cup. Is that truly possible? Asma pondered. It can't be. He has no interest in the Dant Cup, the very tournament that everyone in the Empire dreams of winning. Currently, no one in his age group can even compete with his level of skill. The old man thought to himself, Leila, I hope you recognize your own shortcomings through this battle. If you can cast aside that complacency and focus more on honing your swordsmanship, you will surely surpass your rivals. Leila was thinking to herself, it's truly Din. I stand no chance of winning against him. I knew he was talented, but I never imagined the gap between us was this vast. You must be tired. Let's stop now. Leila conceded. All right, you win. Din thought to himself, Duke Thmayan's wish has been granted. She must now be aware that she isn't number 1. From behind him, Leila asked, how did you train to get so strong? Din simply replied diligently. Everyone needs to work hard. So I just need to be more diligent, is all it takes. I'm leaving now, but next time you won't win so easily. All right, I'll be waiting. Leila thought to herself. Din is the only person my age I've ever truly admired. A memory from her past resurfaced. Yes, but starting from the third bout, your lead foot only seemed to advance half a step. At the same time, he was also the one person she desperately wanted to surpass. If only she could receive his guidance and wait. All right, is this how it's done? Yes, that's a magnificent success. I want to prove that I'm not just a little girl anymore. Why does it seem that the more time passes, the further he pulls ahead of me? Just you wait, next time I will absolutely win. Talented individuals from every corner of the empire had gathered to take the entrance examination for this prestigious magic academy. Including their families and entourages, the number of people gathered in the capital likely approached nearly 1,000. Around 600 applicants had registered for the entrance exam to the Royal Academy. Even though they had all paid the examination fee, this number of applicants was staggering. However, a full 2/3 of them failed to pass the very first round of testing. Now, with the preliminary exam concluded, over 200 candidates are preparing for the second specialized examination. Elsewhere, a lively conversation was underway. 200 people passed the first exam. How interesting. Still, I suspect only about 200 will pass the next one as well. Another person wondered about this year's notable applicants. There are a few promising talents, but the results of the first exam haven't been fully compiled yet. The one in charge of that is Professor Dinabo, the head of the magic department. Who knows who will achieve the highest score? A woman named Ingress, the head of the swordsmanship department, chimed in saying, as this Manhwa recap continues, it's certain the top student in swordsmanship will be Duke Thmayan's daughter. Correct indeed. She was the victor of the Dant Cup. That was a truly magnificent final match. Duke Thmayan has raised his child exceptionally well. The person across from her noted, in my view, the top student in swordsmanship is certainly someone to anticipate. And then there's Din Peenies, the head of the summoning. It's worth it. This is almost a sure thing, another explained. Who is that young man over there? Someone else asked. It's Professor Satter, the head of the swordsmanship department. He's unmatched in his field. But something puzzles me. This is a letter of recommendation from Sidron bearing the seal of the Narison Magic Tower, which is imbued with magical power. Does this mean Sidron truly recommended someone? No matter who it is, it'll be tough to surpass the one who defeated Dan Tarkut, right? Siren, who's famous for never taking on disciples, sent a recommendation for a boy who's only 14 years old. Who on earth is he? Din Sawgress, someone in the group spoke up. Count Sawgress. The Sawgress family again, murmurs spread through the crowd. They already have 2 geniuses in the magic and summoning departments. If the youngest son also gets in, with a recommendation from Sidron, the Sawgress family is clearly no ordinary lineage. 2 of the continent's most prestigious families enrolling at the same time is bound to be a hot topic at this magic academy. Someone said, wait a minute, isn't the Sawgress family famous for their swordsmanship? Yet now there's a recommendation from a mage. It seems this family is rising to prominence through magic. I thought for sure he would join the swordsmanship department. If he joined our department with Arabella, they would be an incredibly powerful duo, one of them mused. Just then, another person rushed over. Apologies for interrupting, but the results for the first exam are in. Let's check the numbers quickly. The results board showed 1,367 applicants for swordsmanship, 227 for magic, and 152 for summoning. As expected, swordsmanship has a huge lead. Thormy is at the top, which makes sense. Count Gress. His name isn't on the list. Seriously. What about Sidron's recommendation? I don't see his name in our department either. Are there any freelance major applicants not on the list? There is one applicant for the freelance major. The freelance major, that's a surprise. Out of 600 applicants, Dino Sawgress scored the highest on the first exam. Elsewhere, a wave of nostalgia washed over Din. I've been here for a month already. Time flies so fast. The fight with Leila feels like it just happened yesterday. Now the first exam is over, and I'm waiting for the results. Luckily, the test wasn't too difficult, Din thought to himself. Just then, Leila ran up to him. Din, did you get your results yet? What rank did you get? An announcement rang out. First place in the academy. Whoa, you got first place. Yeah, of course it was you. It's so annoying that I missed out on the top spot, Leila exclaimed. How in the world did you study Din answered confidently. I mostly relied on the practice questions my sister sent me. Leila interjected. I looked at those too, but I still found them difficult, especially the military science section. Din thought to himself, my advantage, as you'd see in a Manhwa recap, is my knowledge from a past life. Leila continued. Do you really think a 14-year-old can understand tactics, strategy, and military management? Din replied with full confidence. For me, that was the easiest subject. Don't you find it interesting? You're definitely not a normal person. It's not just military science, but also fine arts, music, and even the history of the Drinic Empire. That's my specialty, Leila retorted. Din thought about the countless things he had unintentionally learned in his past. So which major did you apply for? There are 3 options in total, right? 3 options. But did you really apply? For the freelance major. Honestly, I just plan to study what I like, Din replied slyly. But why did you pick the freelance major? I just can't understand it. Because I want to learn everything, even if the acceptance rate is extremely low. I heard the freelance major lets you take any class you want until graduation. And you can even conduct research with the professors, Din emphasized. Is that why no one applies, because they don't know? Or are you just trying to avoid being in the same classes as me? Leila teased. That's not it. So you really think you'll pass? Besides swordsmanship and summoning, what else do you even know? Tell me right now. Haha, Din laughed, thinking, should I reveal my secrets? The scene shifts. We've finally arrived. To even take the freelance major exam, one must pass the tests for 4 different majors. It seems practical skills will be crucial. Summoning, swordsmanship, and magic are fundamentally different from cores and magic circles. I wonder what he's thinking. Din Pinnis, the head of the summoning department, continued. Initially, a few people managed to pass 2 of the freelance major requirements, but almost no one is capable of passing even 1 now. Professor Danbo, the head of the magic department, added, he should just choose either swordsmanship or magic. Mastering one would be better. The freelance major has existed for about 200 million years, hasn't it? Yet almost no one passes. Another expressed doubt. It wasn't this difficult in the beginning. Back then, this magic academy needed talented individuals during the era of conquest, and everyone was nurtured. But things have changed. The standards are much higher now. Most applicants don't dare to register for the major they excel at most. The head of the academic department asked, so why does this major still exist? The department has no one registering and no one passing. It's for the symbolism. It's a symbol that only the most outstanding talents in the empire can pass. Yes, that's also important. Even though it has now become a declining major, existing only to uphold its name. According to my research, in the past 100 years, only 2 people have passed this exam. One of them dropped out, and the other was the former emperor. In other words, unless you're a genius, it's nearly impossible to pass. If he's the youngest son of the war hero, Sres, then his family is anything but ordinary. I have high expectations. Or perhaps he's just an arrogant kid. If we followed our own judgment, we could probably let him enroll, but as professors, we can't be careless. Does that boy truly have the confidence to take on this challenge? At the hall. For the second exam, Dino Gress introduced himself. I am Dino Gress, applying for the liberal arts major at the Royal Academy. Hearing this, a voice interjected, asking, do you know what applying for the liberal arts major means? Din replied, of course. I know that all 3 majors require a passing score to be accepted. The voice continued, your name is Din, correct? It's not too late to back out. The questioner added, I have great respect for Count Gress. He is the greatest academic master in the empire. I don't want to see his son get eliminated and have to return home. Din humbly thanked the professor for the compliment. But I came here with the determination to do my best. This part of our Manhwa recap is where Dinabo looked on critically, thinking to himself, that's right, if he were the type to give up so easily from just a few words, he probably wouldn't have applied in the first place. Well, then, there's no other choice. There are 3 tests, depending on the major you've chosen. If you fail even one of them, you will be automatically disqualified. I understand, Din replied. In that case, we will begin with the summoning department test, as previously decided. Immediately, the figure of a young woman appeared before Din. He thought to himself, times, that's Professor Din Peenies, the highest level summoner in the Antian Empire. She set a record by summoning 3 level 2 or higher beings. The woman declared. The summoning department's test method is simple. Satisfy me in any way related to the art of summoning. Din thought to himself, times. Just as I expected, a free-form test based on preference has no specific standards or format. He continued. In that case, Professor, could you summon a beast for me? What? A summoned beast? Din nodded. Yes, any summoned beast will do. His question piqued the interest of many people around them. Dinabo felt sweat bead on his brow. Bin wondered, times. What is he scheming? He hasn't shown any signs of anything. I thought he just wanted to discuss theory. Does he just want to see? A summoned beast times. After a moment of contemplation, the woman averted her gaze and said, all right. It's audacious but also very interesting. You certainly have a taste for the unusual. Open your eyes and watch closely. Din watched with a hint of anticipation. On the other side, the woman began chanting incantations. As her eyes glowed brightly, she cried out, answer my call. Instantly, a spatial rift tore open in the sky, astonishing everyone present. Meanwhile, the eyes of the 2 department heads were also filled with surprise. Is that the frenzied summoned beast? Din thought to himself, times. That roar sounds terrifying. It's the most vicious among the level 4 summons. No one has ever summoned it without being attacked. Since this is just an entrance exam for the Magic Academy, I wasn't feeling confident, but this is genuinely exciting. The woman continued. Well, I've summoned a beast of my choosing. Now, what do you intend to do? Hearing this, Din simply smiled silently. Irk is the most ferocious of the level 4 beasts. Even knights would struggle to defeat it. What will they do now? Step by step, Din approached the monster. Dinabo called out. What are you doing? Stop. Right now. If you provoke Irk, then. At that moment, the beast's roar thundered as Din faced it. I just need to prove myself in any way possible, correct? The woman confirmed. Yes, but proving yourself by throwing yourself into the fire is. Din replied. That won't happen. Don't worry, everyone. This statement made Peenies break out in a cold sweat. Din began to utter incantations, forming words of magic. The monster's eyes started to change, and it became unusually docile. Yes, good boy. That's a good boy. This ultimately means it's quite a bit larger than a Genbu, isn't it? Times Peenies thought silently. Unbelievable. I can't believe the ferocious Irk would be so easily tamed. Just like that. Could it be because of the mana thread connected to Izarak? The color is too faint for it to be a bond of submission, yet it completely wiped away Ir's hostility. From a distance, Din offered a faint smile. She thought to herself, even seeing it with my own eyes, I can hardly believe it. Is that some kind of innate empathy? Truly incredible. The girl wondered. If he had approached Irk, rapidly analyzed its mana thread, and then created a similar one to connect with himself. If that's his method of taming, then his talent surpasses even my own, and my master once praised me as a prodigy. If that's the case, his future is something to truly look forward to. After a moment, the girl approached Din. She declared, Dintress, your capabilities have been thoroughly confirmed. You possess courage, calm judgment, and a solid foundation of skills. There is no longer any doubt. You have passed the examination. From afar, the 2 guild masters confirmed in unison, we concur. Thank you, Din replied. The scene shifts. It was all over in just 30 minutes, so that makes him the top student. Then I heard you also ranked first in swordsmanship. A friend chimes in. No, you're the one who came out on top. Cheer up. They're throwing a party to celebrate us passing. Leila sighed heavily. I can't believe the gap is this huge. It feels like an insurmountable force, a natural disaster. Watching her dejected figure walk away, Din called out. She wants to be alone, just let her go for now, a friend advised. But don't worry too much, Leila will bounce back. Oh, have you contacted your father? The Count must be incredibly proud. Yes, everyone was thrilled, Din confirmed. He said that if I chose the free major, I more than deserved it. Everyone was taken aback by the news. The exam is over, so you should rest and prepare for enrollment, the Duke advised. Yes, thanks to your Grace's hospitality, I've had a wonderful time, Din replied. Ah, have you thought about the item you commissioned? From the forge, I'm considering a sword, but I don't have a specific plan yet, Din explained. My body is still growing, so I'm not sure what kind of blade would suit me. I need more time to think it through. This is a valuable opportunity. Quite right, there's no need to rush. Take your time. Now, Duke, you should probably go to the Duchess. I know I'll head over now. As the Duke's figure faded into the distance, Din was lost in thought. The Duchess's illness seemed to be an ongoing struggle. A memory surfaced. Her symptoms hadn't worsened, but they hadn't improved either. It had been this way for years, and it was a shame that, as someone who had never experienced familial illness, he found it difficult to truly grasp their feelings. He wondered, perhaps I should go and comfort Leila for a bit. 2 days later, a voice echoed throughout the Great Hall. It is my great honor to welcome the new students of the Royal Magic Academy. I am Aeon Thomas, your headmaster. This year, I am especially delighted to see all of you who have overcome such fierce competition to stand here today. I firmly believe the future of our empire will be brighter than ever with such elite talents as yourselves. This year is particularly special as we have many outstanding individuals, one of whom has been admitted to the free major, an exceptionally rare achievement. This is a feat only 2 other people have managed in the last 100 years. This student received the unanimous approval of all 3 department heads, sorcery, magic, and summoning. The declaration sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Wow, a student in the free major, I can't believe someone is that talented, Aeon Thomas continued. Now will the representative for the incoming class, our top student, please step forward. The murmurs started up again. That's the kid who got into the free major. The Stress family story is getting more interesting than a manhwa recap. Do you see him? He carries himself with such dignity. I see it clearly. Wow, he's the top student, another man said. You've raised him well, Akan. Ah, it's nothing compared to your own success. My 2 sons haven't amounted to much. My daughter didn't even show up for the entrance ceremony. The older one is far away, and the younger one ran away from home. You, with your 2 daughters, are a lucky man. I'm quite envious. But you have Leila. At the mention of her name, a shadow of sadness crossed Aken's face as he looked toward his daughter thinking, I only wish my wife could be here to see this. Elsewhere, Professor Binnies asked. So he's been close with summoned beasts since childhood. Yes, Professor. It appears to be an innate affinity, something he was born with. Another replied thinking, it's truly a miracle. This unassuming boy possesses more potential than any other summoner I've seen. Professor with Din's unique affinity. Do you think he could possibly summon a beast from beyond the horizon? Her mind drifted to that other world, a place from which all connection had been lost for over 100 years. Would the summoned beasts over there even choose a mage anymore? Who knows? You must be the rumored Dino Gress, she mused. I hope your talents will truly shine at this academy. The ceremony then proceeded to the reading of the representative student's oath. As he stood, Din thought to himself, I've finally made it into the academy. The journey to get here was so incredibly long, but I refuse to squander this new life I've been granted. This is merely the beginning. At the academy's main lecture hall, another voice chimed in. I would like to conclude the introduction to our esteemed Magic Academy here. We will now take a brief intermission before proceeding to the next segment. Please use this time to grab a bite and relax. A voice from the crowd rang out. Listen, Din, you're going to have a lot of people targeting you from now on. Whether their intentions are good or ill, you need to be cautious. If anyone offers to you anything, be absolutely sure to think it through. Rumor has it that some of the students here lack proper etiquette. Yes, I understand, Din replied, as murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Don't turn us down, just join. Participating in a club is a true honor at this academy. In our club. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of joining. Haha. And just like that, we've got ourselves a new member. Get the redhead over there. He's exactly the talent we've been searching for. Leila chimed in. Oh, the upperclassman. are recruiting for their clubs during the break. Din thought to himself, I remember my older sister telling me about all the interesting clubs here. At that very moment, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. Find the valedictorian Cess. No, we absolutely have to recruit him for our club. Hearing this, Leila cut in. Din, everyone is targeting you now. What are we going to do? First, let's get out of here. Where are you headed? Din stress. Join the Body Aesthetics Club, where you can improve and sculpt your physique. Hey freshman, are you interested in our Cartography Exploration Society? If you join now, the newest maps will be. The Astrology Research Society gathers only the finest talents. Next to him is Thmon's daughter. We can't let the Duke's beloved daughter get away. Leila added. Oh, I'm not joining. I'm really not. Din thought to himself. I'm used to being pursued, but this is the first time I've ever been mobbed like this. Being the valedictorian turns out to be this much of a hassle. Others whispered amongst themselves. Isn't that Professor Kenta Chef? That's him. I heard that after retiring from the Royal Knights, he immediately became a professor here. He's an outstanding individual, but he's facing a tricky situation. Ah, you mean how an independent studies major has enrolled for the first time in decades. This whole setup is perfect for a Manhwa recap. That's right. Before this, it was a cushy position for him, only requiring the occasional paper and some modest research results. Now that comfortable life has come to an end. It seems he has to actually prepare for a class now. If I were him, I'd be pretty irritated too. The professor continued his train of thought. The freshman orientation was finally over. He thought, this is utterly absurd. Why did a student have to get accepted now of all times? Meanwhile, Din stood before a door, his expression pensive. You must be Din Sres. Correct. You're quite early. Hello, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Right, come on in. A moment later, the professor thought I had to pull so many strings to get this position. He was Kenta Cheffin, head of the Independent Studies Department. I came here to coast until retirement, not to actually teach. If it's about cartography, I've had more than my fill of dealing with knights. Fed up with the thought of instructing knights, Kenta asked, why did you apply to the Independent Studies program? To do what I want? And do you have any intention of transferring to a different major? No, I don't want to waste this opportunity, Kenta thought. If he's going to be stubborn, I guess I'll actually have to mentor him. Is there no other way out of this? Wait a second. It seems he didn't take the swordsmanship exam. Could it be because he lacks confidence? Kenta asked aloud. Hey kid, do you know anything about sword fighting? Sword fighting? I don't mean to pry, Kenta said, but as your professor, I should at least gauge your level of proficiency with a blade. Din thought, why is he suddenly asking about swordsmanship? I'm getting the distinct feeling that I'm not welcome here. Din replied. It's not that I'm uninterested in the art of the sword. Excellent. In that case, I'll test you. Shall I? Yes, sir. Perfect. Kenta thought. He fell for it. He continued, all right then, let's head to my personal training grounds. He mused, I have the authority to evaluate my students. I just need to use his poor swordsmanship as a pretext to get him to withdraw. As they entered the armory, Kenta gestured for Din to feel free to choose any weapon he desired. The training area was a complete mess, with swords strewn about, carelessly mixed in with piles of filthy garbage on the floor, making Din feel that something was not quite right. He knew the independent studies major was small, but to see it in such a state of neglect was genuinely shocking. He stood bewildered before the rows of swords of every shape and size, unsure which would be suitable and how to even identify a quality blade amidst the chaos. In the entire Magic Academy, this was an unexpected challenge. Despite his initial hesitation, Din strode forward and decisively unsheathed a single-edged sword. Kenta had secretly assumed Din would opt for dual blades, but seeing him, he only took a single blade. With an air of indescribable confidence, Din declared his choice. Yes, this one will be more than enough. The condition Kenta set seemed rather simple, but everyone knew the professor's skills were anything but ordinary. If you could land a single touch on him with that sword, you would pass the test. To demonstrate his magnanimity while also flaunting his own talent, the instructor even placed a handicap upon himself. It won't be difficult, as I will only move within a 2-step radius. Din's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, I understand completely, he replied. Kentis looked forward to the new student's performance. All right then, let's begin. However, a seed of doubt crept into the professor's mind. How could he be so confident? Seeing the radiant smile on Din's face, Kentis had another thought. Could there be some hidden meaning behind it? Instantly, Din took the initiative, lunging toward Kentis, his sword at the ready. His speed was not just astonishing. His face shone with the determination to win. Kentis couldn't help but be startled, as the sword's tip was already alarmingly close, less than a hand's breadth away from him. Though he dodged the first attack, the professor couldn't stop thinking about Din's unexpected prowess. Wow, that was fast. Is that why he was accepted into the liberal arts major? With just a single sword, Din suddenly unleashed a series of dazzling strikes, like something you'd see in a thrilling manhwa recap. It was as if multiple people were fighting at once, creating an afterimage effect. Each slash was powerful, decisive, and full of force. It was baffling that Kentis still had time to think, while another blade just grazed past his face. What is this? The professor could no longer hesitate for another second. He immediately raised his own sword to defend, yet stubbornly adhered to his initial promise of not moving more than 2 steps, even as Din's assault continued unabated. How could Kentis possibly remain calm, as sword points continuously and dangerously whizzed past him? Good heavens, a moment's delay, and that would have been a disaster. This swordsmanship is truly unorthodox. Could he be a fool who just happens to be a genius with a blade? Din managed to halt his advance just in time, otherwise the professor might have been injured. Clearly, this was only meant to be a small test. Din's heavy breathing filled the air, and Kentis had also long begun to feel the strain. Suddenly, his mind started analyzing Din's background. Moreover, this kid fought exactly like a swordsman on a battlefield, not with the posture of someone from the nobility or the knightly orders. The professor remained rooted to his spot, only swinging his sword around to parry the incoming blows. Din's slashes were both clean and powerful. Din's fighting style seemed a bit chaotic, but his method of attacking his opponent from every direction was incredibly effective, a true spectacle for any magic academy. Kentis couldn't help but panic when one of Din's techniques brushed past his face, too fast for him to block. Even the way he fought, as if he had split into 2, exuded formidable power. With every strike, Kentis was stunned, as Din continuously changed his angle of attack with dizzying speed. I can't believe I'm a level 6 and have to concentrate this hard. He had to dodge with masterful skill, all while constantly reassessing his own strength. Am I really fighting a 14-year-old boy? He doesn't even need the advantage of a superior weapon. The professor's feet dared only a small step to the side to evade the blow. Din lowered his center of gravity, 1 foot stepping back, as if he was gathering momentum for a lunge. Suddenly, Kentis grimaced. His expression was no longer composed, yet it was strangely familiar. The boy's swordplay reminded him of a battle from his past, on a chaotic battlefield, where a single figure was laying waste to everyone. That man's razor-sharp slashes cut down countless foes, his face devoid of any expression. It had left him in awe, and he wondered who that person could have been. Returning to the present, the duel between Din and Kentis had not yet reached its conclusion. Both of their sword tips were aimed at each other, but suddenly, Din's blade was pointing straight at Kentis's heart. The professor didn't even understand why he had become so distracted, losing focus on the fight. Oh, why did my mind wander to other things? A victorious smile bloomed on Din's lips. He gently withdrew his sword and asked in a clear voice, Professor Kentis, I believe I have fulfilled the requirement. The air suddenly fell silent. Kentis gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, unsure what to say after being defeated by a child. The sword in his hand slowly lowered, but the professor still gripped the hilt tightly, trying to suppress the rising tide of frustration. Finally, he was forced to acknowledge Din's ability. You've passed. Meanwhile, Din, while his opponent was still gasping for air, Kentis wasn't even slightly winded. His mind was racing with calculations. Without the handicap, this fight would have been genuinely challenging. It was clear now that the mere strength of a royal knight wouldn't have cut it. In reality, Din had been showcasing his phenomenal abilities from the moment he decided to enroll. It only just dawned on Kentis, this kid is an absolute genius, a one-of-a-kind prodigy. Even with a handicap in his favor, the boy still wasn't losing to him. You've reached level 6. After that last clash, Kentis recalled many things he had long forgotten. Now I finally understand why. He had zero interest in the swordsmanship exam. The professor was stunned by Din's superior talent. With this level of power, why would you not enroll in the swordsmanship department? No one could have anticipated his shockingly simple reason. Because I thought it would make my family sad. Kentis was taken aback, unable to comprehend what the student was saying. What did he just say? For a moment, the professor looked like he wanted to speak, but held his tongue. A quick search later, Kentis discovered the truth about Din's family. Every single member was exceptionally distinguished. Din's father was a master of pedagogy, while his 2 older sisters were masters of magic and summoning respectively. Could it be that he chose all 3 majors simply to live up to his family's expectations? In a plot twist worthy of a manhwa recap, was it possible he wasn't lacking confidence at all? Have I completely misjudged him? Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Professor, are all the procedures complete? Ah, yes, that's everything. You may leave. I will send you the official notice shortly. Din once again displayed his impeccable politeness. Yes, thank you, Professor. The vexed look on the professor's face made it hard to tell if he was just sour about losing the test, or if a profound curiosity about Din's true capabilities was beginning to stir. Kenta stood frozen in place, watching the young man's figure recede into the distance. Even as Din approached the door, the professor couldn't stop questioning whether he had allowed his personal feelings to cloud his judgment during the evaluation. What a terribly unwise decision. Do other department heads who serve as examiners ever feel this way? Kentis took a deep breath, struggling to regain his composure while his mind seethed with frustration. His entire plan to eliminate the boy and secure a comfortable life for himself had just gone up in smoke. Abruptly, he squeezed his eyes shut, carefully reevaluating the entire situation. Who is that person really? A distant memory resurfaced, taking him back to a time when Kentis was still a warrior on the battlefield. He remembered a moment when his entire being was focused on a single point. Back then, he was rendered speechless, only daring to stand perfectly still and observe. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a lone young man had masterfully dispatched hundreds of insurgents. A voice spoke, not even turning his head as he walked away, his gaze fixed on the sun's last rays before dusk. Kentis was utterly dumbfounded, and a single drop of cold sweat trickled down his face. With a slight tremor in his voice, he managed to utter a name. The image of that man instantly flashed in his mind. It was him. Yes, that was the name. Out on the campus of the Magic Academy, a crowd of students was buzzing with excitement, discussing the exam that had just concluded. Din and his sister were among them. Clara asked again, her voice laced with disbelief. You really passed the test? Din answered hesitantly, a hint of awkwardness on his face. Yes, I think so. Clara covered her mouth, cleared her throat, and closed her eyes in thought for a second. That's so weird. Professor, Kentas isn't the type to pass students easily. Across from her, Din, with a sheen of sweat on his brow, silently agreed that it was unexpected. She then recalled a time when Professor Kentis Arfield had stood before the principal. Frowning, she added, that professor only teaches one regular term per year. But this time the principal personally had to summon him. He hates troublesome things, but he actually agreed to it. Clara nodded. Yeah, that's why I'm so shocked. With that, she suddenly stepped closer, gently taking her brother's arm. She placed a hand on Din's shoulder, leaned down a little, and said, I'm just so thankful nothing terrible happened. Din smiled back, I know. A radiant smile bloomed on her face as she heaved a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Seeing her smile, Din thought to himself that she wasn't saying that's my Din, but was simply relieved that he was safe. As the two, just as they were enjoying a pleasant conversation, someone came rushing over from a distance, their voice echoing loudly and announcing their arrival long before they even appeared. The newcomer was none other than Arabella. She called out, Oh, Dean, I was just wondering where you were. Hearing the familiar voice, the two siblings turned around as Dean greeted her joyfully. Eldest sister. Arabella gave both siblings a bright smile and asked. The youngest passed the test right. The three of them standing together quickly drew attention. Their presence caused a small commotion as students at the Magic Academy nearby began pointing and chattering excitedly about the Stress family. Look, the Stress siblings are all here. I thought Arabella and Clara alone were exceptional enough, but now their younger brother is even more talented than both of them. Just what kind of family are they? The scene shifts to another area of the city. As this manhwa recap continues, the voice of Mach can be heard chattering on, I am Mach, and I manage all the dormitory affairs. The dormitories are divided into 3 sections, based on the students' entrance exam scores. The highest ranked area among them is called Jian Owen, named after the first emperor. The two of them walked slowly along the stone-paved path. Dean listened intently to his story, and replied softly, I see. Seeing him nod, Mach immediately continued. Student Dean, as the top scorer of the General Studies major, you will be staying in this section. The dining hall, training grounds, and library here are all of high-class standards. Furthermore, you'll have a private lounge and a convenient magic projection room. He paused for a moment, before adding mysteriously, there's also a special secret device. Hearing those strange words, Dean was a little surprised. His eyes quickly glanced at Mach, as he thought to himself, what a secret, what now? Mach held a key in his hand. He turned back and advised, although it's unlikely to happen depending on your future scores, there's a possibility you might have to move out of this section. He added Arabella and Clara also stayed here, but only until they graduated. Dean wasn't particularly surprised by this information. He thought to himself, oh, of course they did. With that, Mach held up a key, engraved with the number 705. This is the key to your student room. Dean carefully took the key with both hands. Mach continued, we'll provide you with 2 for backup, so if you happen to lose one, please let me know. Dean looked at the key, and nodded in response, yes, I understand. Mach added a final piece of advice, be very careful from now on. There are many students here, with peculiar personalities. They aren't bad people, but sometimes unexpected things can happen. Alright, you should go check out your room. If you need anything, just report it to the logistics office. Hearing Mach's words, Dean pondered thoughtfully, sighing to himself, should I go check out the room right now? Stepping into his new residence, Dean looked around. The place was incredibly lavish. He walked and observed every corner, but why was it so quiet? Suddenly, Dean stopped in his tracks, his entire body freezing. He felt that something was wrong, a very strange sensation. A school this large, yet there wasn't a single servant nor was there any sign of a guard. This feeling was really unsettling. I can't sense a single human presence, as if they've all vanished. His gaze stared intently at the door in front of him. He wondered in a low voice, just what in the world is going on here? Dean began to use his magic to investigate the area. Blue rays of light appeared. Let's try expanding my mana sense, he thought, as streams of blue light enveloped his body. He closed his eyes, concentrating on his scan. The light seeped through every nook and cranny of the castle-like building. After a sweep, as his senses passed through an area with a brown aura and the faint smell of slimy moss wafted by, he heard the faint sounds of small mechanisms and the soft clicking of gears. Dean's eyes snapped open. He immediately recognized it was a trap. Having figured everything out, a smirk played on his lips. Dean stood alone, looking ahead and muttered, so that's what this is, a welcoming ceremony. I knew it. In another room, a group of students was monitoring the new student on a screen. Seeing him standing still, one of them asked doubtfully, why isn't he moving? Does he have such good intuition? Gran threw up his hands and asked Dan, could he have already figured out there's a trap, and pushed up his glasses and speculated. Absolutely not. This person's full name is Unjulat, the eldest son of Baron Duat, currently a third-year student in the marksmanship department. He confidently boasted, my Duat family is the finest family of hunters with a history spanning hundreds of years. I have complete confidence in the traps I've set. Another person, looking worried and not entirely convinced, asked, so is it dangerous? And nodded in confirmation. Of course, I've removed anything that could be lethal. The point isn't to injure him, just to make him a total laughingstock. He smirked victoriously. Just you wait, he's definitely going to faint from fear. This little welcoming ceremony is going to be one for the books, a classic trope in any Magic Academy story. He added, by the time that kid gets here, he'll be an absolute wreck. Another guy still seemed unsure, asking again, are you positive this is fine? He's from the Stress family, you know, and raised an eyebrow. And we've all been through a pretty memorable welcoming ceremony ourselves. Just as he finished, a blonde girl's voice came from behind on. But he's the top student in the liberal arts major, so this time might be different. This beauty was Priscilla Nalil from the Nalil family, a fourth-year neurology student. Priscilla added, his two older sisters are both exceptional geniuses. If he also got into the liberal arts major, it means he's an even more outstanding prodigy. Anne was completely stunned and spun around. What was that? Are you implying he won't fall for my traps? The brown-haired young man beside him suddenly chimed in with a probing tone. Not exactly, but you don't sound very confident, do you? And having absolute faith in his intricate traps, adamantly shot back. Don't be ridiculous, there's no way that'll happen. He coolly pushed up his glasses, his mind already cooking up a dark scheme. There is no chance he can detect my trap. I was careful to use a concealment spell, and even oiled the mechanism to completely muffle the sound. The surprise came when Din took a step. His movement left the entire group in the room, flabbergasted, all eyes glued to the monitor. Shocked shouts started to fill the room. He's moving again. Seriously, get out of the way. Din continued walking, looking up with an unreadable smile. Starting with a tripwire trap. A single light touch is all it takes to spring it. He reached forward gently, pushing open the door while muttering, that means the magic bullet stuck to the ceiling is the next trap set to fall when the door opens. Sure enough, everything unfolded exactly as Din had predicted. The moment the door opened, the object plummeted and shattered into pieces. Din stood his ground, perfectly still. If he had taken just one more step, he would have been drenched like a drowned rat. But how could such simple tricks ever get past him? He briefly glanced down at the puddle forming by his feet, clicking his tongue in thought. Less water than I expected. Following that, a hidden device was suddenly triggered, and a cloud of brown smoke rapidly spewed out. Within moments, the entire hallway was shrouded in a thick brown fog. Din quickly pinched his nose and grimaced. That stench nearly made me see my lunch again. He couldn't hide his annoyance, frowning as he thought, geez, what is this? This smell is so incredibly childish. He stared intently at the hole before him, where the brown smoke continued to billow out. Meanwhile, the group watching Din remain completely unharmed, having avoided every single trap, began to freak out. What the heck? He figured it all out. Kree whirled around to confront Anne. What is this? You swore he'd never detect it. The red-haired guy beside him wondered aloud, baffled. How did it all go wrong from the very beginning? And hastily defended himself. It's just a coincidence. A complete and total coincidence. Hearing those excuses made Priscilla's blood boil. A coincidence, you say? And nodded furiously. Yeah, I just went a bit easy on him at the start, that's why he noticed. He was still convinced the next part of his plan would go exactly as he'd envisioned. And argued, just wait, he's bound to fall into the next trap. The red-haired guy stared at the screen, seemingly agreeing. Yeah, there must have been a flaw somewhere. Gran chimed in. Let's just try trusting Anne for now. Priscilla gave Anne a look of pure frustration and heaved a long sigh. Seeing her reaction, Anne's mind raced with panic. Oh no. Why am I getting such a bad feeling about this? Back to Din, he pressed forward. He sighed softly. The second trap is just as clumsy. Should I even bother breaking it? Or just push through? The moment Din stepped in, a flurry of fists shot out from all four sides, aimed directly at him. But Din was completely untouched, his body moving with an effortless grace, deftly dodging each and every glove in a scene worthy of any action. Manhwa recap. After that, Din kicked off the wall, launching himself forward in a powerful leap. Suddenly, a cascade of feathers began to fall from an unknown source. As Din landed, he was met with the sight of sharp wooden stakes plunging from the ceiling, intending to form a magical cage materialized, attempting to trap Din. However, with his preternatural agility, Din effortlessly weaved through and evaded every single trap. The onlookers were completely stunned by the spectacle. They couldn't help but marvel. This was the kind of skill expected from a Count's family. Rumor had it that his sisters also had an unforgettable debut at this magic academy. Meanwhile, Anne was watching everything unfold through a monitor, his jaw dropping in shock as he saw Din bypass the obstacles with such ease. My traps, he stammered. Behind him, Priscilla's eyes were also wide with disbelief. Anne placed his hands on his hips, pacing restlessly. It's like he knew exactly what was going to happen, Dran remarked with a sigh. Didn't really try to conceal it that, simply, damn it, and gritted his teeth in frustration. His face beaded with sweat, and his hands clenched into tight fists. He couldn't believe it. It was too soon to give up. There's no way he can dodge the final trap. Priscilla, who had been quiet this whole time, finally asked, "And what is this final trap?" and let out a smirk, and chuckled, "Ha ha, just watch, and you'll see." Back with Din, a colossal red dragon, with magnificent wings, now stood imposingly before him, letting out a deafening roar. The sound was earth-shattering. Beside the red dragon stood a monstrous goat with 2 pairs of incredibly long horns. Din eyed the 2 beasts skeptically. Summoned creatures this time? He wondered. The red dragon roared again as if confirming his suspicion. Looking at the 2 monsters, Din felt a flicker of admiration. They managed to prepare some fairly powerful ones, but he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. A strange sensation pricked at his senses. He glanced down at the dragon's feet and noticed they were slightly translucent with the image, looking a bit underscaled. Next, he saw its wings appear to phase right through the wall, leaving the structure completely unscathed. Din instantly figured it out. So it's an illusion. Din chuckled inwardly at the sloppy illusion. They were far too careless. Just hearing the sound, they looked powerful. If it were a normal student, they would have definitely turned tail and run by now. Seeing the 2 beasts prepare to strike, he saw no reason to dodge or retreat. Instead, a vibrant blue aura began to gather in Din's hand. His eyes narrowed. I just need to disrupt the flow of mana to dispel this. Watching the monitor, the group saw that Din remained perfectly still. He wasn't even running away. The group was baffled. Why isn't that kid running? On the contrary, he seemed completely calm like a protagonist in a manhwa recap. But then one of them suddenly noticed. Hey, look, it seems like he's about to do something. He's gathering mana. The words struck, and like a bolt of lightning, a shiver ran down his spine as his face broke out in a cold sweat. He thought frantically. Could he have figured out it was an illusion in that short amount of time? Unbelievable. How is that possible? Beside him, Priscilla stood with her arms crossed, glancing at the petrified Anne and clicking her tongue. Oh dear. Back with Din, after channeling all his energy into his hand, he unleashed a devastatingly powerful attack at the 2 monsters. His strike manifested as a razor-sharp slash, like a sword's edge slicing directly toward the red dragon's neck. Next was the goat monster's turn. Din sidestepped as the red dragon lunged. He delivered a flurry of slashes at both beasts, then watched them and smirked contemptuously. That's that. Retracting his aura, Din was still looking forward to what was next. Now, how do I meet the person who designed this trap? Let's see just who the designer is. Seeing Din effortlessly dismantle the 2 illusionary beasts, the entire group of pranksters scrambled to flee in a panic. Priscilla burst through the door yelling, "It's get out of the way." Why is it here? Royer was the fastest to bolt, but not before sparing a moment to yell back at Anne, "You damn fool, do something." Halfway through their escape, another monstrous wolf suddenly blocked their path and stammered as he tried to flee. I don't know what that is. It's not the beast that I prepared." The beast stalked closer, letting out a savage roar, and collapsed to the ground in terror, letting out a long, drawn-out scream. Just then, Din walked in. He took in the scene, the group of students cowering on the floor, threatened by the monster looming over them. So this is where everyone was hiding, huh? And heard the voice, and slowly lifted his head. Stammering, he saw the new student and immediately began to plead. "If that thing is yours, please do something. We're sorry. Just call it off." Din remained silent. He simply raised his hand, which began to glow with a blue light. As he muttered an incantation under his breath, a teleportation portal instantly materialized behind the beast. Tendrils of blue light enveloped the creature, pulling it directly into the shimmering portal. With a final flash of light, it vanished. still trembling, and asked uncertainly, "It's gone." Was that an illusion too? Royer, slowly regaining his composure, began to speak. He then strode over toward Din. "Well, so much for the welcome ceremony," he mused. Extending a hand, he introduced himself. "Hello there, new student. My name is Droyan Valentine, a third year in the alchemy department, and the sole direct heir of the Marquis Valentine." Droyan gave a thumbs up, smiling approvingly. "You've got a decent build, and you're quite handsome. With sisters as beautiful as yours, I suppose that's a given, isn't it?" Din thought for a long moment before finally shaking his hand. "Right, hello." Inside, Din was thinking, what in the world is this guy even talking about? Surveying the chaotic scene, a classic setup for any good manhwa. Recap, Droyan was full of praise. "You are truly impressive. I heard that. You were admitted to the General Studies program, which is why Anne's traps didn't affect you. He's quite disappointed, you know." And who was standing half hidden behind the others quietly turned his face away and raised a hand to scratch, his hair muttering under his breath in frustration. "Of course I get caught in the crossfire. Damn it, how did my plan turn into this?" Droyan didn't pay any attention to Anne's expression, continuing with the introductions. "He is the heir to the renowned Worm Hunter clan." Upon hearing that, a small smile touched Din's lips as a thought crossed his mind. It suddenly clicked for him. So this little guy was the mastermind. As soon as he finished speaking, Droyan turned and signaled to the three people behind him. "Hey, you all should come over and say hello." The other three came forward, responding with a bit of hesitation. "Ah, yes." Droyan then gestured to a young woman and introduced her. "This is Priscilla, a fourth-year student in the neurology department. It's probably best not to get on her bad side. She's someone who dreams of becoming a cleric, so she's rather." Before he could finish, Priscilla cut him off, her voice cold, but her words emphasized, kind and beautiful. She then proceeded to introduce herself with a completely neutral expression. "Hello, I am Priscilla Neliel, the forsaken child of my clan. Once you enroll in the neurology department of this magic academy, you can just forget about the prospect of marriage." Din flashed a charming smile and gave a polite nod. "Of course. I look forward to your guidance, my lady." The instant their hands made contact, Priscilla's face contorted in utter shock. She yanked her hand back, her questions tumbling out. What? What is this? How can his mana be so powerful? The astonishment was written all over her face, as if she couldn't trust her own senses. Seeing how young Din was, she blurted out, "This is not the kind of magical power a person at our age should be able to possess." Droyan, standing nearby, was also taken aback. "What was that?" Priscilla completely ignored Droyan's words, her gaze still locked on Din as she mumbled, "His level of mana is truly unbelievable." And who had been silent up to this point, finally spoke, his voice filled with curiosity. "Is it really that incredible?" Priscilla didn't answer him directly, instead, staring at her own hand, still looking dazed. "It is," and glanced over, sideways, a hint of annoyance rising within him. "Humph. Just using his powerful mana to show off and get attention." At that very moment, a red-haired boy pushed forward from the back and unapologetically wedged himself between Din and Priscilla. "Hey Din," he said. Priscilla scowled with irritation. "Don't just butt in like that." Completely ignoring her, he went on with his introduction. "I'm SC Hasbro, a second-year student in the martial arts department. I'm nothing like those obnoxious guys in the bodybuilding club, so don't get us confused." The mention of muscles made Din recall the two brawny figures he had encountered earlier. "Oh, you mean those guys," SC Hasbro clarified. Further, muscles are important, sure, but martial arts aren't about showing off. If you're ever interested, just let me know, and I'll teach you what true martial arts are." Din nodded his assent. Priscilla then glanced toward Anne, saying, "That just leaves one last person, doesn't it?" and maintained his arrogant stance, arms crossed as he turned away. Seeing that, and still had his back to them, Priscilla prompted him. "Anne, your introduction, it's your turn." Droyan chimed in. Could it be that he's pouting? Is it because of the traps? And kept his eyes shut, ignoring the chatter around him. He thought to himself, over something like that, so petty. After a few moments of deliberation, and changed his mind. He turned, stepped forward to shake Din's hand, and introduced himself curtly. "I'm Anne." Din smiled back, A pleasure. He watched Anne's expression, a flicker of doubt in his mind. He's probably upset that I ruined all the traps he worked so hard to prepare. Maybe I should offer some praise. Din raised a hand, making a complimentary gesture, while also pointing out the shortcomings. The traps were actually very good. It's clear you understand mechanisms and triggers quite well, but the most glaring issue is. Hearing this, Anne cried out in disbelief. What Din ignored Anne's shocked expression and continued with his analysis, offered a suggestion. Next time, instead of using F6 break, maybe mixing F3 silver with D6 break in a 4:6 ratio would be better. With that level of brightness, they'll be harder to spot. And stood there listening to Din's explanation, his expression gradually showing agreement. Seeing that Din's points made sense, Din continued. Aside from that, anyone would easily fall for your traps. Priscilla's jaw dropped in astonishment as she looked at Din, then turned to Anne and spoke protectively. Who do you think you are trying to teach my Anne how to build traps? That's just outrageous. Another person cut in quickly, saying, all right, that's enough with the introductions. Din, I'll show you to your room. With that, the group started walking down the hallway toward the dormitories. As they walked, Din thought to himself that they were certainly an interesting bunch. In any case, his mood wasn't bad because he had made some good friends. He watched them, their cheerful chatter and laughter echoing around them. One person would say something, another would chime in, and occasionally, they'd bicker and yelled out in frustration. See, everyone heard it. He said the traps were well made, Priscilla teased. Oh my, how adorable. And immediately bristled, protesting, I'm not a child, so stop talking like that. Din smiled, a sense of amusement rising within him. Life at this magic academy would surely get more interesting from here on out. In front of the academy, Leila let out a loud shout after seeing the study plan. Look at this. We have 6 major specific classes this semester. Din stood opposite Leila and nodded in confirmation. It's only 3 majors, but each one requires 2 lecture sessions, and on top of that, there are general education courses. Leila looked displeased. What are we going to do? There won't even be time to sleep. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Din, she said. And you signed up for extra general ed classes. Can you even handle that? You seriously won't have any time to sleep, Leila added with a grave expression. Normally, first-year students only have 4 classes. Think about it, maybe we can skip the first class. Din glanced at her, a slight smirk on his face. You'll need a better reason than that. You think that's a valid excuse? That's the reason why military studies was added as 2 general education sessions. Leila remembered being in the classroom earlier, her eyes widening and jaw-dropping as she looked at the grade sheet. Ugh, you're so heartless. I'm terrified of military studies. During the first semester exams, my grades were dragged down so much because of it. For anyone watching this Manhwa recap, you'll know it's a notoriously tough subject. Back in the present, she stood with her legs crossed, looking at Din. That's the top student for you. I'll see you later in the swordsmanship major class. I have to go to my general education lecture now. Hearing this, Din became a little curious. What kind of lecture was it? Seeing his inquisitive look, she winked and pulled out a thick book titled Understanding Cosmetics and Skin. A fleeting thought crossed Din's mind. Girls will be girls. He let out a soft chuckle, then said his goodbyes and left. All right, see you later. Inside the classroom, everyone was buzzing about Din as they had all heard about Dino's outstanding achievements. Why is he here? Is he actually attending the lecture? The students in the back whispered amongst themselves. Could it be, as a count's son? He seems a bit cold, don't you think? I think I know what you mean. Din sat down at the front, his brow furrowed in annoyance, silently complaining to himself about people who gossip loud enough for the subject to hear everything. I can hear you, you know. He sat down at his desk, placed the book in his hand down, and opened Introduction to Military Studies. He had already read up on this section, so he understood the gist of it. Based on what he read yesterday, some of this content was familiar, but some of it completely contradicted reality. Well, that makes sense. If theory and practice were always in perfect sync, no country would ever lose a war. Din's gaze darkened slightly as he thought. But the reason military studies is taught is because the fundamental theory is crucial. As he was lost in thought, the chatter of the students suddenly grew louder, breaking his train of thought. The professor is here. Francisco Gabus strode in with a stern expression and bellowed. What is all this commotion? Settle down immediately. He slammed his hand on the desk and introduced himself. Greetings, everyone. I am Francisco Gabus, and I will be in charge of teaching military theory. You may all address me as Professor Gabus, he continued. Next up is roll call. Just like in any other class, once we're done with attendance, we will begin the lesson immediately. Sitting in his seat, Din silently assessed the professor. From the look on his face, he seems to be a man with extensive battlefield experience. Thinking this, Din smiled inwardly. This should be interesting. Francisco paused for a moment before laying out the important information. To truly understand military studies, one must delve deep into its theories, truly be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers often act on impulse, so a commander must constantly balance the desire for victory with the need to preserve their troops' lives. By understanding these real-world contradictions, we can finally grasp the core value of military theory. Francisco concluded, his gaze sweeping over the students of the Magic Academy. He then posed a challenging question. I'm truly curious how many future prodigies in this room will become elite warriors. In your opinion, what is the single most crucial element in warfare? The moment he finished speaking, a hand shot up into the air. Francisco followed the gesture and saw it was Deno. All right, the student, with his hand raised, please state your opinion, he invited. Deno didn't hesitate for a second, delivering his answer loud and clear. Logistics and supply lines, sir. A murmur swept through the hall, as students expressed their shock, never expecting an answer so precisely on point. Francisco nodded satisfied. It was completely correct. He resumed his lecture, his voice echoing through the lecture hall. Victory, progress, and every great success can only be achieved when the supply chain is firmly secured. Having said that, he gave Deno an appreciative glance. The entire audience fell silent. It was fascinating. Someone had nailed the correct answer right from the get-go. Francisco folded his arms, posing a follow-up question specifically for Deno. In that case, do you know the 3 most important principles of supply management? Deno answered with unwavering confidence. First, strict military administration. The process of moving supplies from a central hub to the front lines isn't merely a matter of physical distance. It's a long and intricate system. If any individual harbors ill intent, corruption can easily take root, and this quickly leads to critical supply shortages. Deno seemed to be recalling a past life, a common trope in this kind of manhwa recap. In my personal experience, most supply chain issues originate with irresponsible individuals acting as middlemen, even when the initial shipment is transported safely. Francisco was clearly impressed with this student. Precisely. Deno continued with a calm demeanor. The second principle is the standardization of supplies. If the quantity and weight of all items are unified under a common standard, mass production becomes feasible. This greatly facilitates rapid resupply, allowing frontline units to maintain their combat effectiveness without being diminished. As he finished, the hall erupted in whispers again, because what Deno was saying was something they had never encountered in any textbook. What in the world? One student muttered. None of this is in our books. Francisco chuckled inwardly. Oh, what's this? He pressed on. That's correct. So, what is the final principle? Deno didn't keep his professor waiting. He answered swiftly, that would be local production. The longer a war drags on, the more difficult it becomes to strictly adhere to the first 2 principles, and the quality of supplies will inevitably decline. He recalled a scene of common folk toiling diligently, farming the land, and then proposed. This requires soldiers on the battlefield to find ways to become minimally self-sufficient. Although the quantity and quality might be low, it's still enough to serve as an emergency reserve during critical moments. Deno continued, his voice laced with emotion. These are all things I have personally witnessed and experienced on the battlefield. Those rows of vibrant green cabbages, basking in the sun, all grown through everyone's hard work. As the students listened to Deno's analysis, the entire hall held its breath. No one dared make a sound, fearing they might break the spell. The students' eyes were wide, their jaws slack with astonishment at his words, which went far beyond their own comprehension. Absolutely incredible. Francisco was thrilled to have a student with such profound insight. Well done. That was an exceptionally brilliant answer. What year are you? Deno replied. I'm a first year, sir. Hearing that Deno was a freshman, the professor was even more astonished. What? You're only a first-year student. He looked at Deno, who stood composed and confident, and Francisco wondered how a newly enrolled student at this magic academy could possibly possess this level of knowledge. He stepped down from the podium and approached him. Strict military administration, standardization of supplies, and finally local production for self-sufficiency. A hint of suspicion crossed Francisco's face. Those answers were born from the practical experience of soldiers and officers on the battlefield. As someone with no actual combat experience, how could you possibly know this? Cornered by the professor's intense questioning, Deno was at a loss for words and had to invent an excuse. My father. He used to tell me stories about these things, sir. Francisco's curiosity was piqued. Your father? And who might he be? Which would make you? At that, the young man introduced himself, Count Gress. The professor's eyes widened. Deno Francisco broke into a cold sweat. That name, that aura. It's all too familiar. Familiar? He's the son of the Green Gale. So that's the reason. Francisco recalled the moment Dean's father stood his ground against a monstrous assault. If he's from the Gress family, then he must be the student who passed the freelance major. Thinking back on his confident posture as he spoke of things the other students had never experienced, Francisco marveled to himself. No wonder his skill level is leagues above the other freshmen. He spread his arms, cleared his throat, and announced, You all heard him loud and clear, right? Mastering the military theory we're about to study means doing exactly what that student just described. It's about applying theory appropriately to real-world situations and building upon the foundational knowledge from your textbooks. The students below were all hanging on his every word. Francisco concluded this is the ultimate goal of military science that we aim for. Francisco glanced over at Dean, silently appraising him. It had been a long time since such a brilliant student had emerged. Dean sensed the professor's eyes on him and turned to look, their gazes locking for a moment. Francisco quickly averted his eyes and resumed the lecture. All right, let's move on to the next section. When the break came, everyone gathered in the vast front courtyard of the Magic Academy. Dean seemed irritated, muttering to himself as he walked. That was too close. I was almost roped into the graduate school. He remembered, right as class was dismissed, Francisco had stopped him to ask, Have you ever considered pursuing a deeper study of military science? At the time, Dean was a little suspicious. The professor had called him over. The second class ended, and was already trying to recruit a freshman into the graduate program. It seemed a bit too eager on the professor's part. Dean then recalled his older sister's warning from his childhood. If anyone ever tries to recruit you into the Imperial Graduate Academy, you refuse and walk away immediately. Dean became pensive. It didn't seem like the professor would give up that easily. He then remembered the map in his hand and shook his head to clear his thoughts. My priority right now is... Dean pulled the map from his pocket, still not quite used to the academy's layout. It was so vast, he still wasn't accustomed to navigating with a map. His finger darted across the parchment. The meeting spot was the central fountain plaza. Then, Dean's eyes landed on a specific location on the map. Oh, there it is. The moment he looked up, he found he had already stepped into the Misty Garden. Cutting through here would be the fastest route. This garden was magnificent and grand, almost like a palace courtyard. The Misty Garden was a place where visibility was limited even on the clearest of days. And when the weather turned even slightly overcast, everything would blur into a haze, making it incredibly easy to get lost. This entire section of the Magic Academy was a vast garden, shrouded in perpetual mist, causing most people to avoid it entirely. Dean paused, looking around at the birds flitting between branches, and thought to himself, Plus, there are those rumors about ghosts appearing here at night. He smirked. Doesn't seem as bad as my sister made it out to be. He glanced up at the sky. It was clear and blue, with a warm sun. With weather this good, he'd be through in the blink of an eye. As he walked, he approached a large door, and a desperate cry for help echoed from within. Help me. Is anyone there? Anyone at all? Please, someone help me. He turned his head, puzzled. Is someone in there? Dean pinpointed the source of the noise. It was coming from inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Dean took off. As he ran, he thought, I have plenty of time before my next class. I can get them out. With that, Dean picked up his pace, sprinting towards the sound. He shoved the heavy door open, freeing the person trapped inside. The boy was clutching a personal backpack, and he immediately started thanking Dean profusely. Thank you so much. I thought I was going to be stuck in there forever. Dean looked him over with concern and asked, Are you injured at all? The young man standing before him had messy hair, large round-rimmed glasses, and an armful of supplies. He squinted and offered a sheepish grin, shaking his head. I'm just a little exhausted, but I'm okay. He quickly introduced himself. Oh, I'm Eris, a first year in the exploration department. Dean casually slipped his hands into his pockets, a skeptical look on his face. Huh, the exploration department, and you still managed to get yourself lost like this? Eris scratched the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. Well, I got so excited that I just started wandering around without thinking. Dean thought to himself, as far as excuses go in a manhwa recap, that one sounded pretty flimsy. How excited do you have to be to completely lose your bearings? He decided not to comment, changing the subject instead. If you're a Baron Eris, you must be from the Western Territories, right? Your family crest is a ship and a sailor, I believe. Eris was stunned that Dean knew so much about him and his family. He lit up with excitement and began to boast about his family's pride. Whoa, you know about us, that's right. My family is the most renowned name in the entire field of exploration, absolutely. For generations, my family has charted countless seas and discovered strange new lands. As Eris went on, Dean quietly observed him from head to toe. The boy looked. Deno couldn't help but noticed that Ernest didn't look particularly well, though his frail build suggested that was his normal state. Ernest just scratched his head with a laugh, setting down his heavy backpack. He then stepped closer. It's surprising you know about my family. What's your name? I'm Dino. Gradino replied. At that, Ernest's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in astonishment. He finally managed to exclaim, You're the new student who got into the independent studies major after 50 years. Deno sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, Yeah, that's me. He laughed a bit awkwardly. Ah, you're making it sound like a big deal. While Ernest was still buzzing with excitement, Deno sighed internally and took a closer look at him. That's when he noticed a strange mark on Ernest's neck. And even though Ernest claimed he wasn't hurt, Deno wondered what were those bruises and the scars. These marks looked very different from the typical scrapes one gets from exploring. Deno's brow furrowed slightly. He decided to get straight to the point. Are you exploring this garden? Ernest didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right, exploration. Gets me incredibly excited. To be honest, for me, it's not just this garden. Everything new I come across is an adventure waiting to happen. It's not just this labyrinth of a garden, but also the people and objects all around us. He excitedly showed Deno the items he'd brought along for his expedition, which included binoculars, a compass, and various other tools. Deno eyed the collection skeptically. All of this is just for exploring. Seems like a bit much. The two of them crouched down on the ground. Ernest continued to explain, My goal is to explore every nook and cranny of this entire magic academy. He then pointed a finger towards the sky. And this foggy garden is naturally on my list. There's definitely something unnatural going on here. The sky is overcast, but for the fog to be this dense, doesn't that seem a bit absurd? Deno's eyes widened as he nodded in agreement. You've got a point. So have you figured anything out? Ernest shook his head, looking disappointed. Not yet, but I'm certain some kind of power is at play in this garden. Deno chimed in. But isn't it said that no one has ever been able to unravel its mysteries? At this, Ernest's spirits suddenly seemed to rally. He nodded eagerly. Exactly. But what if there's a specific reason no one has thought to solve it? Or perhaps they've tried and failed? Deno posed the crucial question. A reason it can't be solved. Ernest avoided Deno's gaze, his brow furrowing as he answered firmly. Exactly. For now, it's impossible to know for sure. He then proceeded to lay out the hypothesis he'd been working on. Let's just suppose this is a power generated by some unidentified elements or objects, like say ferocious magical beasts, or perhaps relics from a long-vanished ancient kingdom, or maybe even summoned creatures from beyond the horizon. Hearing this, Deno's expression slowly shifted to one of keen interest. Relics from an ancient kingdom. Now that would be truly fascinating. This only fueled Ernest's excitement. See, you think so too, don't you? I'm desperate to uncover that secret. Suddenly, Deno remembered he had a lecture to attend, and hastily said, "Oh right, I was on my way to my class." Ernest became flustered, glancing around frantically, before scrambling to pack up his gear. Just as they were getting ready to leave, a sudden downpour began. The rain was coming down hard, causing Ernest to cry out, "Whoa, it's raining." The two of them quickly dashed for cover under a nearby awning. Ernest's eyes went wide as he glanced behind them, yelling, "Deno, this is a huge problem. They say that when it rains here, the fog gets worse." Deno was taken aback. What if that's true? Then getting out of here will be nearly impossible, right? The rain began to fall even harder. Ernest grew anxious. Exactly, we're going to get completely disoriented. He quickly pulled out a small box containing his compass. The needle spun a few times before suddenly whirling completely out of control. A cold sweat broke out on Ernest's brow. "We're toast this time." Then he announced gravely, "Just as I feared, the compass is useless. We're completely stuck now." Deno was puzzled. "Can't you figure a way out with your exploration skills?" Ernest helplessly clutched the compass case, his head bowed in defeat. "It's an unknown force. Damn it, we're trapped. My body feels so heavy." All of a sudden, what are we going to do? Seeing Deno's stunned expression, he internally replayed Ernest's words. An unknown force. Damn it, we're trapped. Ernest was clearly feeling panicked, repeating, "My body feels even heavier now. What do we do?" "I'm so sorry, Deno. This is all my fault." Deno tried to calm him down. "It's all right. Let's just wait here and see what happens." After watching for a moment, a dense fog suddenly enveloped them, a classic setup you'd see in any tense manhwa recap. Deno sensed something odd. This fog. It feels strangely familiar. Or is it just my imagination? It feels like this fog is actually empowering me. Meanwhile, Ernest had slumped to the ground, his hair soaked, wiping away tears with his hands. Ernest was in tears, blaming himself for making things worse. At this rate, Din would be in grave danger. Suddenly, a flash of blue light stopped his crying. Ernest glanced over, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He saw power radiating from Din, overflowing in an orderly fashion. The force emanating from him was so powerful, it was simply staggering. The sheer force of this magic felt like a powerful gust of wind blasting against his face. Ernest cried out as Din raised his hands to brace himself. This mana is incredible. After a long moment, the power gradually receded. Ernest wondered to himself, is the mist dissipating from Din? Seeing the lingering aura of power around Din, he asked, "Din, what on earth is happening?" Instead of answering, Din simply said, "Let's go." Then he looked Ernest straight in the eye and declared confidently, "I think I know the way out now." The two of them stood on the shore of a tranquil lake, surrounded by an ethereal mist that shrouded the center of the mysterious garden. Ernest, with a look of pure curiosity, pointed to the majestic fountain before them and said, "This is the magic fountain at the very center." Din, looking puzzled, asked back, "Is there something special about it?" Ernest suddenly took on a mysterious air. "Of course, most of the students from our magic academy who enter this misty garden are here for this very thing." As he spoke, he realized something. He asked in surprise, "Don't you know the legend of this place?" Din raised an eyebrow and replied, "There's a legend." Ernest then began to recount the tale that was often whispered among the students. Legend says that if someone reaches this place before the mist disappears, they will be reunited with the person they most desire to see. Din thought to himself, it's just a fabricated romantic story. However, he had another question. How could the fountain's magic still be active? Just getting here was a huge challenge. So how does it even operate? Startled, Ernest scratched his head and replied, "You've got a point." Din stared intently at the crystal clear water flowing down from the fountain. Observing its colossal size, he speculated, if there isn't someone constantly pouring magic into it, then there must be an even more powerful source, one so immense that it doesn't need replenishing. Ernest mumbled, his eyes glinting with thought. A power source. If that's the case, could this entire garden be a giant mechanism? Din nodded in agreement. The layout of this garden is unnecessarily complex and convoluted. You might be right. Hearing this, Ernest exclaimed excitedly, right, if the garden is a massive mechanism, then this magic fountain could be an incredibly ancient artifact. Din recalled what was said earlier, and thought, and the mist must be related to this as well. He reached out his hand, lightly touching the flowing water. He felt the cool current. This feeling. I'm sure of it. Then his eyes slowly closed, as he sensed something within him reacting, as if reuniting with a long-lost friend. As if struck by a thought, his body froze and his eyes snapped open. He had finally found the answer. This is ancient magic. His gaze then fell upon a series of strange characters he hadn't noticed before, and he reached out to touch them. Ernest followed his movement and gasped in amazement. Wait, this is the secret language? Din asked doubtfully. The secret language? Ernest nodded affirmatively. That's right. I wasn't sure just by looking, but now that I'm touching it, I'm certain. He explained, it's the language used in the long-lost ancient kingdom of Secret. Din was quite surprised. You know about this too? Ernest gave a sheepish laugh. Of course I'm an explorer. Studying ancient languages is crucial for an adventurer. As if to prove his point, he placed his hand on the secret characters, murmuring, it would be so frustrating to reach ancient ruins and not be able to read what's written there. With that, Ernest pulled an old brown notebook from his coat. Of course, I haven't mastered every language. He twirled a pen in his hand, adding with a playful tone, but I was taught this particular one since I was a child. Ernest grinned and said, let me try to decipher it. Din chuckled at his swiftness. Haha, your explorer's instincts are really kicking in. Ernest began to translate, muttering to himself. Let's see, this word means qualified. And the next one is this world. The tip of his pen moved continuously across the paper, making a soft scratching sound. That's it. Suddenly, a rare seriousness appeared on Ernest's excited face. His hand began to move faster and faster, a scene worthy of any manhwa recap. Ernest lowered his voice, and then he cheerfully announced, Din, I've deciphered it. Din asked back, his voice filled with anticipation. What does it say? Ernest held up the notebook now filled with writing and read aloud. Those who are qualified shall prove their strength. Din was stunned, repeating the words qualified to prove it. He wondered to himself, does qualified mean ancient magic? Somehow, the closer he got to the center, the more familiar it felt. Nis smiled. How interesting. The qualification mentioned is ancient magic. There's no way someone like that could exist. Din also smiled and replied, thank you. Then Nis's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw mystical blue streams of light wrapping around Din. Unable to contain his curiosity, Nis asked Din, what are you doing? Din, still focused on the streams of light, narrowed his eyes slightly. It was said that ancient runes held power within their very shapes. He recalled the bracelet he was wearing and silently speculated, if I use this bracelet. Din raised his hand, and the streams of light began to flow. One after another, they funneled into the bracelet. Just as he'd thought, strange characters began to appear on its surface. He smiled, satisfied with his deduction. Din extended his hand again, and the streams of light flew out in succession. The secret characters seemed to come alive, moving gently before they started to shift. They transformed into characters of a different shape, and then morphed once more into yet another form. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, as if a convoy of carriages were passing by. The tremors grew stronger, and even the stone pillars of the fountain toppled over. Nis frowned with worry, wondering what was suddenly happening. The shaking became violent, and the fountain slowly began to sink its descent, accelerating rapidly. Watching the scene unfold, Nis exclaimed in shock, Din, what exactly did you do? The fountain has completely sunk into the ground. Din just smiled silently, thinking to himself, amazing. That was the right answer. A sudden, powerful gust of wind swept through the area. Ernest thought, what in the world? He was skeptical. Did the mist activate the ancient ruins? Could it be that simple? His gaze then fell upon the streams of light. They were swirling around the bracelet on Din's wrist. Ernest suddenly understood the qualified person was Din all along. Abruptly, the blue object within the sunken fountain began to emit a brilliant light. Din cried out, "Look, something is glowing in the center." Both of them stared, their mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment. "It's so beautiful," Nis breathed. "It looks like a gem. That must be the power source that operated this fountain." Din voiced his own thoughts. "Perhaps it's the reason behind all the strange phenomena in this garden." Nis was in awe. "Incredible." Din's brow raised slightly, his voice filled with anticipation as the soothing blue light from the object continued to shine. Din raised his voice, declaring, "Time to see some real ancient magic." He stepped into the center of the circle and gently raised his hand, feeling the energy. Waves of spiritual energy brushed against his palm. Din frowned slightly, observing this power. "It's ancient mana. It's just like my own." Suddenly, the power within him surged so intensely that it overflowed. Ancient text abruptly appeared, taking him completely by surprise. "Ah, this is Ana, which existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy." He was amazed. "This is incredible. I can understand the ancient language I could never read before. This truly is the legacy of the magic kingdom of Ana. So, I've now absorbed this power." All of a sudden, a sharp, unusual pain shot through his chest. Din gritted his teeth, trying to endure it. The unprovoked agony. "Oh, my heart." His heart felt as if it were being torn apart by something invisible, as if something was flowing into it. It felt like it was swelling up, constricting his blood vessels, and cutting off circulation. A strange image suddenly appeared before Din's eyes. This circle. After observing it closely, he finally recognized the core and the circle. It reminded him of the ancient mages who once possessed them. Their functions were opposites, making it extremely difficult to have both. Due to its poor efficiency and the harm it caused, the body magic swordsman often had to live with heart conditions. That was how Din rationalized his body's reaction. Back in the present, he was striding across the school grounds, telling himself, "That's why I don't want to create a circle that can only use magic. This is a key plot point in this Magic Academy story. But am I being forced to?" He then regained his composure. "Really, how? How did you know?" Din saw Nis was still gaping in amazement and just smiled inwardly. As the raindrops grew heavier, with no sign of stopping, he thought, "I might just uncover the secret of this entire place." He walked ahead, clearing a path for Ernest. The blue light was still enveloping Din. Nis remained skeptical. What is going on? Looking at the power surrounding Din, he thought, this is the mysterious mist that so many mages have yet to unravel. Yet Din could walk right through it as if it were nothing. This Manhwa recap is getting intense as Ernest bent down to look at Din's footsteps. The wisps. The fog automatically dissipated wherever Din walked. Moreover, the mist cleared in his path, making the view crystal clear as he passed. Ernest silently affirmed, this guy was truly miraculous. After walking for a while, Din suddenly stopped and announced, "We're almost there." Ernest looked around, bewildered. "Really? You found the way?" But it wasn't the way out that was surprising. It was the very center of the misty garden. Ernest watched Din closely, noticing his friend's face seemed uncharacteristically pale. With a worried expression, he asked, "Din, are you really okay? You haven't looked well this whole time." Din forced a natural-looking smile to reassure him. "Don't worry about it, I just have a lot on my mind, that's all." A flicker of curiosity sparked in Ernest's eyes as he recalled the strange scene from earlier, and he couldn't help but ask, "Oh, right, you have no idea how surprised I was. But that power just now? Did you absorb it?" Ernest tilted his head, trying to make sense of it. "And that mist made of characters too? It seems like there's something special related to you, isn't there?" Din couldn't answer right away. He was weighing something important in his mind. Ernest must be incredibly curious, having witnessed everything firsthand. Din thought to himself, but maybe it's better for both of us if we don't get too deeply involved in these matters. With that, Din just gave a faint smile and made up an excuse. "I was just reacting the way my sister taught me. To be honest, I don't really know the specific details." Hearing this, Ernest had to accept it. "I see. Well, if you find out anything later, you have to tell me." "Okay," Din readily agreed, his eyes holding a hidden meaning. "Of course." A new idea suddenly popped into Ernest's head. He suggested excitedly, "You know, I feel like a real adventurer today. What do you say we team up and uncover the deep mysteries of this magic academy together?" Din accepted the offer with a returning smile. "All right then, if we discover any magical phenomena or locations, let's promise to share them with each other." He agreed once more, but in reality his mind was on something else entirely. "I wonder if there are similar concentrations of magic in other places." Suddenly, Ernest remembered something important and quickly reminded him, "Hey, Din, didn't you say you had a class?" It was only then that Din snapped out of it lightly, tapping his forehead. "That's right." Din immediately apologized. "Oh, sorry, I have to go first." He then hurried off, calling back, "See you later." Ernest smiled and replied, "Okay, see you later." He stood there, musing to himself, "What an interesting guy. If I explore with Din, I'm sure we'll discover some amazing things, making for a great manhwa recap later on." Meanwhile, Din was dashing away at an astonishing speed. As he ran, he felt a change within his body and wondered, "This is strange. Why do I feel more comfortable moving like this?" He started to notice the excess energy flowing within him. He pondered. The circle and the core were coexisting without any sense of separation or conflict. Normally, the magic from the core would be interfered with by the circle, making it extremely inefficient. Din's steps grew more agile, and his speed increased noticeably. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, I don't feel anything unusual at all. At this thought, the corner of Din's mouth curled up slightly. No, it's quite the opposite. He began to analyze the secret surrounding the magic circle and core inside his body. It felt as if the mana was circulating smoothly through the circle and then concentrating in the core. Moreover, the mana concentrated in the core was purer and much more powerful than before. Din channeled more energy into his legs, accelerating even further, and thought cheerfully to himself, "This is incredible. I have to contact my eldest sister immediately." A short while later, Din arrived in the Onston district, a place with a bustling atmosphere and ancient architecture. Leila was excitedly pointing and telling him, "So this is the famous Onston ward everyone talks about. Din, look, the entrance is over there." As soon as Din saw their destination, his eyes widened in amazement. Leila quickly introduced him to the famous magic curtain of this place. Hearing that, Din asked curiously, "A magic curtain?" Leila then began to explain in detail. It was created by Saul Homston, a legendary mage who graduated from this very magic academy. This is a special curtain that only opens once a year, exclusively for new students with magical talent. She added another important detail. If you pass through it, it will display a different color, depending on the quality and rank of each person's magical power. Dean finally understood the situation. "Ah, so that's how it works." Leila then continued to recount the history of the barrier, explaining that it was originally a state-of-the-art device used to detect dark mages secretly infiltrating the academy. She added, "It seems that after the dark mages were wiped out, its function was changed to serve the purpose of selecting students, as it does now." Dean still had a lingering question, so he asked, "So, what color corresponds to each rank?" Without a moment's hesitation, Leila immediately clarified, "Oh, that's simple. If you have no talent, the barrier won't change color. A decent level shows up as yellow, a pretty good talent is blue, and an overwhelmingly powerful one will turn it red." After hearing this, Dean couldn't help but be impressed. "Seems like you've done a lot of research," he noted. Leila explained, "That's because I want to know everything about this magic academy." She then revealed another tidbit to Dean, "Your sisters. You know they all passed with a red result." With that, Leila briskly stepped forward. "Dean, I'll go in first then." She confidently stepped into the magical barrier. Instantly, the entire space around the barrier erupted in a brilliant, fiery red. Leila cheered excitedly at the red glow, and Dean couldn't hold back his admiration. Praising her, "That's amazing," she spoke with pride. "Well, I have to be at this level, of course." A bit curious himself, Dean suggested, "All right, my turn." He then began to step inside the magical barrier, speculating as he walked, "Mine should probably be red too, right?" Dean felt a little tense, clenching his fists, thinking to himself that he'd absorbed ancient magic, so he should be stronger than normal. However, the color that appeared was a strange eye-catching emerald green. Both of them were completely stunned by this unexpected sight. They were speechless. "Ha, Green, what just happened? There's no green rank," Leila exclaimed in shock. "Why are you always so different from everyone else?" All Dean could do was laugh it off, trying to maintain a calm facade. "Ha ha, you've got a point there." But inside his head, the question, "Why did that happen?" echoed over and over again. Meanwhile, in a classroom at the academy, a group of students was gathered, whispering amongst themselves. "Did you see his emblem? Is he really from the finance department?" One person muttered. "Some guy who only studies money is in this class." The murmurs wouldn't stop. "How should I know? Are the magic department's classes that famous? He'll probably just come for the first lecture and then leave." The subject of their gossip then slowly entered the classroom. A classmate quickly ran up to ask another student. "What's going on?" Dean asked Arthur. "Why are you here?" Arthur replied. "Oh, I just stopped by because I have some business to handle after class." This man was Arthur Jomet, the student representative for the magic department. He was currently asking the person in front of him with great enthusiasm, but he hasn't arrived yet. "You know the interdisciplinary student Count Gress?" The other student stammered in reply. He said he would be taking this class, but I haven't seen him yet either." Hearing this, Arthur sounded a little disappointed. "Is that so? He must be on his way." He then instructed the other student, "When he gets here, bring him to me." "All right. Since he's Senior Arab's younger brother, I have to take special care of him." The student quickly agreed. "Yes, sir." Just at that moment, a huge commotion erupted in the hallway outside. Everyone turned their gaze toward the classroom door and began to shower praises. "He's so handsome. Look at his eyes. They're just like emeralds. And the person next to him is Leila Tomian, right?" Hearing their chatter, Leila gently nudged Dean's elbow, teasing him. "You're loving this, aren't you, star student? Everywhere you go, you're the topic of conversation." In this Manhwa recap, the moment Arthur saw him, a smug grin spread across his face. "Oh ho, he's finally here." He acted incredibly enthusiastic, greeting him with, "Dean, it's a pleasure to meet you." Dean replied coolly. "I saw you on the opening day. You really stood out." Dean looked the person before him up and down, then wondered to himself, who is this guy? He seems to be an upperclassman, but why is he acting so overly familiar? It was just strange. So Dean asked bluntly, "But who are you? Doesn't the magic department teach basic introductions?" Hearing this, Arthur's face darkened, and his tone shifted. Dean, oblivious to the man's ugly expression, continued. "If you have business with me, you should at least say who you are." Arthur was absolutely furious, cursing internally. This arrogant little brat. The surrounding crowd was also completely shocked, whispering, "Did he just say that to Senior Arthur? This is going to be a huge problem. If you offend a senior, your life at this magic academy is pretty much over." Arthur's voice immediately turned harsh, and he sharply criticized Dean. "I personally came here because you're the younger brother of a senior I deeply respect, yet you act so arrogant, not knowing your place, your station. Have you ever considered how your attitude might tarnish your family's reputation?" Dean just hummed in response, his demeanor completely unfazed. "I've never really thought about it. No. In fact, from my perspective, aren't you the one being rude right now?" The other guy gritted his teeth, seething. "You have no idea who you're talking to." Arthur put on a show of being tense and furious, but inwardly, he was already justifying his next move. "If I let this slide, my own reputation will take a hit. Senior Iran will surely understand." With that thought, he reached out threateningly. "It looks like you need to be taught a lesson." The two students stood face to face, the air crackling with tension. Just then, a stern male voice shattered the silence. "What's going on here? Is there a problem, Arthur?" With a quick change of expression, hastily cooked up an excuse. "Professor, I was just stopping by to greet the first-year juniors." The head of the magic department, Renevo, with a hint of impatience, reminded him. "Is that so? If you want to socialize, do it after class." Arthur immediately obeyed, turning to leave and muttering, "I'll let it go this time." Beside Din, Leila whispered a warning. "Din, be careful. That guy looks like bad news." However, Arthur hadn't given up yet. He quietly gave an order to his crony. "Take him to that place." The underling showed a flicker of fear, questioning, But he's Senior Aaron's little brother. Are you sure we should do that?" Arthur quickly reassured him. "I'll explain it to my senior. Just take him there." Later in class, Professor Renavo brought out a special device with a gem affixed to the top and began his introduction. Today is just an orientation for this course, so I'll keep it brief and will dismiss early. Since this is a practical combat class, we need to measure our mana levels. As soon as they saw the device, the students buzzed with excitement, recognizing the mana measurement tool, often seen in a magic academy. I've seen one of those before. Professor Renavo continued his instructions. If you place your hand on the device and channel your mana into it, countless streams of energy will immediately materialize around it. He explained further. This will show you how many magic circles you possess. Seeing the sparkling circles behind the professor, the students were all gobsmacked with amazement. 18 magic circles. He's a professor after all. Professor Renavo pointed to the circles and elaborated. Of course, while the number of circles can be the same, the higher your proficiency, the deeper the color will become. He also offered some comfort. Sometimes a circle might not appear at all, but that doesn't mean you lack talent, so don't worry too much. The students below murmured amongst themselves. That's true, some people can't even form a single circle yet. Professor Renavo quickly added. Therefore, we cannot rely solely on checking magic circles for evaluation. He turned back to the board and continued. Since you've all chosen this course, you at least need to master the fundamental spells. Professor Renavo then pulled a box filled with small orbs from a pocket dimension. We will be using these orbs to accurately assess the amount of mana you can control. The moment Din saw them, he furrowed his brow and muttered, Orbs. Professor Renavo raised his hand, controlling the orbs with his magic, and then laid out the assignment. Using the basic magic psychokinesis, I want you to demonstrate your ability to control these orbs. With that said, Professor Renavo gave a gentle wave of his hand to demonstrate. For example, like this. Instantly, a stream of magical energy swept up the orbs, causing them to move in the direction he gestured. The entire class was stunned by the performance, exclaiming with excitement, That's amazing! His control is perfect and the movements are so precise. Leila, on the other hand, seemed to think it wasn't that difficult. What's the big deal? She even pointed out. Even the power and precision of a basic spell depend entirely on the caster. You have to infuse mana into each orb individually, and then move them. With our current abilities, 3 orbs is probably the maximum. Leila then turned to Din and said, Who knows? Maybe you can control even more. Suddenly, Professor Renavo called out a name. Arthur, you're only auditing. But would you mind demonstrating for the juniors? This was a key moment in this Manhwa recap. Arthur replied, Of course, I'd be happy to. Yes, Professor. Inwardly, he was overjoyed, thinking to himself, I'll definitely show that arrogant little brat Din what's what. Din just gave him a sidelong glance, thinking, now we'll see where all that arrogance comes from. Arthur quickly stepped forward and activated the measurement device. Instantly, numerous magic circles materialized behind him. The students sitting below were utterly astonished. Whoa, as expected of Senior Arthur, he's already reached the 4th circle, and the color of his rings is so vibrant. Professor Renavo patted him on the shoulder in praise. You've improved again. Arthur bowed humbly and said, It's all thanks to your guidance, Professor. He then turned to the class and announced loudly, Typically, students only achieve 4 magic circles after graduation, but your senior has already accomplished that. Professor Renavo continued to shower him with praise. This is a truly exceptional talent. You should all learn from him. Who knows, his advice might just help you all. The class continued to buzz with whispers. Arthur held his head high, thinking to himself, It's far too early to be surprised. Din Gress, I'll show you just what the gap between us really is. He said nothing more, silently observing each orb as it was manipulated by magic circling gracefully in the air. The students were once again amazed by Arthur's skill. He's controlling those orbs so expertly. They stared at the countless orbs suspended in space and asked each other, Is it really possible to control that many? At this point, Arthur was drenched in sweat, realizing he had used all his strength. He then taunted, So how about it? Little kid. Excellent. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause. As expected, it was Arthur. Professor Renavo said to him, You've worked hard. You may step back now. Yes, Professor. Arthur shot a contemptuous smirk toward Din, thinking, Let's see what kind of power you have to back up that arrogance. Professor Renavo turned back and said, "Ah, by the way, if any student possesses no magical power, then absolutely nothing will happen. If this is a concern for you, you are free to leave the classroom now." The entire class was silent. Renavo continued, "No one good then, let's begin. Please come forward in order starting from the first row." Din and Leila watched. As events unfolded, Leila voiced her dissatisfaction. This is supposed to be an orientation, but in reality, it's just a way for everyone to show off their power in front of the whole class. Din replied, "That's right. That's precisely what this magic academy wants." The students then stepped forward, one by one, to place their hands on the orb. The first one shouted with joy, "Magic circle complete." The second person wasn't so lucky, muttering in frustration, "Why can't I feel anything?" The third person's attempt ended in a miserable failure. "Oh, the orb dropped," Professor Renavo said in a low tone. "What a pity. Next, please." Next up is Din. Professor Renavo thought to himself, "During the entrance exam, you solved my test perfectly. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how many magic circles you possess." Din placed his hand on the magic orb, and immediately streams of blue light erupted around him. Instead of displaying a power index, the system panel showed a warning, "Immeasurable." Leila and Arthur were both completely stunned. What could that possibly mean? The other students whispered in disbelief. Is the device broken? If he didn't have any circles, it would just show 0. So how can it be immeasurable? Din thought grimly. Could it be because of the ancient magic? Professor Renavo, incredulous, frowned in thought. This machine has 100% accuracy. It can detect anyone attempting to fake their rank, but now it's reporting immeasurable. How have I never seen this happen before? The professor announced loudly, "It must be overloaded. For now, let's at least complete Din's orb test." He replied, "Yes, Professor." Arthur let out a triumphant laugh. "Ha, I knew it. Nothing surprising here at all." Din stood before the orbs thinking, "So, it's immeasurable. What a shame. But let's try this instead. I'm not sure if this will work correctly." Closing his eyes, he raised his hand into the air, and those blue lights appeared once more. He used his power, causing all of the orbs to lift up and float in the air. Everyone was once again left completely speechless. Did he just lift all the orbs? Impossible. The highest record ever set was only 5 orbs. A member of Arthur's group couldn't help but cry out in shock. All of the orbs. Is he insane? Arthur was frozen in place, a sense of overwhelming disbelief washing over him. How could this possibly be happening? He wondered. Meanwhile, Leila could only manage a blank expression. She had become so accustomed to Din's extraordinary feats that she was no longer surprised. There he goes again, she thought. At this point, I'm not even shocked anymore. Din, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, thought to himself, I never imagined I could lift all of them. Perhaps after absorbing that source of ancient magic, I've become significantly stronger. He quickly refocused his concentration expertly, controlling the flow of ancient magic, and a confident smile spread across his face as he spoke. All right, let's make this performance a highlight for this Manhwa recap. Every single eye in the room was fixed on Din. Professor Renavo watched intently, questions echoing relentlessly in his mind. Am I witnessing something? What in the world is he meticulously arranging those orbs to create an image before I could even process it? A grand picture materialized in midair. It was a majestic painting constructed from innumerable shimmering orbs of mana, a truly stunning scene for this Manhwa recap. The crowd gasped in unison. It depicted a lion and a serpent, the official crest of the Stress family. Den gave a slight confident smirk, while Professor Drenavo was left utterly speechless. He thought to himself, not even Arab could pull off a feat like this. Just then, Leila stepped forward, her voice ringing out with calm composure. It's my turn now, everyone just relax. Professor Drenavo turned to Den, nodding his head in admiration. You have truly done an excellent job, Gengret. Even S. Dean, a man who has never taken on a disciple, would undoubtedly be proud to call you his student. Den gave a slight bow and replied humbly, Thank you, Professor. Suddenly, one of Arthur's companions exclaimed, Hold on. What did he say? That guy is the disciple of the former master of the Magic Tower. Now, It all makes sense why he was admitted into the advanced magic specialization. He whipped his head around to face Arthur. Panicking Arthur, what are we supposed to do now? That guy is no ordinary student. He might even be more powerful than you. Arthur, looking irritated, snapped under his breath. Be quiet, I'm thinking. Seeing his reaction, the lackey immediately backed down. Sorry. Arthur clenched his fists, his mind reeling with frustration. Damn it, the Stress family is truly formidable. Why? Are they all such monsters? With that level of power, we'll have to change our plan. He ground his teeth in annoyance. This is infuriating, but if I start a fight and lose, because he's more skilled, I'll lose face. If I can't defeat him with pure ability, I'll have to bring him to my side through other means. Arthur then spoke to his two cronies. We need to get him into the student council. Once he's on the student council, it'll be much easier to control him if he's under my authority. His two companions immediately argued, but he's only a first-year student. Yeah, even we haven't considered joining. It would be completely unprecedented for a first year to be on the student council, Arthur replied decisively. But who cares about that? Rules were made to be broken, weren't they? Hearing this, his two lackeys stood there with their jaws agape, unable to believe what they were hearing. Arthur continued, trust me, with him on our side, the reputation of our magic department will soar. He smirked deviously, thinking to himself, and of course, my own reputation and career will get a major boost as well. The scene then shifts to the inside of a room where a cheerful voice exclaims, Perfect Den. Thank you, Professor. Professor Drenevo beamed with satisfaction. If I had known about this earlier, I would have taken the other professors to task to ensure that you were admitted into the magic department. Den replied earnestly, I will give it my all, regardless of which department I'm in. Other students nearby began to whisper amongst themselves. Did you hear that? The students in the magic department had better watch their backs. Professor Drenevo clapped him firmly on the shoulder and said, if you ever have any free time, don't hesitate to come and see me. Den immediately replied with enthusiasm. Yes, Professor. Later in the academy hall, Leila turned to Den and asked curiously, how are you so incredibly skilled? How do you keep pulling off these impossible feats? Den grinned smugly. Well, to be honest, I'm not really sure myself. Leila retorted sharply. Do you think you're so special or something? He replied. But you managed to levitate 5 orbs yourself. Hearing that kind of talk from you doesn't exactly thrill me, Leila muttered under her breath. Just then, Arthur's group approached them. Arthur began. Hello, Den. I had the chance to witness your skills. He put on a friendly demeanor. The last time we met, I may have behaved a bit inappropriately. I was wondering if we could have a private conversation, Den thought to himself. So he does a complete 180 after seeing my abilities. A moment later, a voice rang out. The Student Council. That's right, the Student Council of the Royal Magic Academy. Before them stood a group of students in the middle of the Academy courtyard. The Student Council holds the power to decide school policies and manage the Academy's entire budget. Its members are all renowned and possess special privileges. The surrounding students were buzzing with chatter. For instance, the Student Council can hand down disciplinary actions to students or has the authority to approve departmental events. Arthur laid out many tempting conditions to persuade Den. Do you have any idea what you'd be passing up? A position on the Student Council is a dream for countless other students. Just spend a little more time here at the Magic Academy, and you'll realize just how incredible this offer truly is. Come on, what do you say? Think it over. An offer like that is hard to come by. Dean glanced over and saw Leila clenching her teeth, her face scrunched up like a hissing cat. He silently wondered, why does she look so furious? Suddenly, Leila grabbed his hand, pulling him along and saying, Dean, if we're slow, all the tarts will be gone. Let's hurry, he replied. Ah, that's right, I nearly forgot, Arthur exclaimed in surprise. Where are you two going? We were in the middle of talking. Dean chuckled and said, I have more important business to attend to, so please excuse me. He thought to himself, thanks Leila, your timing was absolutely perfect. Arthur said to Theo, I'm not giving up. I will convince him eventually. As Dean and Leila walked away, she fumed. That guy is such a pest. It's obvious he's desperate to get you into the Student Council. If you were to accept his offer, it would be the perfect way for him to turn you into one of his pawns. Dean chuckled. Thank you for helping me escape. Leila, still fuming, continued. More importantly, does he think I'm invisible? He didn't even spare me a single question. Dean gave a helpless laugh. So that's the real reason you're so mad, Leila retorted. It's probably because of your incredible talent on all those ridiculous exams. Today's test was just more proof. Dean teased. So you're finally admitting it, huh? Leila stammered in response. I have no other choice. He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, do they actually sell tarts here? Leila said confidently. Of course. This is the Royal Magic Academy after all. If a dessert exists anywhere in the Empire, they'll have it here. He beamed with excitement. Excellent, let's go then. The scene then shifts to Professor Drenavo. He and Arthur are in the middle of a conversation. Drenavo asks, Arthur, have you seen Dean yet? He replies, yes, he is absolutely incredible. The professor smiled pleased. Well, he might even be a cut above Arabella. Arthur asked doubtfully, is he truly on that level? Drenavo stated plainly, magic is certainly an ambiguous concept, difficult to quantify, but when it comes to innate magical talent, it's not impossible to gauge. Arthur thought in disbelief times. My goodness, is the professor implying **** that his talent surpasses the senior I've admired for so long times? Drenavo then made a request. Arthur, could you do something for me? I need you to look the other way regarding young Dean. Please, take good care of him and ensure he gets into the advanced magic class. Arthur thought, with resentment times, everyone is the same. They're all just dazzled by his talent. He continued. Actually, I met with him privately after class and invited him to join the student council, but he declined. What? Drenavo exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that he heard something from Arabella? His talent is far too great for us to let slip away. The two men fell into a contemplative silence, which was broken by Arthur, who spoke first. Yes, it's about the letter of recommendation you mentioned earlier, Professor. Professor Drenavo replied with a faint smile. Ah, that. It appears things are not going quite as smoothly as we had hoped. Seeing his concern, Drenavo continued to reassure him. Arthur, don't be so impatient. You still have a full 2 years left, correct? Surely, someone as outstanding as you will receive a recommendation to the Mage's Tower before you graduate. Arthur forced a smile, but seethed internally. Damn it, this is becoming a predictable Manhwa recap. He said the exact same thing last year. Does he think I'm not aware of his true intentions times? Professor Drenavo was just as calculating. He thought to himself, if I allow Arthur to secure a position in the Mage's Tower, now wouldn't I lose a rather amusing student to keep me entertained times? Then another thought flashed through his mind as he looked back. I heard you were the one who destroyed those 2 magic towers I was so fond of. Correct, Arthur? Suddenly cut through his train of thought. Very well, I will persuade Dean myself. Drenavo nodded and said, Excellent, Arthur. I'm counting on you for this. A surge of resentment welled up inside Arthur. Damn it all, my entire future is in that man's hands. Like it or not, I have no choice but to follow the orders of that old fossil. Returning to Dean's perspective, he was carrying a bag over his shoulder, strolling alongside Leila as they chatted. By the way, Leila, is the path to the cafeteria always this crowded? She replied. If a club has too few members or can't prove that it's active and effective, it gets shut down. Dean remarked curiously. This is the first time I've ever participated in so many events. Leila glanced at him and replied nonchalantly. Well, we did win a ton of prizes. After all. Inside Dean's bag was a trove of valuable items. 2 mana-infused stones, 15 lunch discount vouchers, 5 meal tickets and 8 discount coupons for the convenience store, along with countless other vouchers. Dean then pulled out a rolled-up scroll and said, and we even got a treasure map. Leila gasped in delight, grabbing it from him and asking, What's this? What's this? Dean explained. The senior host said, it was purchased from an auction in An. Leila's eyes widened like a little squirrel's, as she said joyfully, and you say, then it must be incredibly valuable. Seeing her adorable expression, Dean chuckled to himself, thinking that's right. His father once mentioned this auction house specializes in collecting rare and exquisite items from all over the empire, and they have the most talented appraisal team to ensure only masterpieces are sold. The jewelry pieces were encrusted with sparkling and precious rubies. Leila exclaimed excitedly, "Look at this, a treasure map of the academy, and it's still in perfect condition," Dean added Leila. "I heard this magic academy has tons of secret places and holds many mysteries." He smiled, clutching the map tightly, and thought it would definitely be fun to see it. Dean made his way to the lecture hall, finally finding the right place amidst the sprawling campus of the academy. Here it is, the history lecture hall. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The lively chatter of students from various classes around him made him feel much more at ease. He thought to himself, "It's a good thing the butler gave me directions before I came, or I would have gotten lost." Just then, someone approached from a distance to greet him. "Dean, we meet again," he asked in surprise. "Ernest, you're in this class too?" Nis grinned enthusiastically, feigning surprise at seeing him sooner than expected. "All first years have to take this class. I was wondering if you'd show up, so I kept looking around for you. I finally found you. How have you been?" he asked, slinging an arm over Dean's shoulder. Dean replied softly, "Not much has changed. Really. It's a long story, like something out of a Manhwa recap. I'll tell you later." Nis didn't mind replying briskly, "All right. Whenever old friends meet, there's always so much to talk about." Dean began, "Oh, right. There's something I wanted to tell you." But his story was cut short by a group of unfamiliar faces. They walked over in a pack, looking like they were there to put Ernest in his place. Ernest was flustered and speechless. Although Dean didn't understand what was happening or who this group was, one look at Ernest's expression told him something bad was about to go down. "What's going on?" Ernest's face changed in an instant, and his whole body started trembling. "Why is he so terrified?" The leader of the group, Braun, flashed a vile smile and let out a provocative taunt. Well, Ernest. I'm so glad to see you here. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Ernest couldn't hide his palpable fear as he faced them, and that fear skyrocketed upon hearing Braun's sarcastic words. Dean stood by observing and began to form a theory based on his reasoning. "He looks like a soldier suffering from shell shock." Ernest hesitantly greeted him. "Braun, hello." Braun feigned offense just to find a legitimate-sounding excuse to pick on him. "You should have told me you were enrolling in the academy. I got in before you, you know." Even Dean could see through the phoniness of his words. He wondered, are they friends? They don't look like it at all. Nis could only cowardly bow his head and accept the blame, even though he'd done nothing wrong. "Sorry, I didn't know." Taking advantage of the situation, Braun grabbed him by the hair. Braun sneered. "You little rat. How'd you even get in? I thought for sure you'd fail. You were always such a scaredy cat, weren't you?" Dean silently observed their actions and the feeble, insignificant resistance from Ernest. Then, like a master ordering a servant, Braun said with a deceptively friendly smile. "Ah, perfect timing. I was too lazy to go to the cafeteria. And what a coincidence you're right here. Run and get me a sandwich, will ya?" Nis asked in shock. "Huh." Right now, Braun, seeing he was still the same coward, pressed his advantage, retorting, "What you don't want to?" Behind him, his flock of like-minded cronies stared Nis down with contempt. Nis, who rarely ever refused, said honestly, I'm with a friend right now, so it's a bit awkward." Braun was shocked, not expecting this. Oh, this little worm has the guts to use a personal excuse to get out of being pushed around. At the same time, his attention shifted to Dean, who had been standing there observing without saying a word. He goaded, "You actually have friends." Then Braun shifted his target, turning to mess with the tough-looking Dean. Dean remained silent, not uttering a single word in response to the jeers. "What department are you in? Hanging out with trash like Ernest means you can't be much better." Dean smirked, thinking, I don't know what family he's from, but the way he throws his weight around reminds me of the little rats on the battlefield. Seeing Dean still hadn't opened his mouth, Braun jabbed again. "Hey, you worthless punk cat, got your tongue just then." A proctor noticed the group of large guys crowding around a couple of smaller students and yelled, "Hey, what are you all doing? Class is about to start, get a move on." Seeing the proctor, Braun was like a mouse seeing a cat. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied obediently, "Ah, yes sir, we're going now." Before leaving, he didn't forget to issue a warning. After class, let's meet up. I'm not done with you. There's so much we need to catch up on. That single sentence sent a chill down Ernest's spine, making him tremble uncontrollably, though he dared not utter a word back. As Braun's crew sauntered off, they laughed freely. This school life just got a lot more interesting, one of them remarked. Din glanced over at his friend, whose hands were shaking from the intimidation, his entire body going limp as his knees buckled. Din quickly shot out a hand to catch him before he completely collapsed, asking with genuine concern, "Hey, are you okay?" Ernest stammered awkwardly. "I'm so sorry, this is all my fault." Suddenly Din cut him off, his voice sharp and demanding. "Who are those guys? It seems like you know them." His gaze remained fixed on the direction the group had disappeared. Ernest replied in a low voice, "They belong to a noble family from my hometown. Back when I lived there, they never stopped tormenting me. I knew they were also enrolled here, but this magic academy is so massive, with countless departments I honestly thought that I would never have to cross paths with them again. I'm truly sorry, I must have dragged you into my mess." Din gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him. "It's all right, let's just get to class." He said this, intending to say goodbye and give Ernest some space to compose himself. But seeing the deathly pale look on his face still staring off into the distance where they had vanished, Din understood just how deep the trauma of being bullied truly ran. And so he thoughtfully changed his mind and offered, "Don't worry, I'll walk with you." Ernest jumped in surprise, exclaiming in a panic, "Walk with me? No, I can go by myself." Din looked him dead in the eye and asked seriously, "And what? You plan on taking all the insults those scumbags throw at you all alone? If you just let them get away with it, they'll only get bolder and bully you even more." Ernest stared at him in disbelief though. He still hesitated. But Din immediately interrupted his thoughts with a cocky declaration. "You've seen my power already, haven't you? What is there left to worry about?" Reminded of that display, Ernest couldn't help but recall the event, nodding slightly in agreement. That's right, Din is very strong. He stood there like a statue, completely unable to come up with a reason to refuse. And so, Din made the decision for him. "It's settled then, we're going together. After all, if you don't say anything, that means you agree, right?" By this point, Ernest was too flustered to even try and speak up, but he stopped himself. Just then, Din and Braun crossed paths once more. Braun wore his usual fake, condescending smirk. "Well, now isn't it a peaceful day?" "Hey, Ernest, does this place bring back any old memories for you?" Din bluntly challenged him. "Are you really his friend? Then why are you dragging him out here just to cause trouble?" Braun shot back, with a curse clearly. Already annoyed with him from their encounter that morning, when Din had remained silent. "Is this bothering you? Are you looking to die?" Din retorted coolly. "I was about to ask you the same thing." Seeing his defiant attitude, Braun looked like he was about to explode with rage. "Huh, the Stress family, you've heard of us, right? I'm the heir to the most powerful family in the Western Empire. You get me?" Din nonchalantly cleaned out his ear to hear better, then replied with an arrogant smirk. "Stress? Never heard of them." Ernest looked at Din in absolute horror. It was a provocation so blatant that even an imbecile would know it was an insult. Braun's friends immediately chimed in. "What did that little punk just say? Braun, you're not going to let him get away with that? Are you furious?" Braun commanded, "Take him down." The entire group smiled wickedly, clearly relishing the rare opportunity to get their hands dirty under such a pleasant blue sky. As they leisurely strolled forward to deal with Din, they taunted Ernest. "Hey, you should pick friends who can actually help you. You know, I guess we'll have to beat you twice as hard just to make sure you remember the lesson." Ernest trembled and pleaded. "Softly, stop. While there's still time, we have to run. No matter how strong you are, they're too dangerous, especially Braun. He's been called a sword-fighting genius since he was a child." "A sword-fighting genius, you say? That sounds interesting. I'll be sure to leave one of them for you to knock out." Nice was flabbergasted, blurting out, "Me Din simply replied, trust me. Or are you planning to tremble in front of them forever?" Hearing that Ernest could only fall silent, unable to say another word. This entire tense situation in the Magic Academy felt like something straight out of a manhwa recap. Din's actions are just too unpredictable, he thought to himself, awkwardly turning his face away. At that exact moment, Braun charged forward, shouting Din's name. Bronn sneered. Well, well, look how confident you are. As he spoke, he swung his fist with a boastful cry. You're dead meat. The punch connected hard with Din's handsome face, snapping his head to one side. Ernest cried out in alarm. Din Bronn laughed like a madman, turning to show off his strength to his cronies before crudely barking. How do you like that, you dog? Are you awake now? He then gave a wicked grin, as he admired his handiwork before winding up for another punch. You're not done with us yet. However, this time wasn't going to be as easy as the last. The fist was stopped by Din, who blocked it right from the start. His face remained as cold and emotionless as ever. You hit me first, right? Amid the sea of confusion, Din let out a playful smirk, signaling that everything that happened from this point on would be considered self-defense. Immediately after, one of the guys in Bronn's group, with a cold look in his eyes, channeled the principles of the right-hand rule, launching a powerful punch straight toward him. But he just tilted his body effortlessly, sidestepping the punch as if it were all a game. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes as the corner of his mouth curved into a confident smirk. Before his opponent could even recover, Din clenched his fist muscles, tightening as he launched a perfect punch right into the buzz-cut goon's ribs. The sound of the impact was solid and satisfying. A pained grunt escaped the man's lips, his face contorting as his eyes widened in pure shock. He staggered backward, his legs trembling, as if they would buckle, but a last shred of arrogance kept him upright. He gritted his teeth, trying to compose himself, but Din wasn't about to give him that opportunity. With lightning-fast speed, he delivered a powerful kick to the back of his opponent's knee. A sickening crack echoed as the buzz-cut thug collapsed to the ground. Without missing a beat, Din pivoted to the remaining lackey, lunging forward with a swift uppercut that connected squarely with the purple-haired guy's chin. Din used the momentum to slam his shoulder into the man's chest, a powerful shove that sent the purple-haired goon stumbling back several steps, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Not finished yet, Din swept his hand, and a brilliant blue mana gathered around his palm, forming a shimmering circular sigil. This kind of flashy magic is exactly what you'd expect in a top-tier Magic Academy setting. Feeling the energy coursing through him, he unleashed a powerful blast of magic toward the two downed thugs. The beam of light exploded, flinging them backward to roll helplessly on the ground. Bronn, who had been watching from the sidelines, could only stare with wide, incredulous eyes, muttering under his breath. Damn it, Din, on the other hand, just furrowed his brow, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Was that attack stronger than I thought? He mused quietly. Is it because of the ancient magic core? Meanwhile, Bronn's crew wasn't faring any better. Staring at his lackeys sprawled on the ground, his expression darkened, his brows knitted together, and his lips pressed into a thin, hard line. And sheer humiliation. One of the goons struggled to his feet, coughing up dust as he gasped. Cough, cough. Bronn, this guy. He's not normal. Hearing that, Bronn's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his face flushing crimson with rage. Shut your mouth. You got taken down that easily by a first year. Are you guys really that pathetic? Din turned to face him, a defiant glint in his eyes, and a scornful smirk playing on his lips. So you still want a piece of this? You're all talk and no action. The taunt was like throwing fuel on a fire, causing a muscle in Bronn's jaw to twitch. What did you just say? The slick-haired goon beside him, sweating profusely, quickly advised. Bronn, let's just stop. That guy is way too strong, especially after seeing him fire off magic like that. But the warning was completely ignored. Bronn roared, shoving his companion aside, as he fumed. You coward. Getting embarrassed in front of these newbies. Let me handle this. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a swirling vortex of deep blue mana appeared, rapidly expanding into a mysterious dark portal. Din stood his ground, his eyes as calm as a still lake, completely unfazed by the strange spectacle. Eris, however, was a completely different story. He was frozen stiff, his hands trembling uncontrollably, as his voice cracked with fear. What is that? Don't tell me. From that void, as he spoke, Bronn slowly began to pull a gleaming steel sword from the portal. He looked up, a chillingly wicked grin spreading across his face. There's nobody else around this deserted place, so we'll be fine. You've made a huge mistake. You forced me to draw my sword. In stark contrast to Eris's terrified expression, Din simply tilted his head, observing the weapon with an intrigued look in his eyes. That's a pretty impressive-looking blade, he remarked. Dean then glanced at Braun, frowning slightly. He couldn't help but think what a reckless fool. Pulling a real weapon in the Magic Academy is a classic escalation in any good manhwa recap. Noticing their exchange, Braun turned to them, his voice laced with menace. You know what happens when the sky gets cloudy, don't you? The fog rolls in. A fog so thick that no one ever finds the people who go missing inside it. His slick-haired crony, who was standing nearby, with beads of sweat on his forehead, spoke up nervously. Braun, are you really sure about this? What if we get expelled from the academy for this? Braun spun on him furiously, roaring, shut up. Just go rough up that moron and his little brother, then get back here. Hearing the order, the slick-haired goon gave a reluctant nod. All right, fine. With that, the two lackeys charged toward Dean. Eris panicked, his voice trembling. What do I do, Dean? If you're going to fight Braun, I don't think. Dean cut him off, his tone, calm but full of unshakable confidence. Don't worry, those guys are pushovers. You can definitely beat them, he added. That's right. You've done a lot of exploring, so your lower body strength should be excellent. Just focus and try to land one really solid hit. Hearing those words, Eris was still trembling, his heart pounding in his chest, but deep down, a tiny spark of resolve began to glow. Braun's men closed in snarling threats. You're both dead meat. Dean immediately braced for their attack. He pivoted, darting in another direction, with the nimble agility of a leopard. Braun was enraged, his face flushing red from the provocation. You won't let me get close, so it turns out you have some real combat experience, huh? Dean shot back with a taunting smirk, daring him to continue the chase. As for Ernest, whose journey is a key part of this manhwa recap, he clenched his fists, his heart pounding like never before. That's right, he thought. Dean is right. We can't keep cowering in fear like this. The guy with the slicked back hair approached him with a nasty grin. Why are you clenching your fists? You've got a fierce look in your eyes too. Friends are really important, aren't they? He laughed, cracking his knuckles menacingly. It seems you're feeling bold standing next to him. Just take a few hits and walk away. I'll be gentle. Hearing this, Ernest's brow furrowed. His heart still trembled, but he told himself, don't panic. What would Dean do in this situation? The images of Dean's recent victories at this Magic Academy flashed vividly in his mind. His determination ignited. Ernest took a fighting stance, his eyes glinting with resolve. The slick-haired goon tightened his fist and launched a powerful punch straight at his face. Ernest barely tilted his head in time to dodge, but the punch still grazed the top of his head, making him cry out in pain. His head spun as he gritted his teeth. His voice trembled, but rang out with determination. The person you knew was the old me, and he's gone now. He immediately clenched his fist. Mustering all his strength, he threw a powerful punch right into the slick-haired guy's face. The blow landed squarely, contorting his opponent's face as his eyes widened in utter shock. Ernest didn't stop, continuing to unleash a flurry of punches. Each one aimed directly at the bully's face, as if releasing all his pent-up fear and frustration. The slick-haired guy staggered back, before finally collapsing to the ground, clutching his face and groaning in agony. Even though he had won, Ernest couldn't believe his own eyes. His legs were shaking, and his lip twitched, but an indescribable sense of euphoria washed over him. Calming himself, he clenched his fist, his voice choked with emotion, but full of pride. I really did it. Dean, who had witnessed the entire takedown from the side, let a small smirk play on his lips, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. It seems your last teammate has fallen. The words were like a sharp knife, stabbing directly into Braun's pride. He whipped his head around his face, flushed with anger, and his voice trembled in disbelief. What? That's impossible. But the sight before him left him speechless. His last crony was sprawled on the ground, clutching his face and moaning. Braun screamed, his voice cracking with indignation and shame. How could you lose to a pathetic failure like him? Dean didn't respond, merely glancing quietly towards a corner of the garden where two old brooms lay discarded. Looks like I found something useful. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up one of the brooms, gripping the rough wooden handle firmly. Seeing this, Braun burst into contemptuous laughter, his voice dripping. Looks like I found something useful, he thought, unhesitatingly picking up a broom and gripping its rough wooden handle. Braun saw this and burst out laughing, his voice dripping with contempt. More than enough. The words, though spoken softly, were as sharp as a blade, causing Braun's face to darken. He gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching in anger, as he roared. You insolent bastard, I'm gonna crush you today. I won't kill you, so don't worry too much. With that, Braun charged forward like a tempest, the sword in his hand, gleaming with steel. As his eyes burned with vengeful intent, he tightened his grip on the hilt and bellowed, I'll just leave a little scar on your face, so that every time you see me, you'll tremble in fear. A series of slashes tore through the air, aimed straight at Dean. Each strike carried extreme ferocity, but Dean, with astonishing composure, gracefully dodged every blow as if performing a deadly dance. Each time the blade whisked past, he could feel the cold rush of air against his skin, yet his heart beat steadily, without a single flutter. Braun grew increasingly frantic, sweat beading on his forehead as he yelled, This bastard is also stronger than I thought. Dean, in contrast, remained composed, his sharp eyes observing his opponent's every move. He spoke in a steady but provocative tone. Your sword strokes are far too predictable. The comment was like a splash of cold water to Braun's face, nearly driving him insane. He roared, his face contorted with rage. You dare to criticize the Tekker swordsmanship? Who do you think you are, the son of Duke Tom? Dean's brow furrowed slightly as he felt the broom in his hand begin to vibrate from the pressure. He's channeling mana into his sword. Braun continued his assault, his voice dripping with scorn. You're just a cornered rat. What can you possibly do with that stupid stick? Suddenly, Dean tightened his grip, and a surge of blue mana erupted from him with a faint hum, causing his speed to skyrocket. Braun barely had time to react, saw a flash of blue light before a powerful force slammed into his sword, sending a jarring shockwave up his arm. The broom, now glowing with an ethereal light, had completely stopped his attack. His eyes widened in shock, and before he could even process it, a blow as powerful as a sledgehammer from the broom slammed squarely into his chest. Braun cried out in agony, his face still a mask of utter astonishment. How can a simple wooden stick have this much power? He wondered, his heart hammering in his chest, with a mix of fear and disbelief. But before he could steady himself, a final blow from Din sent him sprawling to the ground. Dust billowed up as his sword flew far away, clattering onto the grass. Ernest stood nearby, his jaw agape and his eyes as wide as saucers, stammering in amazement. Incredible, he won with just one strike. His heart pounded with a mix of admiration and disbelief. I knew Din was strong, but I never imagined he was times strong. Din strode majestically toward Braun, his eyes exuding a cold aura. Get up and continue the fight. Once a sword is drawn, you must see it through to the end. He paused, a thoughtful look in his eyes. My father taught me that when you draw your sword for a challenge, it means you've accepted any and all outcomes. Braun lay crumpled on the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning, sweat and tears mixing as they streamed down his pain-contorted face. A storm of emotions raged within him. Damn it, this guy is on a completely different level. He choked out, his voice cracking with fear. Who are you? Din answered decisively, each word hanging in the air. Din Stress, son of the Count Stress family, and a new student in the independent study department. Hearing this, Braun's eyes went wide with shock, his face turning pale. What, the Count Stress family? So you're the one who got special admission into our Magic Academy's independent study department after half a century. That youngest genius Din just shrugged his tone, still casual. Perhaps I was a bit late with my introduction, wasn't I? Braun screamed internally. Despair flooded his heart. Damn it, no wonder he was so confident, he muttered, his voice trembling. Why would someone like him be hanging out with an idiot like Ernest? Din stepped closer, his gaze as sharp as a knife. So, what should I do now? You drew your sword and lost. Should I end your life right here? Braun flinched violently, clutching his chest and stumbling backwards, sweat pouring down him like rain. Whoa, what are you talking about? Din continued, his voice laced with sarcasm, yet still chillingly cold. Well, from my perspective, this wasn't exactly a fair duel. Braun thought to himself. This bastard, he really looks like he wants to kill me. Without a moment's hesitation, Braun dropped to his knees, bowing his head low before Din, his voice pathetically shaky. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry. I never knew you were from the Stress family. I'll never do something so stupid again. Din cut him off, his tone icy. You really don't get the point, do you? He pointed towards Ernest, his gaze stern. You're apologizing to the wrong person. The one who needs an apology isn't me but him. Instantly, Braun whipped around to face Ernest, grabbing his hands, his voice almost a desperate plea. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I sincerely apologize for everything I've done to you. Please, please forgive me. Ernest stood frozen, his eyes wide, his heart racing from the shock. Painful memories flooded back all the times he was bullied and humiliated by Braun and his friends, forcing him to live in constant fear. And now, the person who had been his greatest tormentor was kneeling on the ground, trembling like a pathetic wretch. His chest felt tight, a mix of resentment and bewilderment swirling inside him. Din turned to him, his voice gentle, but carrying a deeper meaning. You handle this yourself. You can beat him until you feel satisfied, or you can accept his apology and let this go. The decision is entirely yours. Ernest pressed his lips together, his heart a tangled mess of emotions. He looked at Braun, who was still kneeling, sweat dripping from his face, his eyes pleading. Braun continued to beg. That's right. Just hit me as much as you want. I deserve it. Ernest closed his eyes for a moment. I really want to punch him just once to feel better, he thought, his hand clenching so tightly it trembled. But then he took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and spoke with a voice that was both resolute and magnanimous. Braun, next time fight me fairly. I will forgive you. After that. Hearing those words, Braun looked up, his face soaked in sweat, his eyes filled with surprise and relief. He stammered, Are you serious? Ernest nodded and turned to walk away, his voice firm. Then I'll let this go. Din, standing nearby, gave a slight nod, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. You did well. The two of them turned and left, leaving Braun still kneeling there. Still reeling from the shock, Ernest glanced at Din, her heart overflowing with gratitude, as she choked out, Thank you. Din simply offered a warm, reassuring smile in return. Not at all. Just as Din and Ernest had taken a few steps, Leila suddenly appeared, her voice a mixture of reproach and annoyance. Din, I've been waiting for you forever, and you never showed up. I had to search all over the place for you. Din turned around, slightly startled, but then quickly broke into a smile. Oh, Leila. She rolled her eyes, glancing over at the crowd of people, lying bruised and battered in the distance, before raising an eyebrow. What happened? Did you get into another fight? Din shrugged, his tone casual. It was nothing, just some people looking to start something with me. Leila was curious. Start something with you? Who would be that bold? Din glanced over at Braun, who was still sitting in a daze, his face a mask of shock. Leila followed his gaze and wondered. Of all the people at this magic academy, why on earth would he pick a fight with you? That's just terrible luck. From a distance, Braun saw Leila, and his heart sank into the pit of his stomach. He thought to himself, sweat beading on his forehead. Is Duke Tom's precious daughter actually walking over here? Din continued, his voice still perfectly calm. They said he was some kind of sword prodigy or something. Do you know him? Leila crossed her arms and let out a little scoff, her eyes filled with indifference. No, and I don't care. She then turned to the person who was standing quietly beside them and raised a curious eyebrow. But who are you? Ernest scratched his head, looking down shyly, as his cheeks flushed slightly. Din quickly introduced him. This is a first-year student from the exploration department. Ernest quickly nodded, stammering, It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Leila. She burst out laughing and waved her hand dismissively. Oh, come on, don't use lady. It's so embarrassing. Just think of me as a regular friend. Ernest nodded slightly, a relieved smile gracing his lips. Okay. Leila's curiosity got the better of her. So in the exploration department, what kinds of things do you study? Your family is famous for exploration, right? Ernest nodded, his voice gradually growing more confident. That's right. We study things like ancient ruins, secret locations, and all kinds of discovery, from treasure hunting to archaeology. Leila's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands together sharply. Well, in that case, shouldn't we show him the map we found? I bet he'll know something about it. Hearing the word map, Ernest's brow furrowed with curiosity. What map? Din grinned, his eyes twinkling. It's the map we got from the club event. It was part of the prize. Ernest's eyes widened, his voice filled with amazement. What I heard a rumor that someone received a treasure map. So it was you guys. His eyes were shining like a child who had just found their favorite toy, making Leila chuckle under her breath. It's like he's become a completely different person. Din just shrugged. He probably has a special obsession with ancient artifacts. Ernest, buzzing with excitement, spoke up enthusiastically. All right, let's find a quiet place first. Holding the map in his hands, he observed it intently, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. This map seems quite complex, doesn't it? Since it's a treasure map, decoding it at a glance is impossible, he muttered. Instead of pointing to the entire academy, it seems to be focused on a more specific location. Leila pointed to a spot on the map, asking curiously, "What's this place here?" Ernest replied thoughtfully, "There are a lot of strange symbols all over the map. I can recognize them, but they don't form any coherent meaning. Could this be some kind of cipher or a secret code?" Leila grew impatient and turned to ask, "So what do we do now?" Ernest's eyes lit up as he began his analysis. "First, we have to find out who created this map. There's no standard for things like this, but if we know who made it, we'll have a much better overall perspective to make our deductions from." Din stroked his chin, his voice pensive. "So decoding it right away is going to be pretty difficult, huh?" Ernest nodded. "But one thing is for sure. The location indicated on the map is within the academy grounds. However, this architectural style was only used when the academy was first built." Hearing that, Din and Leila's eyes lit up as they exclaimed in unison, "So it has to be somewhere nearby, right?" Ernest continued the story with a serious expression. "Actually, the real challenge lies in the fact that this architecture was built using a very special secret form of magic created by Sol Hongston himself." This part of our Manhwa recap is getting wild, as Ernest's words made Leila jump in surprise. Sol Hongston. Yes, he's the legendary mage who founded this prestigious academy. Din added in a thoughtful tone. "In that case, that kind of magic probably can't be used by anyone anymore, right? I recall hearing that Sol Hongston never had any disciples to pass his knowledge on to." Ernest's eyes went wide with surprise as he exclaimed, "You know a lot about this?" Leila frowned slightly and sighed wearily. "I knew this quest was going to be difficult, but I never expected it to be this impossible." Ernest continued, "The key now is to figure out who created this map. That's the only way we can follow the trail and find the clues to unravel these mysteries." Din beamed, his voice brimming with excitement. "So, once we crack the code, all that's left is to go treasure hunting, right?" The thrilling prospect had Leila nodding eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "This sounds incredible. Before coming to this magic academy, I only ever worked with my family, so this is my first time getting to experience a real adventure on my own." Ernest nodded in agreement, his voice just as enthusiastic. "I'm also really looking forward to joining everyone on this journey." Din smiled, thinking to himself, "Asterisk. These two seem a bit too eager. This is definitely going to take a while, so they should just take their time and enjoy the ride." Asterisk. Just then, Ernest unexpectedly handed the map to Din, catching him by surprise. "Wouldn't it be better for you to hold on to it while we're decoding it?" Ernest smiled confidently. "It's fine, I've already committed the whole thing to memory." Both Din and Leila's jaws dropped in astonishment as they exclaimed in unison, "No way is your memory really that good." A little sheepishly, Ernest explained, "For some reason, I'm especially good at memorizing things related to maps and codes." Din burst out laughing. "Well, that's one heck of a special talent you've got there." Leila chimed in. "I'm just teasing, but I'll bet tests are a breeze for you." Taking the map, Din nodded. "In any case, I get it now. If there's anything you need help with, just give us a call." Ernest nodded, his eyes lighting up. "Thanks so much, everyone. This is the first time I've ever looked for something with people other than my father, so I'm genuinely happy." Leila giggled. "All right, let's go eat. We should celebrate the formation of our team." Din and Ernest nodded and replied in unison, "Sounds like a plan." The three of them then headed off together. As our Manhwa recap continues, the scene shifts to late that evening at the dormitory. So much has happened today, Din's thoughtful voice echoed in his room. I should probably take some time to organize my things. He began to tidy up the clutter, his gaze softening as he picked up the egg that Clara had given him. Important family heirlooms should be placed somewhere visible like this, he muttered to himself, but then his brow furrowed. But where should I put this egg? They say you shouldn't keep living creatures in dark hidden corners. Suddenly, the egg began to vibrate abnormally. Din was startled, his heart pounding in his chest. Why is this happening all of a sudden? He wondered, watching it intently, his voice trembling with excitement. This has never happened in the past 7 years. Could it be because I came to the Magic Academy? He shook his head, telling himself times, no, the Academy, while mysterious, doesn't have a mana concentration. That's much different from my own room. Asterisk. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Asterisk. Could it be the ancient magic I absorbed? Asterisk. Asterisk. Back in the garden times, Din placed the egg on the table, his voice filled with determination. Incredible. It activated instantly. All right, let's pour all my energy into this. Today is the day it hatches. He focused his mana, which flowed from his hands like a powerful river, into the egg. The egg vibrated even more violently, emitting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire corner of the room. Din laughed heartily, his heart racing with exhilaration. It's absorbing my magic at an insane rate. I've been pouring mana into this for 7 years. Just how much can it possibly hold? But then he realized with a jolt of panic that he couldn't do this here. This room is about to collapse. Din hastily grabbed the egg and bolted straight for Clara's laboratory. Seeing the intensely vibrating egg, Clara gasped, her eyes shining brightly. Oh my goodness, it's reacting so strongly. What did you do to it? Din explained, panting. It's still shaking, even though I stopped transferring mana. Clara examined the egg for a moment, then suddenly frowned. Din, isn't it time for the dorm roll call? You'll be in big trouble if you miss it. The scene then cuts to the dormitory hallway, where 3 figures were approaching. The one in the middle spoke with an authoritative voice. I am Bach, the dorm president. We will now commence the roll call. Noticing the arrival of the inspection team, all the dormitory students quickly came out and stood formally in front of their doors. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. At the Royal Academy, the roll call ritual was always conducted with the utmost severity, allowing for no leniency whatsoever. In a corner, a blonde-haired young man whispered anxiously, "Why aren't Priscilla and Din out here yet? Is it possible they don't know it's time for roll call?" He swallowed nervously, thinking about the serious consequences. 1 demerit point for being late, 2 for being absent, and 3 violations in a single semester will result in expulsion, which leads to labor punishment, while more than 2 absences gets you demoted and expelled from the dorms. Another student answered hesitantly, I saw Din cleaning his room a little while ago. The dorm president, Bach, wore an ice-cold expression, his razor-sharp gaze sweeping over the assembled students. Everyone stood perfectly still, forbidden to speak a word. He paused, his voice like steel. 9th floor Dante Hall. Don't any of you expect a peaceful day today? A blonde-haired young man furrowed his brow, muttering, what's that supposed to mean? But in his mind, he was wondering, why is he being so incredibly serious today? And Bach pointed up at the surveillance monitor overhead, his voice chilling. On the Mana surveillance footage, how very interesting, we have a recording of a resident, Priscilla, leaving. We confirmed she departed the dormitory grounds 5 minutes ago, but the system is now showing that she's in her room. Those words sent a shiver down the students' spines. A few of them thought to themselves, we are so screwed this time. And Bach stopped in front of a room, pushed the door open, and his eyes scanned the interior, as if trying to pierce through every nook and cranny. He began in a low voice. Normally we don't check whether students are physically in their rooms, but from this point forward the rules are changing. Hearing this, the students flinched, their faces turning deathly pale. They muttered to themselves, damn it, a disciplinary hurricane is about to hit us. After finishing his inspection round, Bach announced, the rest of you are generally in order, and the dorm is also quite clean. As for Priscilla, she will receive 2 demerit points for an unexcused absence. The person in charge nodded. Yes, I understand. I will inform everyone. And Bach then continued, his voice laced with suspicion. Finally, there's Din, the new student. Why is he absent? Don't tell me he managed to miss his very first roll call. A student quickly spoke up, his voice trembling. That's impossible. I'm sure he's still in his room. I think Din was busy organizing his things and couldn't make it out in time. And Bach's lips curled into a smirk as he said calmly, we'll see about that soon enough. With that, he opened Din's door and stepped inside, greeted by the sight of Din cleaning with beads of sweat on his forehead. His belongings were still scattered all over the place. Upon seeing in Bach, Din turned, scratched the back of his head, and gave an awkward laugh. Ah, my apologies. I got so absorbed in cleaning up that I forgot all about the assembly. And Bach nodded, his tone becoming noticeably softer. I see, that's understandable. It is your first day after all, so these things can happen. The scene then shifts to Clara's laboratory, a key setting in this magic academy. Clara suddenly gasped, exclaiming, is that an MK1 illusion artifact? Din simply smiled, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Most people would never realize it. The image of me is being projected from a connection station linked to a remote imager. Clara was completely astonished. From what I understand, that device is incredibly difficult to use, and the remote connection can be extremely unstable. The slightest interruption would reveal the entire trick. Din replied with confidence. I already planned for that and ran numerous tests. As long as they don't get too close, it will be perfectly fine. Clara shook her head, looking at her younger brother with a mix of worry and admiration. You've got some serious guts. They both turned to look at the egg on the table, which was still vibrating. It was shaking violently. Clara remarked, by the way, how is the egg? It must be having a strong reaction to your mana. This means the probability of it hatching is very high. However, there have been more than a few cases where they react just like this and still fail to hatch. Regardless, just getting a reaction at all is extremely rare, so we can call this progress. Din nodded, his eyes lighting up. So what's the next step? Should I just keep channeling my mana into it? Clara stroked her chin thoughtfully. There's still so much we don't fully understand about these spirit beast eggs. Placing it in a mana stabilizer comes with a lot of risks, but I don't think we should stop now. This lab is the most optimal place for it to hatch. Besides, I've always maintained a powerful mana barrier to keep everything secure, haven't I? Din nodded, his tone resolute. You're right. If we just leave it be, who knows, it might suddenly hatch in an unsafe place. Clara took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right then, let's begin. Your mana is incredibly pure, but I'm still going to install a mana filter, just as a precaution. Din got to work, carefully channeling his mana into the egg. After a moment, he frowned slightly, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Is it still hungry? It's already absorbed a colossal amount of mana. What on earth is inside this egg anyway? Standing nearby, Clara watched intently, thinking to herself, spirit beast eggs. Anyone with deep enough pockets can purchase one. But getting it to actually hatch is a completely different story. The specific conditions for hatching are still a mystery. Only one thing is certain: the nurturer's mana must have a compatible frequency with the spirit beast inside, and it also takes an incredible stroke of luck. Looking at Din, Clara couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This whole Manhwa recap is a testament to his innate talent. Wondering what level this kid had actually reached. She knew he was formidable, but witnessing his power firsthand left her utterly speechless. Suddenly, the surface of the egg began to emit a faint cracking sound as a network of tiny fractures appeared and spread across it. Din gasped, his heart thumping in his chest. Did you see that? Clara moved closer, her voice trembling with excitement. It looks like it's about to hatch, just a little longer. Gritting his teeth, Din channeled even more mana into the egg, his eyes glowing intensely. Let me see just what kind of creature this is. The cracks on the egg spread rapidly before a blinding blue light erupted from within, accompanied by an immense surge of energy. A wave of pure energy washed over them, so potent that both Din and Clara instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. As the light subsided, a small creature with delicate wings and a pair of glistening golden horns materialized before them. The sudden blast of energy sent Din flying backward. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Clara quickly rushed to his side, her face etched with concern. Asking Din, "Are you all right?" He managed a weak smile, his voice still brimming with excitement. I'm okay. Just a bit dazed. But more importantly, look over there, something has come out. Amidst the lingering hazy smoke, a tiny purple dragon, with 2 golden horns and wide curious eyes, sat on the table. It flapped its wings, taking flight and circling a few times through the air, looking absolutely adorable. Clara's jaw dropped in disbelief. Wait a minute, is that a wyvern? The dragon let out a soft hiss and spat a few tiny sparks, which only deepened Clara's astonishment. It can breathe fire too. She turned to Din, her tone urgent. Don't just stand there, approach it. Sometimes a spirit beast will bond with the first person it sees as its master. Din, that's your familiar. Go on quickly. Din stepped forward, his heart racing with a mixture of exhilaration and anxiety. Looking at the little dragon up close, he chuckled, his gaze gentle. Up close, you're actually pretty cute, aren't you? Seeing Din, the dragon tilted its head, its wide, curious eyes fixed on him. Din offered it a friendly smile and said warmly, Hello there, it's a pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand, introducing himself. My name is Din. When he saw the little dragon showed no signs of resistance, Clara exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Congratulations, Din. I think you've successfully formed a bond with it. The dragon let out a few cheerful chirps, then flew over to Din's outstretched hand, perching gently like a small bird. Clara approached, her eyes wide in astonishment. You actually did it. How did you manage that so easily? Let me get a closer look. She examined the dragon intently before pausing, her brow furrowed in thought. Hold on, something isn't right here. Din flinched, his heart skipping a beat. Huh, what do you mean? It looks like an otherworldly summon, she replied. Din's eyes widened in shock. Are you serious? Clara nodded gravely, her expression serious. I am. Only a handful of chosen summoners are capable of such a feat. Even I can only manage to summon a half-spirit. I never imagined the youngest member of our family could call forth a creature like this. This is a truly magnificent achievement, the kind of legendary moment you'd see in a Magic Academy manhwa recap. Din was left speechless, his eyes glued to the tiny dragon. So, does this mean it's not a summoned creature that actually exists in our world? Clara explained in a thoughtful tone. I know most familiars that can be summoned, can be called upon even in their infant stages, but I've never encountered one with this little one's exact traits. The most similar creature would be a wyvern, but even then the details don't quite match up. Din glanced down at the dragon with a soft smile. It doesn't look that extraordinary, does it? So does that mean no one knows what it truly is? Clara nodded. We'll have to figure that out, starting now. The problem is, there are no records whatsoever of a summon like this. Din furrowed his brow. So it's a completely new species. As the two were engrossed in their conversation, the little dragon let out a big yawn, flapped its tiny wings and puffed out a minuscule flame, as if in protest. Din chuckled to himself, wondering, how did something like this end up with me? Could it be connected to some form of ancient magic? Clara then pointed to the fragments of the eggshell scattered on the floor, her tone decisive. Oh, right. Be sure to collect these shells carefully. Some egg-born species consume their shells to regain nutrients. Din nodded. Got it. So, what's my first step? Clara stroked her chin thoughtfully, her expression serious. First, you need to handle it with extreme care and document everything. What it likes, what it dislikes, how long it sleeps, any unusual behaviors, its growth patterns, things of that nature. Din frowned and sighed. That sounds like a lot of work. He looked at the dragon, his eyes shining with resolve. But I'm sure it will be worth it. I don't know what it is, but I feel a strong need to protect this little one. Clara then added. Oh, and by the way, are you really planning to keep it with you all the time? People will be shocked if they see it, so why not just leave it in the lab? Din shook his head, his tone resolute. But we can't hide it forever. If you get caught, your sisters and I will have your back. Besides, the little guy will feel cooped up if it's always stuck in here. Clara, her eyes lit up. Yes, in that case, let's use this chance to give you an official imprint. Din looked surprised. An imprint? Do you mean a summoner's mark? Clara smiled warmly. That's right. You're still a novice, but your talent is undeniable. With this summoned creature, this is your perfect opportunity to shine. Din stroked his chin, his voice filled with excitement. That actually sounds pretty reasonable. Then let's get started. Clara turned to him. You've already registered for the summoning class, haven't you? Tomorrow's orientation is with Professor Tamarik Piano. It's the perfect setup. If you perform well, you could earn a special approval. She placed a hand on Din's shoulder, her gaze full of confidence. Normally, it's incredibly difficult to meet the requirements, but you're different. I believe you can do it. Din grinned, his eyes sparkling. A special approval, huh? That sounds interesting. He silently wondered what he should name this little creature. The following day, in another part of the campus, a blonde-haired guy approached Din. Hey, where'd you go last night? You weren't around when the instructor took roll call. Din offered a sheepish grin. I had something urgent to deal with. The guy's brow furrowed. How did you manage to ditch roll call, Priscilla? Got busted immediately. Din winked. There's always a way. The guy nodded with a laugh. The Stress family is always full of surprises I should have known. Din grew curious. My sisters were like that too. The guy nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Your sisters are legends in the Dante Hall. Just ask any student in the dorms. You'll see how they react. The guy clapped Din on the shoulder. Anyway, I'm the only one who knows you snuck out, so don't sweat it. Din nodded. Appreciate it. The guy waved and turned to leave. As soon as he got back to his room, Din flopped onto his bed, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. We're in the clear. What was Priscilla even thinking just walking out like that? The little dragon slipped out from under his shirt, zipping around the room with its wings spread wide. Din chuckled. Someone's a little too excited. He watched it puff out a tiny flame and marveled. This creature was truly something special. The scene shifts to a secluded corner where Din stands before a secret gate, muttering, This must be it, the gate she told me about. The main entrance has been sealed. This is the only way we can get out of here now. He whispered, his fingers gently brushing against the transparent mana barrier protecting the exit. Din's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping in as he realized the complexity of the spell. They've surrounded the entire dormitory area with a dense layer of mana defense. How are we supposed to get through an energy wall like this? He focused all his senses, trying to perceive the immense flow of mana swirling all around him. There has to be a weak point. Even the tiniest crack, he told himself, his gaze resolute. While Din was busy analyzing and searching for seizing the moment, a small dragon, an adorable summoned creature, playfully darted around him, occasionally puffing out tiny sparks of fire, like an overjoyed child playing. Suddenly, one of its flames accidentally touched the protective mana barrier, and something miraculous happened. The mana shield instantly vibrated, sending out visible ripples of energy. Din stared completely, stunned, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. What in the world did you just do? How did you manage to affect it? Back in the safety of his room, Din looked up at the little dragon still zipping around overhead, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. So that flame has the ability to temporarily suppress or weaken mana. He thought, his face lighting up. Wow, that is seriously cool. This little guy is an incredible summon, with so much hidden potential, making for a great manhwa recap of life at a magic academy. The next day, Din and Isis were taking a leisurely stroll across the campus, enjoying the fresh air. Noticing that Din seemed unusually bright and full of energy, Isis asked curiously, You named it Happy? Seriously, who came up with that name? Din smiled, explaining, I just thought the name sounded friendly and easy to call. Well, maybe you should try thinking of something better, Isis said thoughtfully, her gaze fixed on the playful little dragon. Let's see. It's definitely cute, but its name should probably have a little more weight to it. Something that sounds a bit more prestigious. Din chuckled to himself, finding Isis's seriousness rather endearing. She doesn't have to be so serious about it times, he thought. Suddenly, Isis stopped walking, her eyes lighting up as she called out, How about Canis? Din turned back, his eyes filled with interest. Oh, I like the sound of that. What does it mean? Isis explained. It carries the meaning of mystery, which seems to fit him perfectly, don't you think? Din nodded in agreement, a look of clear satisfaction on his face as he looked over at the dragon. From now on, your name is Canas, he announced softly. The scene then shifts. This was Bermuder's Hall, a magnificent and ancient structure, often featured in tales about this magic academy, named in honor of the great scholar Bermuders, the very man who laid the foundation for the secret arts of summoning. The air was thick with mystery. The students quickly assembled, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of excitement and a hint of nervousness. Tucked away in a corner behind the seats stood Digan. A man who harbored a deep grudge against Din from a turbulent childhood memory was standing there silently. He recognized Din instantly, his eyes flashing with utter astonishment and a profound sense of bitterness. He hissed through gritted teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow like morning dew. That bastard stole my summoning contract. After that humiliating incident at the banquet all those years ago, my family collapsed under the public's ridicule. Now, we're barely clinging to our status as minor city nobles. He's come to the summoning class. Why now? Of all times, Digan gritted his teeth, his face so tense that sweat poured down like a stream. I have to avoid Din at all costs. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from behind. Hey Digan, repeating the class for the first time, startled. Digan turned around and replied awkwardly, Ah yes, senior. Come on, it's no big deal. Plenty of people repeat a class a couple of times like me. For this subject, this is my second time already. Just think of it as an easy A. Crushing the rookies in this magic academy will be a piece of cake. Before long, Professor Tamaric Piano entered the lecture hall, and his appearance instantly silenced the clamor in the classroom, as if by a perfectly cast silencing spell. He stood solemnly at the lectern. This class will begin with the most fundamental theories of summoning. This is a vital foundation and a key element for anyone wishing to walk the path of a summoner, especially since these theories will appear on the summoner certification exam. Therefore, study them diligently and master them. His words sent a ripple of murmurs through the class, like waves lapping at the shore. A student whispered, My goodness, this professor is really strict. I heard the summoner certification exam is as hard as plucking stars from the sky. Tamaric overheard the chatter and gave a slight nod. His gaze was as sharp and cold as a blade of ice as it swept across the classroom. Of course, if you are capable enough, you can conquer the special admissions exam. But be warned, that path is by no means easy. A curious student, their voice trembling with excitement, shouted, Professor, what are the conditions for the special admissions exam? Tamaric smiled faintly. Right, I knew you would ask that. Look here. He waved his hand and a magnificent blue screen materialized in midair. First, you must summon a rank 5 or higher summoned beast using your own seal. Second, you must maintain that summoned state for more than 30 minutes. The students' eyes widened as they looked at each other. A rank 5 beast, even with a seal, that's practically impossible. A rank 7 beast is enough to drive someone mad, let alone maintaining it for 30 minutes. Tamaric didn't let them chatter for long. And finally, you must demonstrate your own unique quality to pass the special admission. Even if you meet the first two conditions, without that special something, you will still fail. If you want to become special, you must leave your own indelible mark. The entire class seemed to explode with shock, the atmosphere growing as heavy as the air before a storm. That's absurd. The first two conditions are already nearly impossible, and now there's this subjective one on top of it. Has anyone ever even passed this exam? Even Din pouted, thinking to himself. In short, you pass if the professor likes you, and you fail if he doesn't. Tamaric observed the students' reactions completely unsurprised, as if he'd seen this scene play out over dozens of seasons. He chuckled to himself, his eyes twinkling with a cunning glint. Now, do you understand why it's called the special admissions exam? You also need letters of recommendation from at least 2 experts in the field. The entire class fell dead silent, their faces bewildered, as if they had wandered into a magical labyrinth. Tamaric glanced towards Din, thinking Denogr wasn't it. A student from this department, Professor Jen Pinezzo, said he formed a secondary link with the B rank she summoned. But unless I see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it. She might just be showing favoritism to the house of Count Gress and making things up to help him. I must test him for myself. He continued the lecture. Your first goal is to pass the regular exams, so do your best. If you can already perform a summon, it will be easy. But for first-year students, that is very difficult. The students looked at each other in confusion, none daring to speak up. Digan swallowed hard, sweat beading on his skin, while Din frowned in deep thought. The new students in this magic academy must be completely bewildered. They've only learned theory and compatibility tests so far. Tamarick grinned, his voice booming like a bronze bell, goading them. Are there truly no first years who know how to summon? This year is a real disappointment. Din felt his scalp tingle, his heart hammered in his chest, as he thought, is the professor targeting me? Does he want to test my abilities? Personally, refusing to be intimidated, Dino shot to his feet and boldly issued a challenge. I can. Give it a try, Professor. His audacious declaration left the entire class holding their breath. Oh, ho, is that so? What is your name? And Major Deno replied, I'm Deno Gress, a first-year interdisciplinary student. Tamarick nodded, his eyes glinting with amusement. I've heard about you from the Dean. He mentioned you possess exceptional talent. Yes, sir. If the Dean himself had said so. Tamarick's expression hardened slightly. He silently sized up the young man. Not arrogant, yet not overly humble, with a wit as sharp as a blade. The professor got straight to the point. The rumors about you are many, but your supposed talent sounds frankly absurd. Can you demonstrate it for us right here and now? Deno nodded. If that's what you wish, Professor, I can. However, if I successfully prove my ability, would you be willing to write me a letter of recommendation for the special admission? The entire lecture hall fell into a dead silence, the atmosphere suddenly becoming thick with tension. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Tamarick's jaw dropped. A recommendation for the special admission. Do you even understand the weight of that request? Deno affirmed, his voice as unyielding as stone. Yes, I do. And I intend to demonstrate a talent worthy of it right here. And what if you fail? Tamarick challenged. Deno simply shook his head, the corner of his mouth lifting into a confident smirk. I've never once considered that possibility. The sheer audacity of his confidence was staggering. Not even his own sister would dare make such a boast. Intent on teaching Deno a lesson he would never forget, Tamarick agreed, his voice booming like thunder. Very well, come on down. If you can actually pull this off, I will personally pen that letter of recommendation for you. But the surrounding students erupted in a flurry of whispers. The hall buzzed with frantic chatter, a mix of disbelief and skepticism. What is he thinking? The summoning arts aren't even his major. What in the world is going on? With the Gress family, Tamarick issued one final warning. If you fail, you will bear the full consequences. Do you still wish to proceed? Deno remained completely unfazed, his gaze as steady as stone, as he gave a decisive nod. Yes, I will. An amused smile played on Tamarick's lips. Excellent. Then come on down. As it happens, I have a blank summoning seal right here. Deno made his way down to the platform, thinking to himself that he hadn't planned on making such a spectacle on his very first day. But what the heck, he mused, might as well seize every opportunity. He took the pristine white card and whispered an ancient incantation, the words like a secret vow, answer my call. The moment the words left his lips, the very air began to tremble violently. A brilliant magic circle materialized, bathing the area in an ethereal blue light, engulfing the entire lecture platform. From the very center of the circle, a colossal wolf lunged forth. A dangerous aura radiated from it, and a single chilling glance was enough to make the students tremble like frightened lambs before a predator. This is the kind of shocking twist you see in a Manhwa recap. Is that a 5th-rank summoned beast? How did he manage that with just a blank seal? From a shadowed corner, Dagon stood completely frozen. His heart hammered against his ribs as he recognized the beast. It was his own wolf, Genfu. Deno then turned to Tamarick and announced, Professor, I have summoned Genfu. Tamarick was still reeling from the impossible spectacle, sweat dotting his brow as his mind screamed. How did this kid pull that off with a blank seal? Did he forge a formal contract on the spot, or is this some other secret art that I'm unaware of? He struggled to compose himself. Even if he summoned it, there's no way he can maintain it for 30 minutes. He cleared his throat. Impressive, I'll admit, just as the rumors claimed. But the second condition won't be so easy to overcome. Deno, however, had no intention of wasting time. He offered a daring smile. I'd rather not waste any more of the classes. Precious time. Perhaps I can show you something else instead, Professor. This statement made Tamarick raise an eyebrow. Something else? What do you mean? It wasn't just Tamarick. The entire class of students began to murmur again, their eyes glued to Deno. What is he planning to do now? The Gress family is truly a force to be reckoned with in this magic academy. Dagon's heart pounded like a war drum. as anxiety swelled within him. The third condition is to demonstrate something unique. The professor was so adamant. What on earth is he planning? Every eye in the room was fixed on Deno. Tamarick gave a slow nod. All right then, show me what you can do. Deno began to unleash his mana, powerful torrents of blue energy erupting from him and enveloping, wrapped around Genfu like ribbons of pure magic. He parted his lips, whispering an ancient incantation, and Genfu's colossal body was suddenly hoisted into the air. Before the astonished eyes of the entire class, Genfu began to balloon in size, its claws sharpening to a razor's edge. This was the true power of ancient magic, a spectacle rarely seen in this magic academy. The students were nearly petrified, frozen in place, his jaw dropping in astonishment, as the wolf roared like a resurrected dinosaur, enhancing a summoned beast that was a skill only fifth-year students at this magic academy were supposed to master. And he clearly wasn't even a student from the summoning department. Genfu's thunderous roar echoed its sheer power, silencing the entire classroom. Din smiled at Tamarick, his voice calm, yet brimming with confidence. Professor, is this sufficient proof of my special circumstances? Tamarick was speechless, his eyes wide in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Good heavens, he can even perform a link enhancement. All the rumors were true. How can a single student possess such earth-shattering talent? Din gently stroked Genfu's fur, his gaze tender, yet filled with pride. After a few seconds, Tamarick cleared his throat, regaining his composure, though his voice still trembled slightly. This is indeed quite special. We will discuss the recommendation letter later. Din smiled brightly and nodded. Yes, I understand. In the back, Deegan swallowed nervously, his heart pounding in his chest. He's terrifying. He's matured so much since then. After the commotion, the classroom slowly returned to a state of normalcy, but Tamarick's gaze remained fixed on Din with a flicker of bewilderment. Din thought to himself, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. They say he's a very strict teacher. Clara will get a kick out of this story. I've secured one part of the recommendation letter. Should I ask Professor Genfurso for the remaining part? Before long, the class came to an end. Tamarick cleared his throat. All right, that concludes today's lesson. Suddenly, a voice called out, Din Gress. Din turned, his brow furrowing slightly as he spotted the familiar red hair. Ah, you're Diggin, right? Genfu's former master. Diggin looked a bit flustered, scratching his cheek. You remember me. I'm repeating this course. Because I failed. Din's curiosity was piqued, his gaze analytical. You're not here for revenge, are you? Diggin fumbled, his tone earnest. Actually, I saw you before. I was going to ignore you, but I realized I was in the wrong back then. I want to apologize for everything that happened. Please forgive me. He bowed a full 90 degrees. Din offered a small smile and nodded. That was years ago. Don't worry about it, I'm fine. Deegan's eyes lit up, his voice full of relief. Really, so I can continue studying here. I promise I won't cause any more trouble. Din furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, is he afraid I'll report him and get him expelled? He patted Deegan's shoulder reassuringly. No, relax. Everything's fine now. Deegan was ecstatic, his voice brimming with excitement. Thank you, Din. If you ever need help with anything, just ask. Suddenly, the back of Din's shirt bulged, as a small round lump began to move around underneath. Din instantly guessed that Canas had woken up and was likely hungry. He turned to Deegan. Oh right, you're in the summoning department, correct. I need to buy a few supplies from the store. Could you lead the way? Deegan nodded enthusiastically. Of course, the place is called Orb and Bone. I go there all the time. He began to chatter away. That shop was founded by 2 alumni over 30 years ago. They stock all sorts of items. The latest trend is... As Din listened, he thought to himself, he seems genuinely remorseful. There's no need to hold a grudge. Suddenly, Canas poked her head out from Din's shirt, her shimmering eyes curiously scanning their surroundings. Din quickly chided her in a gentle voice. Easy there, little one. Shortly after, the two of them headed toward the shop. Along the way, Deegan turned to him, his eyes filled with curiosity. So, what do you need? I can help you find it. Actually, just tell me the class of your summon, and I can handle the rest. Din replied, I just need to get some food for her. Dagon nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Oh, that's my specialty. I used to be in charge of compatibility training, so this is a piece of cake for me. By the way, what species is your summon? Din hesitated for a moment, before answering. It's a wyvern. Inwardly, he thought, well, Canis does look a bit like a wyvern. I suppose their diets are probably similar. Upon hearing the answer, Dagon suddenly exclaimed in an excited voice, a wyvern, that's a class 3 summon. Seriously, seeing that Dagon was getting worked up, Din quickly raised a hand to quiet him, lowering his voice. Yeah, but she's still just a baby, so please keep it a secret. Dagon was flabbergasted, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just then, the little wyvern named Canis, hidden inside Din's shirt, began to stir and let out tiny, curious chirps. Dagon, still buzzing with excitement, continued a wyvern. Okay, in that case, soft food is the optimal choice. They have voracious appetites, so in about a week, she should be able to start on meat. Din nodded slightly, impressed in spite of himself. He really is an expert on the creatures of this magic academy. So how did this guy manage to fail his exams? As they set foot in the shop, a bustling atmosphere immediately enveloped them. Dagon's eyes darted across the shelves before he deftly snatched 2 small bags of food, turning back to Din with a smiling triumphantly. Found it. This one is made from 17 rare ingredients, and this is a special soft mix with condensed milk. Just take both. Go on. Taking the 2 bags of food, he beamed with a radiant smile. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I was able to buy everything I needed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. Seeing Din's polite demeanor, Dagon furrowed his brow slightly and asked, is that all you need? Do you require anything else? Din shook his head. This is enough for now. Dagon enthusiastically suggested, since we're already here, why don't you look around a bit more? They have a lot of useful items. The 2 of them then leisurely strolled throughout the shop, admiring the countless magical artifacts on display, from shimmering enchanted garments and brightly colored support potions to radiantly glowing magic wands. Suddenly, Din stopped in his tracks, his eyes lighting up as he spotted a magnificent magic staff right in front of him, exclaiming, this one looks quite interesting, doesn't it? But at that very moment, a warning voice rang out from the side. Hold on, that's not an item for a novice. Your summoning skills aren't even proficient yet, and you're already looking for a weapon. Be careful, or you might get hit with a magic curse. Step back now. Right next to the staff was a carefully placed warning sign that clearly stated, absolutely no random touching, especially by new students. We will not be held responsible for any consequences. Dagon nodded in confirmation. That's right, Din. This scepter is typically reserved for 4th-year students and above here at the Magic Academy. Just touching it is enough to have all of your mana drained. However, Din seemed completely unfazed, thinking to himself that they were making too much of a fuss. The more forbidden it was, the more he wanted to try it. Ignoring all the warnings, Din reached out and grasped the scepter. The shopkeeper cried out in alarm. New student, don't touch that. It's dangerous. But before he could finish, Din had already tightened his grip on the staff. The orb at its tip suddenly began to emit an ethereal light. Din smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself that it was thirsting for mana. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately channeled his mana into the staff, feeling a surge of power welling up inside. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment, stammering, What? What in the world just happened? This is like a scene from a Manhwa recap. Did the scepter absorb enough mana and stabilize? He asked himself. Even with an abundance of mana, almost no one can control this staff. Din, however, maintained a calm expression and remarked with a smile, This isn't so bad. Is it? Standing beside him, Dagon couldn't hide his utter astonishment. Din, I knew you were skilled, but you're truly a genius beyond compare. The shopkeeper approached, hands on his hips, his tone filled with exasperation. Are you really a first-year student? I've never met anyone like you. Din just chuckled in response. Ah, I'm Count Gress, the senior's younger brother. Upon hearing that name, the shopkeeper was visibly startled and his tone immediately changed. Oh, you mean the top student of the interdisciplinary department? I completely underestimated you. If only you had said so sooner, I would have provided a more thorough consultation for you. Din gave a forced smile, thinking to himself how quickly the man's attitude had flipped. The shopkeeper continued. So, are you planning to buy this staff? Din shook his head carefully, placing the scepter back in its stand. Ah, no. It seems rather troublesome, and it can't handle as much mana as I'd like. The shopkeeper was baffled. Huh. This staff has more than enough capacity for even fifth-year students. Din looked at the staff, a thought forming in his mind. It felt like trying to pour an entire well into a small teapot, completely inadequate. In the end, he decided, I just need these bags of food, that's all. The shopkeeper muttered. Are all the children of Count Gress this peculiar? Even your sister was the same. Din asked curiously. What about my sister? The shopkeeper replied. In the past, everyone was eager to try holding this staff, but only Clara flat out refused, saying it didn't look very elegant. Din frowned slightly, and then nodded, thinking to himself that it sounded just like his sister. Afterward, he and Dagon paid for their items and left the store. The shopkeeper watched as their figures disappeared, muttering to himself, why do all geniuses have their own strange quirks? Leaving the shop, Din found a quiet, secluded corner with few people around. He carefully took out the 2 bags of food he had just bought and placed them in front of the little girl Kanaz, who was fidgeting restlessly inside his coat. Here is it good. Eat slowly, or you'll choke. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from a nearby narrow alley. The sound of a metallic clash and shattering fragments made Din turn. Din stopped in his tracks. He frowned, muttering, What's going on? From a narrow alley, a voice echoed, Hey you little punk, keep your head down, let's beat him to a pulp. Another voice chimed in, What a stupid coward. Just a few punches, and you can't even talk anymore. Din narrowed his eyes as a sense of unease washed over him. The taunts continued to echo. There was no one here to protect you yesterday. You're out of luck today. Then, a defiant voice shouted, I'm not afraid of you guys anymore. Hearing this, Din froze, his heart pounding. Asterisk. Wait a minute, that voice. It's Ernest Times. He immediately whipped his head around. There Ernest was cornered by 3 thugs looking utterly pathetic. The one with fiery red hair, clearly the leader, scoffed with a voice full of contempt. Did you hear what he said? He claims he's not afraid of us. His crony next to him guffawed, adding, He talks tough, but look at him, he's shaking like a leaf. Ernest gritted his teeth, his fists clenched in frustration. Asterisk. These bastards. Asterisk asterisk, they always wait until I'm alone to jump me. Asterisk, another member of the group spoke up arrogantly. So, who gets to go first? There's no one around here. Not a soul to see us. What's there to be afraid of? The remaining thug grinned maliciously. Let me have a go. My jaw still aches from last time because of him. All 3 advanced menacingly, though terrified. Ernest still tried to put up a defensive stance, roaring, Don't come any closer. The trio burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha, this failure actually dares to raise his fists. You got lucky once, and now you think you're some kind of big shot, huh? In Ernest's mind, a wave of despair crashed over him. Asterisk. This is bad. What can I possibly do this time? Asterisk. Asterisk. Is this it? Times. But just at that moment, the sound of firm footsteps echoed from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. You guys again. One of the thugs startled and whipped his head around. His eyes widened in shock as he recognized the newcomer, and he shouted, his voice tinged with panic. But Din just strolled forward leisurely, offering a faint smile and raising a hand in a casual wave. Hey there. Seeing Din appear was like finding a life raft in a swirling vortex for Ernest. His eyes lit up, and his voice trembled with emotion. Din. As Din revealed himself, the bullies started murmuring amongst themselves. What the hell? You said no one was coming. One grumbled resentfully. Another replied, Who cares about that now? Just bring out the heavy stuff. Din glanced at them, thinking to himself, Times. This is getting annoying. Asterisk. He scanned the area, musing. There's no one else around. Right. In that case, I'll teach these guys a lesson they won't forget. In an instant, a powerful surge of mana erupted from Din's body. Countless energy spears materialized in midair, all aimed directly at the thugs. One of the bullies cried out in terror. What in the world is that? He can use magic too? A buzz-cut thug stammered. Isn't the Strauss family famous for their swordsmanship? The red-haired leader frowned, growling angrily. You idiot, have you forgotten? Even Ernest, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Dean gazed coldly at the cowering bullies while the threatening spears continued to hover. He spoke, "All right, you have two choices. 1. You can retreat quietly on your own. 2. You can receive a beating so severe you won't even recognize your own mothers." Hearing those words, the three bullies' faces immediately turned pale, and an overwhelming fear gripped them. A moment later, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the nearby stone wall, as if pierced by hard objects, and the ground suffered the same fate, fracturing into pieces. The bullies were now sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Ernest, still trembling, limped closer and said, "Thank you, Dean. My limbs are still shaking uncontrollably." Dean smiled reassuringly. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." He then looked at Ernest with a more serious expression. "Ernest, from now on, let's train together." Hearing this, Ernest asked in surprise. "What?" Dean repeated. "You said you wanted to defeat Braun, right?" Dean continued. "So, I'll help you become stronger." Ernest could only manage a smile. "Haha, I always seem to be relying on you." Dean then turned and asked, "By the way, have you joined any clubs yet?" Ernest replied, "Not yet. I've been looking, but I can't find any exploration or archaeology clubs." Dean was puzzled. "I thought for sure there would be. This is a top-tier magic academy, after all," Ernest explained. "Our year has a map research society, but it's a mandatory course, not a voluntary club. I also checked out a few map analysis clubs, but they just use them as an excuse to be lazy. It's really disappointing." Hearing this, Dean stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems this whole Manhwa recap could focus on how most people just want to take it easy. Huh. Ernest nodded in agreement and asked, "But why are you asking about clubs? Are you planning to join one?" Dean replied, "I just noticed everyone else seems so active about recruiting new students. It makes me wonder if it's really that big of a deal." Ernest explained. "They say you have to choose your club carefully because once you join, you won't for the entire 2 years." He gave a wry smile. "The rules were stricter than I thought. A wrong choice would be a waste of 2 whole years." At that moment, the campus was filled with colorful signs from various clubs recruiting new members. There was everything from a dessert connoisseur society to an ancient book discussion club. Suddenly, Din stopped in his tracks, turned to me, and said unexpectedly, "Hey, why don't we start our own club?" I was stunned. "What? What kind of club?" Din replied. "A club where we can do whatever we want." I was still confused. "What do you mean?" Din explained. "I mean, we could both practice our skills and explore ancient ruins. In our free time, we could hang out and eat. Basically do whatever we want with no rules. What do you think of that idea?" My eyes lit up, and I eagerly agreed. "I'm in. Being with him would definitely be fun." But before I could get too excited, a thought struck me. Would a club like that even get approved by the academy?" Din answered confidently, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." I nodded. "If you say so, I believe you. But why the sudden idea?" Din smiled. "All these club invitations are just annoying. I have to turn them down every time. None of the existing clubs interest me, so I figured I'd just make my own." I asked him, "If I join, can I learn more about spearmanship or swordsmanship?" Din smiled. "Of course. That's a given. Who knows, you might even discover some hidden talents." I was overjoyed. "That's awesome. We'll definitely learn a lot from each other." Then I remembered something. "But don't you need at least 3 people to start a club?" Din nodded. "We have Leila, don't we?" he continued. "Speaking of which, let's go ask her right now." The scene shifts to the club registration office. The 3 of us walked and chatted excitedly. I spoke up. "So we just need to submit this form here and we're done, right?" Leila exclaimed with excitement. "That sounds so simple. Let's fill it out quickly." Din glanced at her, thinking that was just so typical of Leila. She even ditched the Sweet Adventure Club just to join us. Leila turned and said cheerfully, "The Sweet Club, which just gets together to try new sweets every week." Did sound tempting. Din nodded. "We can do that too if you want." I quickly chimed in. "I love desserts too. We can do anything we want." Right, Din added that we could even get to know the upperclassmen if we wanted, as long as we stuck together. Hearing this, Leila looked satisfied, a bright smile spreading across her face. The 3 of us filled out the club application form together and then took it to a room for approval. Suddenly, Leila shouted, What the rules changed? A blonde girl pushed up her glasses and explained, "That's right. This Magic Academy currently has over 3,000 clubs, and most of them are inactive, which makes them very difficult to manage. So starting this year, establishing a new club requires official approval, not just a report." Din's expression tightened slightly as he asked, "Approval? What do we have to do?" Leila sighed. "Oh man, just our luck. It's a plot twist straight out of a manhwa recap." The blonde girl continued, "You need a letter of recommendation from a tenured professor. Shall I give you the form?" Din nodded. "Yes, please give me the form." Afterward, the three of us left the room. Leila lamented, "How are first-year students like us supposed to get a letter of recommendation?" I nodded in agreement. "Seriously, we haven't even properly met any of the professors yet," Leila added. "We can't just randomly pick a teacher and ask for a signature." Din smiled mysteriously. "Actually, I already have someone in mind." Leila and I exclaimed in unison. "What? Who is it?" "We're just first years. They'll probably look down on us." Din flashed a confident grin. "Just trust me." Leila and I could only stare wide-eyed and speechless. The scene changes to the office of Professor Kentis, a man famous for his free-spirited style. Din was presenting our plan to form a club. After a while, he thought to himself, "Darn it, he said he'd hear me out, but why is this so difficult?" Kentis spoke up, his tone seemingly indifferent. "So, why are you kids here?" Din replied. "Professor, we'd actually like to establish a new club." Kenta seemed quite surprised. "Oh, sounds interesting. What kind of club is it?" Din smiled. "A club that combines sword practice, exploring the academy, and fun adventures. But now we need approval. We need a professor's letter of recommendation." Kentis questioned, "A letter of recommendation?" Din nodded. "Yes, we're looking for an amazing professor to sign off for us." Hearing this, Kentis stiffened slightly, thinking to himself, "Looking for a professor? You came all the way to my office, and you're still looking, you little brat. You think you can find professor who's better than me? You're looking at one right now. Why? Search far and wide, when I myself will sponsor you." Din replied. "But, Professor, you're always so busy. I'm worried I'd be a bother." Seeing his chance, Din smiled. "Really? In that case, Professor, could you please sign here?" He quickly pulled the registration form from inside his coat. Kentis cheerfully took the pen, signed the form, and declared, "My one and only student wants to start a club. Of course, I'll support you with all my heart." "Thank you so much, sir," Din said. With the business concluded, he immediately rejoined Leila. She squealed with excitement, "I can't believe we got a letter of recommendation so fast. Are you close with the professor, or something?" Nis, still amazed, chimed in. "We didn't even get a chance to say anything." Holding the letter, Din just laughed. "I pretended to ask him about swordsmanship, and luckily, I managed to win him over." Nis nodded. "Well, whatever it takes, I'm glad we succeeded." Leila puffed her chest out. "So, now, we can really start our own club." Din nodded firmly. "We just need to submit the application." This is turning into a fantastic Magic Academy manhwa recap. I'm so excited. This is going to be an amazing and memorable experience, Ernest exclaimed with a radiant smile. Din produced a pristine white sheet of paper and announced, "Now for the most important part, we need a name for the official registration. What do you all think we should call it?" Ernest emphasized her point. "The name isn't just a title. It has to represent our identity and image. This is an extremely serious matter." Leila nodded in agreement, adding, "I also don't want a name that's too naive, childish, or completely meaningless." The two of them immediately started racking their brains, muttering random names under their breath. What should it be? Why is this so difficult? Watching the scene unfold, Din let out a subtle smile, thinking to himself how seriously they were taking this. It was a heartwarming sight. Suddenly a strange sensation crept over Din. He glanced down and whispered in surprise, "Canas, you're waking up now." The little dragon began to squirm and move all over his body, creating an indescribable restlessness. Din whispered quietly, trying to stay calm, "Not right now, Canas, please." Right at that moment, Leila asked, "Din, have you thought of a name yet?" He replied dismissively, "I'm fine with whatever." Leila looked at him completely baffled. She asked, "What? You're the one who started this whole thing, and you don't have a single idea?" Her eyes suddenly widened as she pointed at his shirt. You've got a lump in your shirt. What's going on? Fearing his secret was about to be blown, Din muttered to himself that he hadn't even had a chance to introduce his little friend yet. He stammered, as Leila's curious gaze remained fixed on him. She pressed on. What are you hiding in there? All of a sudden, a button on Din's shirt popped open and a tiny figure shot out. It was Canis. The mischievous little dragon had finally escaped his confinement. Seeing the adorable creature, Leila's jaw dropped in utter shock. Din could only manage a weak smile, thinking to himself, well, the cat's out of the bag now. Leila immediately pointed at him accusingly. What is that? A summoned beast. Why did it just pop out of your shirt? Don't tell me that egg you got from Clara has already hatched. The little dragon hovered over Din's shoulder and let out a cute little growl. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, he was just born a little while ago. His name is Canis. Ernest greeted him cheerfully. Hi Canis, long time no see. Leila turned to her, her voice filled with irritation. Ernest, you knew about this too. Din quickly changed the subject. Anyway, the club name is more important than Canis right now. Let's just think of one on our way to the registration office. Once there, the blonde woman in charge took their application, her brow furrowing as she read the magic. Summoning Spearmanship and Swordsmanship Exploration Club. The three of them could only exchange sheepish glances. The name couldn't possibly be more generic. The woman asked again just to be sure. Are you certain you want this name? Din nodded decisively. Yes, please approve it for us. After receiving their approval, the three of them left the registration office. Leila immediately turned to scold Din. From this day forward, you are never allowed to name anything ever again. Din just frowned, seemingly unbothered. That's not okay, Leila nearly shouted. It's not okay at all. Ernest quickly tried to mediate. Haha, don't worry so much, we can always change the name later. And as this manhwa recap continues, we cut to Professor Tamarik's office where someone entered and asked, I hope I'm not interrupting by stopping by at this hour, Professor. Tamarik replied with a friendly smile. Haha, not a bother in the least. Dean Jen Panesso, to what do I owe the pleasure? She sat down gracefully and began to inquire, how has your work been lately, Professor? We have an abundance of talented students, but I fear the faculty is becoming overburdened by their numbers, Tamarik answered. She then emphasized, in particular, I've heard a rumor about one student who stands head and shoulders above the rest. Tamarik stammered, ah yes, that is indeed the case. He thought to himself, Times, does news from the classroom really spread that quickly, Times? Jen Pinso picked up her teacup. I hear your class has been the source of some rather interesting stories, the kind you'd see in a manhwa recap. I have no intention of interfering with your teaching methods, of course. I'm merely a bit curious, that's all. Tamarik immediately replied, no, of course not, there's no issue at all. You are the dean after all. It's only natural for you to be concerned with the general state of affairs. He set his teacup down and continued. There is one student who is very noteworthy, perhaps even more exceptional than Clara. It has truly been a major surprise. Jen Pinezzo smiled knowingly. That would be Din Gress, wouldn't it? I was the one who approved his admission. She then added, I heard you promised to write him a letter of recommendation, is that correct? Tamarik nodded. Yes, that's right. Jen Pinezzo continued. Since the special admission requires 2 letters of recommendation, I thought I would write the other one. Tamarik looked surprised. You'll be writing it personally. She chuckled. The boy clearly possesses extraordinary talent. How could I possibly sit idly by and not take action? Tamarik fell silent, his mind racing as he thought. Asterisk. What a cunning snake. She's trying to take all the credit for herself. Asterisk. He clenched his fist, muttering under his breath. That's right. She's always been this way. I underestimated her. Jen Pinzo's voice cut through Tamarik's thoughts. Professor, is something troubling you? Startled. Tamarik quickly replied, no, not at all. Jen Pinzo looked him straight in the eye. Is that so? When you've finished writing your letter, please allow me to review it. After all, we should be completely transparent with each other on this matter. Tamarik's brow furrowed slightly, the tension in the room palpable. But of course, her objective achieved, Jen Paneso stood up. Well, then I shall take my leave. Watching her retreating back, Tamarik gritted his teeth, his expression contemplative. His fist was clenched so tightly it trembled as he muttered, do you really think I'll just stand by and let everything go your way? She's trying to pull Din over to her side, but I won't let that happen this time. I have to secure that Prodigy for myself first. The scene then shifts to the school grounds, where Din was walking along, muttering to himself. The only class left today is the history of the Empire's founding right. He sighed. I've still got time. Maybe I'll go grab a tart or something. Suddenly, a figure approached and called out Count Gress. Din turned to see a beautiful blonde girl he had never seen before. He asked who she was. Hello, she replied. I am a messenger from Professor Jen Pinso's department. The Dean of Summoning has summoned you. He then asked. The Dean wants to see me. For what reason? The blonde girl answered. She only mentioned it was about a letter of recommendation and requested that you come at once. Shall we go now? Din nodded. Ah, the recommendation letter, he said, but thought to himself times. This sudden summons feels off. Something isn't right. Asterisk. The Imperial Magic Academy has long been known as the cradle that nurtures the brightest talents of the Empire. A place where the flame of academic passion burns with incredible intensity. This institution is renowned for a level of cutthroat competition that far exceeds all expectations, especially concerning the covert power struggles among the professors. The influence of a department not only determines the budget it receives, but also affects the equipment and facilities it can access. Here, the three largest departments are swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, which are always allocated the largest budgets. A professor's reputation and evaluations fluctuate accordingly, directly impacting the core responsibilities they hold. In the office of the Dean of Summoning, Jen Pinso stared out the window, muttering to herself, I can't remain stuck in third place forever. I simply cannot keep losing to those other departments. She mused. If that boy joins our department, we could easily surpass the magic department. The only real issue is Professor Kentis from the interdisciplinary department. However, with his sister Clara studying here, it would be difficult for him to refuse our offer. I just need to get him interested in summoning, and our chance will come. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Professor, I've brought Din. Jen Pinso answered immediately. Come in. She smiled and spoke up. The academy must be keeping you quite busy. With your abilities, Din, I'm sure you've received a great many invitations. Din replied humbly, I still have much to learn. I still have a lot to learn, so I'm approaching everything with the mindset of a first-year student. Jen Pinso nodded. A humble attitude and a desire to learn were very admirable qualities. Are there any subjects you find particularly interesting? Dean chuckled lightly. Haha, I haven't chosen a specific one yet. I want to try and do well in all my subjects. Jen Pinso nodded thoughtfully. Wanting to excel in everything, truly the spirit of a passionate new student. Do you know why I've called you here? Dean shook his head, indicating he didn't know. She continued, I heard something miraculous happened in Professor Tamarik's class. You managed to summon a Genfu, and even performed an enhanced link. With such outstanding skills, how could a department head like myself simply sit back and do nothing? She smiled. With your abilities, which are quite exceptional, you should take the special placement exam for our Magic Academy, he replied. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, ma'am. Department head Jen Pinso continued the story. I and Professor Tamarik have both agreed to send a special letter of recommendation for you. Honestly, this is the first time I've written a recommendation for a student outside the summoning department, but your extraordinary talent is so rare that I simply couldn't ignore it. She frowned slightly, getting straight to the point. Why don't you try delving deeper into the field of summoning? Dean looked surprised. Summoning, she nodded in confirmation. To be honest, someone qualified for the special exam doesn't need any more lessons. But because of that talent, I wish to personally teach you. Dean pondered thoughtfully. Asterisk. If the department head herself is making such an offer. Asterisk. Perhaps the summoning department is truly lacking in talent. Asterisk. He replied politely. I truly appreciate your kindness, but regarding the matter of a club, I've already established one with a few friends. Jen Pinso was taken aback. Asterisk. What, he's already formed one, even with the new strict regulations times. Dean smiled and explained. Yes. It wasn't easy, but fortunately, Professor Kentis wrote us a letter of recommendation. Upon hearing this, Jen Pinso's eyes widened, and she whispered, that detestable Kentis. Asterisk. He never attends faculty meetings and is always so lazy, yet he beat me to it. Asterisk. Well then, congratulations on establishing your club. Whenever you're free, please visit my laboratory. In her mind she thought, times, for now I'll just cast the line. Asterisk. Then she added, I have some rare treasures, for instance, like unhatched spirit beast eggs. Just a single one is valuable enough to be worth an entire castle. Dean flinched his hand, unconsciously touching his shirt. He thought to himself, asterisk. Oh no, I'm already raising one. Asterisk. He replied, spirit beast eggs, you say, I'll definitely stop by to take a look. Jen Pinso smiled reassuringly. Don't worry about the recommendation letter. Professor Tamarick and I will issue it for you. If you have any questions about the exam, feel free to ask me anytime. Dean was pleased. Thank you for your concern, ma'am. She picked up a cookie and said, please have some dessert while we chat. What you brought looks delicious. As she enjoyed it, she mumbled to herself. Asterisk. Tamarick is probably planning to act before me again. I must write that letter quickly, to see the look of surprise on their faces when they see it. Asterisk. The next day, Clara met with Dean and spoke. Dean, Professor Jen Pinso just contacted me. Dean asked. She contacted you? Clara nodded. Yes. After the letter of recommendation was sent, the Summoners Association contacted her today. They're sending examiners to the academy, immediately escalating this manhwa recap at a shocking pace. Dean was startled. They're coming that fast, he mumbled. That's too fast. It's clear they want to recruit me. Clara's eyes widened. Professor Jen Pinso really values you. What did you do to catch the attention of someone who's usually so stern? Dean laughed awkwardly. I don't really know either. Maybe it's just because I'm a top student, Clara continued. Anyway, you're about to be called in for the exam. Back when we took it, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, maintain them, and then perform an enhanced link. Dean was horrified. 3 at once. This is a really big deal, he muttered. Clara passed the special placement exam when she was only 16 years old. Clara went on to explain, yeah, but no one knows what this year's exam will be like. They don't announce it beforehand. Even with Professor Jen Pinso's recommendation which qualifies you, there are internal conflicts within the Summoners Association. Dean wondered. Internal politics, Clara explained further. You probably don't know this. Professor Jen Pinso has refused the association's requests many times, so they don't like her. They won't make it easy for her to gain an advantage. Dean mused. So that means the exam might be more difficult because of it, right? Clara nodded. It's possible. But I'm not too worried for you. If you get hurt because of these adult power struggles, I'd feel terrible. Dean smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, that won't happen. Thinking to himself that he had no intention of getting caught in those traps. 2 days later, the inspection team from the Summoners Association arrived at the Magic Academy, led by Chairman Elga Poten. Long time no see, Professor Jen Pinso, a voice called out. She replied, I trust you are well, sir. Elga nodded. Indeed. Now let's see just how exceptional this student you've recommended truly is. Jen Pinso answered calmly. My apologies, Chairman, but his talent is so extraordinary that I simply couldn't overlook it. Elga retorted. In that case, perhaps you should have accepted the seat on the council when we offered. It would have expedited matters considerably. Jen Pinso offered a wry smile. As you know, my duties here at the Magic Academy are my priority. If I were to accept a position on the council, I couldn't devote myself entirely to the academy. She inwardly seethed, grinding her teeth. As if I don't see you consolidating power for your own faction. The council's greed has nearly gotten me killed on their reckless ventures more than once. She turned to him. Now, if you'll follow me, we can discuss this on the way. Elga nodded in agreement. Very well. He thought to himself, the letter of recommendation is official, so I have to cooperate, but I have a bad feeling about this kid. As they walked, Elga inquired, the boy is Count Gress. Is he not Clara's younger brother? Jen Pinso confirmed, he is. His talent is a testament to the Stress family lineage. Elga continued, I was told he summoned a level 5 Genfu, executed an enhancement link, and even managed multiple simultaneous links with a spirit beast during the interdepartmental exam. Jen Pinso simply nodded. That is correct. Elga turned to her, remarking, "Such abilities are truly phenomenal enough to cause a stir throughout the entire council. Even for a stress, I never imagined the younger brother would so completely eclipse his sibling. Is it possible he's already on par with Gatoran?" Jen Pinso gave a non-committal smile. "I can't say if he's reached Gatoran's level, but once you witness his skills firsthand, you will understand." Elga's brow furrowed. "Our evaluation will be incredibly stringent. The special admission exam has always been this way." Jen Pinso nodded. "Yes, I understand completely." Meanwhile, the sudden arrival of the Summoners Council sent a wave of murmurs through the Magic Academy student body. One student exclaimed, "Wait, the Summoners Council is here. What are they doing at our school?" Another chimed in, "Rumor has it that Count Gress received a special letter of recommendation." A third student jumped in. "Oh, you mean that first year who made waves in Professor Tamarik's class? The one who even managed to perform a spirit beast enhancement?" Another student shouted in frustration. "It's insane. Is there any aspect of summoning that kid doesn't excel at?" A short while later, Jen Pinso and Elga arrived before the entrance to the Department of Summoning. She announced cheerfully, "Well, this is the venue for the test." Elga glanced at the department's insignia and muttered, "Very well. Let's head inside." In the examination hall, slivers of light pierced the darkness, illuminating a vast open chamber. Dino stood confidently in the center of the arena. He began to speak, his voice clear and steady. "I am Deno Stress, youngest son of Count Stress, Lord of the Southern Territories, and heir to the Stress family. It is an honor to meet you." As he finished his introduction, a smile of pure confidence and pride graced his lips. Observing this, Elga thought to himself, "Now that's impressive. It's hard to believe he's only 14 years old and already possesses such a commanding presence. I see now why they were so eager to send that letter of recommendation." Elga stroked his chin thoughtfully and spoke. "I am Elga Potten, chairman of the Summoners Council. I've heard a great deal about you, Deno, and the praise has been considerable. However, I must warn you, this examination will be anything but easy." Deno remained unfazed by the warning, replying instantly, "Yes, sir. I am fully prepared." He thought to himself, he's putting on a friendly facade, but this is clearly not a pleasant visit. Elga then turned to the aides, standing behind him, and commanded, "Enough talk. Let's begin at once. Everyone get into position." The two aides immediately responded, "Yes, chairman." Standing to the side, Jen Pinso's brow furrowed slightly as she wondered aloud, "I wonder just what kind of trial the chairman has prepared for us today." Looking toward Deno, Elga declared, "Your success or failure in this test rests solely on my judgment. If you have any objections, you may withdraw now." Deno replied without hesitation, "I accept your terms." The chairman continued, "During this test, any and all forms of cheating are strictly prohibited. Furthermore, if the examination is later deemed to be unfair, the results will be nullified, and your qualifications as a summoner may be permanently revoked. Do not forget this." Deno calmly responded, "Yes, I understand." "Good," Elga said. "In that case, I'm eager to see what makes you so special. This whole Manhwa recap hinges on this moment." He then raised his hand high into the air and declared, "Let the examination begin." The examiners surrounding Deno began their work, and in front of each one, a radiant summoning circle blazed to life. Instantly, the circles began to draw in all the ambient energy from the surroundings, reinforcing the magical formations and making them pulse with immense power. Witnessing this spectacle, Deno murmured, "These are advanced magic circles," that suddenly began to vibrate, emitting an otherworldly hum. A potent wave of energy erupted from them, washing over the entire examination area. As they watched this unfold, both Jen and Elga were stunned, and Jen Pinso both furrowed their brows. Jen Pinso thought to himself, "They've activated the magic circle. So this is it." Instantly, a torrent of magical energy surged towards Elga. He slowly opened his eyes, his voice deep and resonant, as he commanded, "Answer my call." The moment the words left his lips, a powerful current of mana erupted from his magic circle. Following that, a creature began to materialize. A colossal, ferocious beast, with the head of a lion appearing in all its glory. Sensing the immense amount of mana radiating from it, Jin quietly muttered, "Just as I expected, the chairman's mana is truly on another level. It's absolutely terrifying." I never imagined the entrance exam would be on such a massive scale. His eyes widened as he stared at the creature, thinking, this beast is far more dangerous than any ordinary summon. Arcs of lightning, crackling with immense mana, flashed around its body, creating an overwhelming sense of peril for anyone who dared to face it. Witnessing the terrifying monster, Gen Pineso, standing behind the others, exclaimed in disbelief, it can't be a third-tier summon. That's Antares. The beast clenched its massive fists, tilted its head to the sky, and unleashed a world-shaking roar. The mana surrounding it erupted violently, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust that obscured the entire testing area. Jin had to brace himself against the immense pressure, whispering internally, now I understand why my sister was so worried about me taking this test. Gazing at the ferocious summoned beast, Elga crossed his arms and calmly stated, since you're a proclaimed genius, a challenge of this level should be perfectly suited to your caliber. Wouldn't you agree? He raised an eyebrow slightly, adding, you may use any weapon you see fit. Your mission is to subdue Antares by any means necessary. Elga glanced at the summoned beast facing Jin and added, this is the requirement for the special admission examination. Seeing this, Gen Pineso gritted his teeth, his heart swelling with anger. That old man, he thought, he clearly wants to see Jin fail. He's trying to humiliate him. Elga then spoke with a dismissive tone, but with your supposed outstanding talent, there should be nothing to worry about. Of course, if you're afraid, you can always withdraw now. Jin immediately replied, his voice unwavering. No, I will proceed with the test as planned. At this, Elga gave a faint smile. Very good. I shall grant you a moment to prepare. Immediately, Jin reached into a subspace before him, feeling around for something. He thought to himself, perfect. I have just the thing for a situation like this. He pulled out an object, thinking, the spear my father gave me for my 7th birthday. Now's my chance to finally put it to use. Gazing at the colossal beast, Jin murmured his strategy. It's huge, so it's bound to have plenty of openings. I'll strike fast, and then pull back. Seeing Jin's preparation, Elga's brow twitched. A spear, as expected of the Cess bloodline. His eyes quickly darted to a corner of the testing area, where Professor Tamaric and a few other students were approaching to watch Jin's test. Tamaric's jaw dropped at the sight, and he stammered, what in the world is this? Pitting him against a third-tier creature? Isn't that completely unreasonable? Hearing the familiar voice, Gen Pineso glanced over and remarked, it seems Professor Tamaric is here. Surely, he'll protest this. Elga, however, paid him no mind and retorted, it's fine. He's ready. Let's begin. Instantly, his expression turned deadly serious. He extended a hand forward and commanded Antares, destroy the enemy before you. The moment he spoke, Antares gnashed its teeth, its eyes glowing a furious red. It immediately used its powerful legs to launch itself directly at Jin. Jin, however, remained perfectly calm, waiting for the monster to close the distance. He murmured, all right, bring it on. As it drew near, the monster accelerated, lunging at Jin with incredible speed. But just as quickly, with his masterful spearmanship, he effortlessly parried its ferocious assault. After deflecting the blow, he nimbly darted behind the creature. At that moment, Jin's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of intense focus. He was beginning to get serious about this fight. Jin's display of skill left Elga utterly stunned. His heart hammered in his chest, as if it would burst. Even Professor Gen Pineso, a man renowned for his composure, was wide-eyed with shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Tamaric, standing nearby, was simply speechless, his mouth hanging open. His eyes shone with a mixture of astonishment and pride. The students who had accompanied him were in a similar state of awe. Dongqing yelled out in a fit of excitement, oh my gosh, what kind of move was that? I've never seen anything like it in a manhwa recap. Their shouts, filled with shock and excitement, echoed across the grounds. Back with Jin, he was strangely calm. He immediately stomped his foot on the ground, skillfully twirling the spear in his hand to keep his balance. As he faced the colossal monster, his eyes gleamed with confidence, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smirk. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with satisfaction. It seems that recent special training has indeed paid off. The monster Antares let out a furious roar, its eyes blazing red and sparking with hatred. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged directly at Jin, swinging its arm to unleash a devastating blow. The attack carried a terrifying force, seemingly capable of tearing space itself apart, yet Jin remained composed, his cold, sharp gaze never wavering. Just as the attack was about to connect, he gracefully pivoted to the side, effortlessly evading it. Antares' strike crashed into the ground, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. The impact shattered the ground, which cracked open as if struck by an earthquake. In the stands, the crowd held their breath, hearts pounding in their chests at the spectacle. The beast spun around, picked up speed, and began to unleash a relentless barrage of powerful strikes at Jin. But each attack was deftly neutralized by him. While dodging, Jin muttered to himself, his tone a mix of surprise. Wow, no wonder it's a level 3 monster. For something of this colossal size to move with such speed is truly incredible. A sense of admiration mixed with caution made him sharpen his focus. Suddenly, Antares halted, its eyes widening as they blazed with furious sparks. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, a sound erupting from its mouth, as if it intended to swallow everything whole. From its hands, blazing red rings of fire materialized, swirling violently. It then raised its hands, concentrating the energy into a giant fireball that began to radiate, and terrifying heat, scorching the very air around it. Yet Jin remained unfazed, twirling his spear, with movements as fluid and graceful as a dance. Mana flowed from his body into the weapon, causing the spear to glow with a faint blue light shimmering like an ethereal flame. The moment Antares launched the massive fireball at him, Jin didn't even flinch. He raised his spear, using it as a shield to stand firm against the impending firestorm. From her seat in the stands, Jin Pine-so cried out involuntarily, her voice trembling with worry. Is he planning to take that attack head-on? Her eyes widened in disbelief, filled with unease. Beside her, Elga stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He mused internally. Even with mana reinforcement, confronting Antares directly is pure madness. Oh, perhaps this particular test at our Magic Academy will end sooner than anticipated. But Jin remained steadfast in his defensive posture, before suddenly spinning his spear with immense force. With a single decisive movement, he rocketed forward, piercing straight through Antares' blazing attack. The flames dissipated, leaving behind nothing but a thick, obscuring cloud of smoke and dust. Jin stood his ground, his breathing even, but in his mind he thought to himself, that was a close call, I almost failed. A wave of relief mixed with lingering tension caused his heart to pound faster than normal. Now, facing Antares, Jin tightened his grip on the spear, his eyes growing sharp and resolute. He thought to himself, okay, it's time to put an end to this. He lowered his center of gravity, crouching like a panther stalking its prey. Mana surged from his body and into the spear, causing it to hum with power. With the speed of a lightning bolt, Jin shot directly toward Antares. The monster, sensing his approach, immediately clenched its fist and brought it crashing down onto the ground with immense force. The ground shattered, sending debris flying in all directions, but Jin had already dodged, reappearing instantly at Antares' flank. The spearhead in his hand glinted as he thrust it directly into the beast's abdomen. Jin's eyes turned icy as an image of the master who taught him flashed through his mind. I'll use the technique he showed me, he vowed to himself. I'll concentrate my mana into the tip of the spear to create a powerful single-point explosion. With that resolve, he channeled all of his mana into the spearhead and executed a powerful thrust. The spearhead pierced Antares' abdomen, followed by a deafening, earth-shattering explosion. The monster bellowed in agony, but Jin didn't let his guard down. He kept the spear held firmly in place, embedded deep within Antares. Mana continued to gather at the spear's tip, before erupting in a second explosion, ripping away a huge chunk of the monster's midsection. Realizing his attack had been effective, Jin allowed himself a faint smile. He continued to apply pressure, causing Antares to howl in agony as its entire body began to tremble violently. Up in the stands, Temeric was breaking out in a cold sweat, his fists clenched tight, torn between anxiety and immense pride in his student's power. Elga, who was sitting beside him, couldn't hide his astonishment either, his eyes shining with admiration. This is the kind of action you hope for in a manhwa recap. The students erupted in a unified cheer, their voices filled with excitement. Incredible. That attack was almost impossible to block. What kind of mana was that? Thunderous applause and cheers filled the arena, but suddenly from Antares' gaping wound, a torrent of crimson mana erupted instantly, regenerating its destroyed body part. The beast threw its head back and let out a furious roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world, its eyes snapping open, glowing like pools of blood. It smashed a massive fist into the ground, shattering the arena floor and kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Realizing the immediate danger, Din instantly backed away. But his eyes widened in horror as he let out a panicked shout, "My spear!" The weapon was still embedded in Antares' body. Just then, Kentis came rushing in from the outside, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, I hope I'm not too late. Why on earth would they hold an exam in a place like this?" But the moment he pushed through the doors, the scene unfolding before him stopped Kentis dead in his tracks, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He clenched his jaw, his gaze locked onto the shimmering mana barrier in front of him. His voice trembled with disbelief. A barrier inside the test zone. What in the world have they summoned in there? From within the dome, Antares threw its head back and unleashed a deafening roar that seemed to tear the very air apart. Kentis's face went pale, his heart hammering in his chest from the shock. He clenched his fists, shouting in absolute fury. What an Antares of rank 3-star. Inside the arena, Antares had just ripped out Din's spear, sending it skittering across the floor and leaving deep gouges in its wake. The wound left by the spear was still weeping blood, not regenerating instantly for once. The monster let out a low growl, its crimson eyes fixed on Din, with an intensity that promised to tear him apart. Din stood his ground, muttering to himself with a hint of admiration. It took a direct hit like that, and it's still standing. Its resilience is no joke. He thought to himself that the spear just wasn't going to cut it. Then with a flick of his wrist and a determined glint in his eye, he declared, "Forgive me, father, but it seems I have no choice but to use my sword." In a fluid motion, Din drew the sword from his hip. He narrowed his eyes at Antares, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he said, "Time for round 2. This sudden move left the entire audience stunned. Elga stroked his chin, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Ho ho, a sword you say?" Beside him, Genpinso nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Well, it makes sense. This is an independent evaluation, so we should expect a few surprises." Elga nodded in agreement, but a look of sheer astonishment was plain on his face. Indeed, but the truly terrifying part is how composed he is. That stance, it's like a veteran warrior who has seen countless battlefields. Standing behind them, Kentis narrowed his eyes, observing intently. He spoke with conviction. "Now we're about to see what he's really capable of." Down in the arena, Antares lunged directly at Din with ferocious eyes. But Din didn't even flinch. He stood his ground calmly, parrying the beast's relentless barrage of attacks. After a few exchanges of blows, Din took a step back, a realization dawning on him. He murmured with genuine admiration, "Not bad. It's already adapted, shifting from pure power to speed, reacting to my moves with pinpoint accuracy." Antares didn't let up, continuing its frenzied assault, but Din was not an opponent who could be easily overwhelmed. He maintained his composure, parrying each blow with his sword. The moment he spotted an opening, Din unleashed a powerful slash at Antares' arm. However, the attack failed to inflict any real damage. He muttered in slight surprise, "Both of its arms are wreathed in flames. My sword aura can't seem to break through." Antares then picked up the pace, its fists raining down like a tempest. A thought raced through Din's mind. "I'd love to just crush this thing with ancient magic, but with so many people from the Magic Academy watching, I'll have to settle this another way." From the stands, Genpinso was beside herself with worry, her face as white as a sheet. She turned to Elga, her voice trembling. "Chairman, this has gone too far. This is far too dangerous. If a student gets injured, we'll all face severe repercussions." She placed a hand on her chest, preparing to activate the force desummoning. But Kentis, who had just arrived, stopped her. His voice was calm but full of confidence. "Hold on, just keep watching." A startled Genpinso spun around, completely surprised. "Professor Kentis, when did you get here?" Kentis offered a reassuring smile, his eyes glinting with confidence. I understand your concern, but it seems Din has already figured out a strategy. Down in the arena, Din continued to parry Antares' relentless assault. Then suddenly he spotted an opening. His eyes snapped wide, a decisive gleam flashing within them. A magic circle materialized beneath his feet. With a brilliant explosion of mana, Din shot forward, accelerating toward Antares and unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp slashes. The beast roared in agony as the strikes connected, a desperate cry echoing through the hall as it staggered and lost its balance. It slammed both hands on the ground to steady itself. From the stands, Elga cried out in utter amazement, his voice filled with disbelief. Did he just fuse swordsmanship with magic in a single instant? This whole scene is turning into an amazing manhwa recap. Beside him, Kentis simply nodded. It would appear so. We should have summoned something even stronger. Hearing this, Elga's expression darkened. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, damn it, a tier 3 summon should have been more than enough to make him fail. Yet, he's completely surpassed all my expectations. Within the vast arena, Antares opened its menacing maw, fiery red rings of energy forming around its lips. Din, with astonishing composure, simply smirked and thought to himself, a final act of defiance is it. He tightened his grip, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. I really didn't want to resort to this move, but it's time to end this. Just above Din's head, 3 spears enveloped in powerful mana suddenly materialized, hovering in midair, glowing with an ethereal light. He stared directly at Antares, the corner of his mouth curling into a triumphant smile. Sensing the imminent danger, Antares threw its head back and let out a ferocious roar, a thunderous sound that shook the very ground. It opened its mouth and spewed a brilliant pillar of fire, hurtling straight toward Din with enough heat to incinerate everything in its path. But just as the beast was about to unleash its decisive blow, Din's 3 mana spears, shrouded in a shimmering light, shot forward with terrifying speed. Antares was completely stunned, its eyes wide with disbelief. The 3 powerful spears pierced straight through Antares' body, leaving 3 massive holes in its torso. The monster was thrown violently backward like a puppet, with its strings cut, roaring out in agony. Din stood tall in the middle of the arena, his gaze sharp and a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. In the stands, Jen Pinisso turned to Elga, her voice filled with worry and accusation. Chairman, I think this exam was a bit excessive. Excessive? What do you mean by that? She explained. No matter how talented he is, forcing a first-year student to subdue a tier 3 summoned beast, do you really think that's reasonable? He laughed awkwardly, trying to de-escalate the situation. Ha ha, but the outcome was fine, wasn't it? His words, however, did not appease Jen Pinisso. Instead, they fueled her fury even more. Fine. It's so fine that it will go down in the history of the Empire's Magic Academy. A first-year student used a spear, a magic sword, and even a forced bond to subdue a tier 3 summon. This is absolutely insane. After the intense battle, a calm Din stored his weapon away in his subspace. Elga and Kentis exchanged a glance, their brows furrowed in utter amazement. They thought to themselves that the finishing blow was truly shocking. Suddenly, Din approached Antares and extended his hand, stunning everyone. It was a reaction to his power. Din had established a forced bond with Antares, neutralizing its hostility. In terms of both strategy and outcome, it was a flawless conclusion. Jen Pinisso, however, was still indignant. She spoke up. If word of this gets out, people will say this was an unfair test, designed to intentionally fail him. Cornered Elga quickly turned to explain. Professor Jen Pinisso, I had clear safety measures in place. But that answer did nothing to calm her. She shot to her feet, her voice laced with reproach. And yet you just sat there, while Din faced it head-on. Elga stammered, scrambling for an excuse. That was. But before he could finish, Jen Pinisso glared, her tone firm. As a professor, I cannot turn a blind eye to this, Mr. Chairman. Elga gritted his teeth, silently lamenting in frustration. Damn it, how did it come to this? The entire plan has gone up in smoke. Kentis, standing behind them, closed his eyes and mused quietly. He mumbled, his voice full of admiration. I knew he was a genius, but to this extent, this whole scene is like something straight out of a manhwa recap. From the very beginning, Din seemed more like a veteran knight than a first-year student. Both Kentis's and Genpaneso's gazes fixed on Din, a determined glint in their eyes. I must take him on as my disciple. After the test concluded, Elga stepped forward, his voice echoing through the arena. The test is over. Din, you have brilliantly passed this special examination. We officially bestow upon you the title of Summoner, along with this prestigious emblem. We hope you will continue to develop your talents as a Summoner of the Empire. Please accept this golden emblem. Bowing his head in thanks, he examined the golden emblem before him, which was engraved with strange runes, and mumbled softly. A golden emblem is only given to those who pass a special exam. This is pretty cool. Holding the emblem in his hand, Din, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly raised the emblem, channeling a massive amount of mana into it. He murmured, "Answer the call." Instantly, a powerful surge of mana erupted from the emblem, shooting straight into the air, forming a huge, brilliantly glowing magic circle. From within the circle, a tidal wave of mana poured out, and something shot forth, leaving everyone stunned. Yoga's eyes widened as he shouted, "What in the world is that?" On the arena floor, a creature with long ears and stubby little legs suddenly appeared. It was a summoned beast that looked exactly like a small rabbit. The information display was clear. Interma, a 4th-tier summoned beast enhancement type, capable of drastically boosting the summoner's physical abilities. Looking at the tiny rabbit, Din smiled, his tone filled with delight. Pretty high quality and cute too. He stepped closer and said gently, "It's good to see you again, Enterma." The atmosphere froze as everyone stood dumbfounded, speechless at the unexpectedly adorable scene. Genpaneso turned to Kentis, who was also frozen in place, and thought to herself that everyone seemed to be in shock. She glanced towards Din, and long, deep in thought. With this many witnesses, the entire Magic Academy was bound to be in an uproar. Just as predicted on the school grounds, students were buzzing with excited chatter endlessly. Someone shouted, "Is that the guy who passed the special exam?" Another replied, their voice full of astonishment, "The Stress family? What are they even about? At this level, he's even surpassed his own sisters." At that moment, Din, Ernest, and Leila were walking across the campus. Countless curious gazes were fixed on them, making the whole situation feel like a real-life manhwa recap. Ernest turned to Leila, his voice bewildered. "Leila, I really can't understand how this is even possible." Leila crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, "Don't even try to understand it. Just accept it, and you'll get used to it. He's from a different world after all." Ernest changed the subject, his voice becoming more enthusiastic. "Oh, right. I finished decoding that map." Leila's eyes lit up with joy. "Really? You're amazing. So once it's fully decoded, we'll have our first club meeting." Hearing this, the whole group grew excited. Leila said cheerfully, "That's awesome. I was getting so bored." Ernest clenched his fist, saying, "Happily, I'll try to decode it even faster then." Din remained calm and smiled, thinking to himself that he was actually quite curious about it. He then turned to the others. "Professor Kenta's called for me, so I have to go. I'll see you all later." In the training room, Kenta's was already waiting. He looked at Din, his voice deep, but full of authority. "Antares is a terrifying, summoned beast. A summoner from the Rini Empire once called forth 2 of them, and it was a true nightmare. Just those 2 monsters took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers." Din was startled, thinking to himself, "I remember now. I heard that Professor Kentis was also present during that battle." Kentis stepped closer, his sharp gaze fixed on Din. "And yet, you defeated that creature without a single scratch on you." Din scratched his head sheepishly. "It was just luck, sir. Humility can sometimes be a sharp blade that inadvertently holds back potential. To me, your decision to switch to using a sword was absolutely the right move." Hearing these words, Din was slightly taken aback, unable to help but think to himself, "This professor is truly no ordinary person." Kentis slowly turned and walked away, his steady voice echoing, "You're only 14. Yet, your skill and mastery in swordsmanship far exceed your age." He paused, then lowered his voice. "For that very reason, I want to ask you something. Are you willing to formally become my disciple and learn advanced swordsmanship from me?" The offer seemed to make the very air stand still, and Din's gaze immediately became resolute. Now Din was sitting in his private room, carefully penning a letter home to his family. In the letter, he wrote, "Dearest mother and father, I hope you are both in good health. The hot summer is just around the corner. Today, as always, your youngest son is immersed in the busy hustle of life at the academy. Oh, I have some good news to share. I've successfully completed Professor Kentas's swordsmanship class, the one I mentioned before. I've learned countless valuable theories. It's made me certain that choosing to come to this magic academy was an absolutely correct decision. As of now, I can execute my swordsmanship with much greater proficiency. Perhaps it's time for me to visit the forge and have a new sword crafted for myself." At this point, he paused his writing for a moment thought and then continued. "Oh, there's another interesting piece of news. Ernest has finally managed to decode that ancient map. He even discovered that the main architect was Saul Homston. According to it, the map pointed to a remote eastern area of the Magic Academy, located deep beneath the now abandoned St. Ima Hall. Rumor has it that something extraordinary is hidden in the saints' catacombs below." After reading it over, Din frowned, wondering to himself if he had written it in too much detail. He felt he shouldn't have recorded so many specifics, especially since it was a forbidden zone. Moreover, a more serious problem was the presence of the undead there. When Din shared this story with his two best friends, they both shouted in unison, "The undead." Their bodies broke out in a cold sweat, and they stammered, unable to speak clearly. "Din, that sounds absolutely terrifying." In the letter, Din continued, "I once thought about giving up, but thankfully, I received timely assistance. The person who helped us was Priscilla, a top student from the Department of Neurology. Our group went to see her together. At that moment, Priscilla looked at them with a doubtful gaze. "What? You want me to go into the Forbidden Zone with you? Are you all insane? Listen up, you lot. The undead will vanish if their cores are destroyed. But before you face them, you must absolutely receive a baptism from me." After reaching an agreement, the group quickly embarked on their perilous expedition. Priscilla immediately shouted, "Din, shatter its core." He concentrated all his dense mana into a single strike. After following Priscilla's instructions, everything went exactly as expected, a pivotal moment in this manhwa recap. Din continued writing in his letter, "Priscilla's holy power is truly astonishing. Thanks to her baptism, we were able to handle the undead with ease. Not to mention Leila's swordsmanship has also shown remarkable improvement. They coordinated perfectly with each other, not getting a single scratch. One attacked while the other defended. After navigating through the dense darkness, they set foot in the deep underground catacombs. And finally, the treasure appeared before them. Standing before an ancient relic, Din pointed, prompting a curious Leila from behind to ask, "Is it really from 3,000 years ago?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's right. The treasure is right here. The treasure that the Emperor desperately craved, but could not open. Nor could he claim it." Hearing the word treasure, the faces of all the group members lit up with extreme excitement. And that treasure was a gem that emitted a brilliant red light, incredibly magnificent and mystical. Holding the gem in his hand, Din was filled with excitement. He continued writing in his letter, "This is our club's very first achievement. We brought back such immense joy. Everyone was too excited to even think about sleeping. Because of this, the entire academy was thrown into a frenzy. I think I should keep a low profile for a while. As for the true nature of the gem, everyone would be surprised to learn it was originally an ancient mana core, wouldn't they? And I probably don't even need to mention that this gem has gifted me an abundant amount of additional mana." Writing up to this point, he paused his writing. "I'll tell Mom and Dad in person when I get the chance." Seeing him holed up in his room for so long, La shouted from outside, "Din, what are you doing? We need to go now, or there won't be enough time to clean the club room." Her loud call pulled him out of his wandering thoughts. He quickly turned, grabbed his backpack, and replied, "All right, I'm coming right out." And after that day, Priscilla also officially joined the club. Now, the club had 4 members, but they kept complaining that the club's name sounded ridiculous. As soon as he stepped out, everyone greeted him eagerly. Iz urged, "Let's get going." Priscilla pursed her lips, her attitude slightly displeased. "You dare make a senior like me wait," Leila added. "That's right, we're busy people too." Seeing all the criticism directed at him, Din gave an awkward laugh and replied, Sorry, I had a few things to clean up. Now, let's hurry." As they walked, they divided up the tasks. Din spoke up. I'll take care of all the heavy lifting today. La pursed her lips and replied, of course. Besides, who else among us could handle the heavy work? After some discussion, the group decided to shorten the club's name to Nam Man. In the Magic Academy's Magic Division, there is an exam famous for its difficulty and severity. The exam lasts for a full 24 hours, requiring candidates to endure a day without food or sleep. As long as you don't bring another person, all open book materials are permitted to be used. This is a notorious exam, due to its highly challenging nature. Professor Dranevo gazed out the window, let out a soft sigh, and then spoke. However, Din passed it with far too much ease. He completely grasped my intentions, excelled at problem-solving, and his ability to analyze his surroundings. Surrounding him is even more extraordinary. I feel a bit sorry for the other students, but this is the first time I've ever coveted a student from another department so intensely. With that thought, he turned around, his voice deep and contemplative. So, how is that task I assigned you progressing? Arthur approached from a distance, pondering the question for a few seconds. He replied, he continuously refuses the invitation to join the student council. If he were to join, he wouldn't just get a position, he could even advance to a key role. A role that could decide the Academy's future policies. Hearing this, Professor Dranevo seemed to have an epiphany. He turned back to look out at the sky, let out a sigh, and murmured, so that's how it is. Even sending an upperclassman like you wasn't enough. He cursed silently to himself. Damn it, what an unpredictable kid. He shows none of the vanity or arrogance typical of his age. All my predictions were completely wrong. But he won't escape my grasp. I will definitely get a hold of him. The scene then shifts to the laboratory of Arabella, who was asking Din, is Arthur from the student council still pestering you? He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, it's getting a little annoying. She sighed in frustration. That professor hasn't changed a bit. It was exactly the same in my day. Din grew curious. He did the same thing to you. She nodded in confirmation. He even offered to make me the student council president or something. Hearing this, Din commented admiringly. Student council president. That sounds pretty impressive, doesn't it? She sighed in response. That professor loves to lure in talented kids and turn them into his pawns. Arabella then said with a very serious expression. Talented young people who lack a solid foundation or a clear career path are especially vulnerable to his temptations. That's precisely why Arthur sticks so closely to Professor Dranevo. Upon hearing this, Din quickly grasped the situation and asked, so my mission is simply to firmly refuse all his offers, right? She nodded decisively. Exactly right. Professor Dranevo is an extremely dangerous figure in this Magic Academy. Not only does he possess a superior intellect, but he is also a master of manipulation and persuasion. If you slip up and get entangled with him, you'll be nothing more than a puppet on his strings, completely stripped of your free will. So you must be extremely vigilant. No matter what tempting offer he makes, you must reject it immediately, without a moment's hesitation. Taking in the sincere yet stern advice from his seemingly difficult older sister, Din offered a small smile and reassured her, I understand. I'll definitely be careful. However, their conversation was suddenly cut short by a loud noise. The door to the lab burst open from the outside, startling Arabella, who exclaimed in shock, Good heavens, what is going on? Immediately after, a group of 3 Leila, Ernest, and Priscilla walked in. Leila rushed forward, holding a strange orb in her hands, and said excitedly, Din, so you really were here. Look at this, I just found something absolutely incredible. Ernest brought it back from the Forbidden Zone. Can you help me figure out what it is? Seeing the orb in Leila's hands, Arabella's face paled as she shouted in horror, What, the Forbidden Zone? You kids actually snuck into the Forbidden Zone. The 3 young friends could only manage a forced, speechless smile. Witnessing this sudden and unpredictable turn of events from his friends, Din could only facepalm and sigh internally. Oh man. I told them to keep a low profile for a while. So much for that. Sorry, sis. He then turned to the group, his tone full of skeptical inquiry. I thought that after the visit to the Holy Temple, security was supposed to have been tightened significantly. Ernest just smiled confidently and replied, Don't worry, Din. I'm an explorer, and overcoming challenges like that is just what I do. Hearing this, Din pouted slightly and said, "Yeah, that's your specialty, all right. But don't you think that was way too dangerous?" Faced with Din's worried gaze, Ernest lowered his head slightly, a bit embarrassed, but still resolute. "I understand your concern, but this explorer's blood in my veins just won't stop boiling. I really can't just sit still." Watching his best friend standing before him, Din, he mused internally that ever since their trip to the Ama Holy Temple, Ernest had become remarkably more assertive and daring, a change that was entirely understandable. After all, this was Saul Homston, the only Grand Mage said to have reached the legendary Nine Chains realm, following the fall of the Demon King's kingdom, a place that once belonged to such a figure. A mind like that would surely spark a flame of passion and a desire for exploration in any adventurer. His eyes then turned towards Leila and Priscilla. Leila then approached Arabella, carefully presenting the orb to her, and respectfully saying, "Senior, could you please examine this for us?" Looking at the two troublemakers, Arabella let out a soft sigh, responding with a hint of exasperation. "You kids are only good at causing trouble." Noticing the unusual actions of the two girls, Dean turned to Leila and asked, "Leila, what is that you're holding? Did you stick something into my mana wave detector?" Anna, standing nearby, awkwardly began to explain. Well, here's what happened. I couldn't sleep last night, so I decided to take a walk around the restricted area. You know, the laboratory of Saul Homston is located deep within that zone. I kept hearing these strange noises coming from inside the building. Sounds like machinery was running, or like something was being constructed. It gave me goosebumps, and I even heard voices. Dean cut him off, looking skeptical. "So what? Even if it's a restricted area, guards still have to patrol in and out of there all the time. What's so weird about hearing people?" Anus quickly scratched his head, insisting no, it wasn't just the guards' voices. "I'm positive. And the most suspicious part is the mana wave detector I left running on standby suddenly picked up a massive amount of magical energy." Hearing this shocking news, a stunned Dean exclaimed, "What? No way." He continued, his voice laced with skepticism. "After Saul Homston passed away, all the items and equipment from his laboratory were moved to the Memorial Hall for preservation. So how could there be anything left inside that could possibly be emitting mana waves?" Ennis nodded gravely. "Exactly. Which means that inside the old laboratory at this magic academy, Saul Homston must have left behind some kind of secret we know nothing about." Dean, still lost in thought, muttered to himself, "Mana waves." After carefully examining the mysterious orb, Arabella spoke in a pensive tone. "Annis, your hunch was correct. There really is something inside this object." This revelation caused Annis to gasp in astonishment, unable to stop himself from blurting out, "For real, Senior Arabella?" She nodded firmly. "Yes, and it's nothing ordinary. Here, take a look at the analysis data I just ran." As they looked at the complex printouts spread across the table, everyone was taken aback. Dean casually picked up one of the sheets to get a closer look. Arabella continued her explanation. "The fluctuations we're seeing are remarkably similar to the sample you collected. Of course, not all of them match perfectly, so I filtered out the ambiguous and unclear readings." After a moment of deep thought, Dean turned to her and asked, "So what's the final conclusion?" "Sis," Arabella's brow furrowed, as she replied with a grave expression, "There is definitely something absolutely massive inside that building." This caused the three young friends across from her to exclaim in unison, utterly shocked. "What's something massive?" Arabella nodded to confirm. "That's right. This type of fluctuation is typically only emitted from objects that contain a terrifying amount of magical power. You mentioned it was extremely difficult to even get these readings, didn't you? I believe something is intentionally blocking the mana waves from escaping to the outside. As for who is concealing them, whether it was Saul Homston or some other mysterious figure, we just can't know for sure yet." As our Manhwa recap continues, Dean, standing nearby, added his own thought. "The only thing we can be certain of is that whatever it is, it must be of immense value to warrant being hidden so thoroughly." Arabella continued, "So, in a nutshell, that's the situation. And from what I know, the guards never even set foot inside Saul Homston's actual laboratory. I mean, back in the day, I even snuck into the restricted area myself when I was bored. This revelation made Priscilla, who was standing across from her, ask in surprise, "You really did that?" Arabella just gave a mysterious wink and a smile without answering. This even caught Dean by surprise. He thought to himself, wait, even my own sister broke the rules. That's right, I suppose no one can resist the mysterious allure of Saul Homston. He truly was an extraordinary mage even from a young age. She continued to speculate. In any case, I'm not sure what they're hiding, but if it's truly connected to Saul Homston, this will undoubtedly be a groundbreaking discovery. It could be Saul Homston's own mana core, or perhaps something even more powerful than that. Hearing this, the spirits of everyone present, everyone's faces lit up with excitement and anticipation. Dean clenched his fist, nodding with firm resolve. If this was really happening, it would be absolutely incredible. In the midst of this, Leila Arabella, standing nearby, asked, with a puzzled look, "But why would any of that be in a lab that was supposed to be completely empty?" She added, her eyes filled with admiration. "Eris is truly phenomenal." He uncovered this purely through his sharp adventurer's intuition. Hearing such sincere praise, Ern couldn't hide his pleasure as he replied, "Thank you so much, Senior, you've been a huge help." After that, Arabella turned to Eris with a hint of playfulness. "So kiddo, what do you plan to do with a thing like this?" Meanwhile, Din was still listening intently, and thinking to himself that this probably wasn't a real mana core. The whole setup felt like something from a Manhwa recap. If it were a genuine mana core, he would have sensed it the moment he stepped into the forbidden area. So what in the world could that thing be? As Din was deep in thought, Leila turned to him, her voice filled with urgency. "What should we do now, Din? I've been telling you to be cautious for some time. Don't you think this mana wave is worth investigating?" Priscilla, standing beside them, chimed in resolutely. "Even if you don't go, we're determined to go anyway." Din nodded in agreement. "Precisely. We can use that to evade surveillance, but there's no telling what else might turn up in that lab." Is everyone truly confident about this decision? In response, he was met with the group's determined and confident gazes. Leila winked mischievously and said with pride, "Absolutely. Our club is one of the strongest in this magic academy." Ernest added, his voice full of passion, "That's right, plus Canis will be joining us." Priscilla, not wanting to be left out, then declared, "I refuse to be a bystander in this." Hearing this, Din sighed softly and murmured, "I expect this from Leila. But you too, Priscilla." Understanding her little brother's concern, Arabella spoke up with a tone of resignation. "Well, it seems there's truly no stopping them now, is there?" Then she made a decisive move. "Fine, if none of you will heed my advice, at least take this." As they looked at the strange item in her hand, the others couldn't hide their curiosity and asked in unison, "What is that?" She began to explain slowly, her eyes scanning over each of their faces. "These are magic scrolls. All of you know how to use them, correct? If you run into any danger, do not hesitate for a second, tear it up immediately. The scroll will instantly teleport you back here. The process might cause a bit of a shock to your body and your mana, but regardless, it's still better than dying right." Upon receiving the 3 precious magic scrolls, Leila couldn't hide her excitement and exclaimed, "Are you really gifting us these 3 priceless scrolls? Thank you so much." Arabella then spoke up, her tone and expression turning serious. "Always remember this. Entering the forbidden zone will lead to suspension, and if you get suspended 2 times, you will be permanently expelled from this magic academy. Is everyone clear on that?" Hearing this, the group's initial high spirits suddenly took a nosedive. They muttered in unison, "Yes, we understand." Seeing their reaction, Din quickly spoke up to reassure everyone, his voice filled with confidence. "Don't worry too much, Arabella. I'm sure nothing bad will happen." She pouted and replied, "See, that you're not just all talk." After conveying her important warnings, she gave them one last reminder. "Okay, now, make sure you come back safely, and don't forget to tell me everything you discover." The group immediately returned to their base, spread an old map across the table, and started carefully planning a detailed route. Ernest, with his sharp analytical skills, began to explain, "This will be our infiltration route. The main entry point is right here. There will be a blind spot in their surveillance as we move towards that other building. We'll fully exploit that gap to sneak inside." Faced with Ernest's meticulous and logical explanation, Din nodded in complete admiration. "Ernest is really sharp, isn't he? The plan was set they would make their move in 2 days once they had distributed all the necessary exploration gear among the team. Now the crucial part was to review the infiltration route in meticulous detail. Ernest continued. From this point forward, it's mandatory that we spread anti-tracking powder as we move. And upon arrival, Canas's role would become absolutely critical. In order to dispel the dense mana barrier, without leaving behind a single trace, they would need Canas's special flame. Din, standing by his side, nodded in agreement. Got it. I'll get everything prepared meticulously. Realized that relying on a single course of action was far too risky, so Priscilla offered a strategic proposal. We should also prepare a plan B for any potential contingencies. Instead of just blindly tearing open the magic scroll, we need to map out specific actions for every possible scenario that could unfold. Hearing this detailed and cautious analysis from their senior, Leila nodded in agreement beside her. That sounds completely logical, Priscilla. By this time, Dean had already formulated a plan of his own. He spoke up. All right, let's go with this. We'll set up our combat formation like so. I'll take responsibility for detecting magical energy at the front and clearing a path. Ernest and Leila will provide cover from the rear, while you, Priscilla, will hold the center of the formation. Noticing that Priscilla was more vulnerable to an ambush, he turned to Ernest, adding, "This time I need you to use a short bow instead of your sword. You've trained extensively, so just focus on firing with a supportive role in mind." Ernest nodded in confirmation. Got it, you can count on me. Dean's voice immediately dropped, taking on a serious tone. Everyone remember this clearly. Our #1 priority is to remain undetected. We have absolutely no clue what kind of threats are lurking inside this forbidden part of the Magic Academy. Ernest, however, was brimming with energy and replied, "Sounds good to me. I'm actually excited to see what's waiting for us in there." Leila, on the other hand, voiced her worries. "I just hope it's not, demons or something." After all, the preparations were finalized. Dean called out, "Is everyone ready?" The group responded in unison. "We're ready." With a grin, he declared, "All right, Barbarian Club, let's go stir up some trouble." After traveling for some time, the group finally arrived at the perimeter of the Forbidden Zone. The fact that they'd been outdoors for so long meant everyone was covered in red, swollen mosquito bites. Leila began to whine. "This is unbearable. I'm going to die if we have to do this every day." Ernest tried to soothe her. "Just hang on a little longer. It's only about 20 more minutes until the guards change shifts." Elsewhere, a guard grumbled. "What kind of fool would be brazen enough to sneak into the Forbidden Zone? Just wait until we catch them and see what happens." Seeing that the patrol hadn't moved an inch, Leila asked with concern, "Why are there so many guards posted here?" Ernest added, "I heard that recently they've doubled the number of soldiers on duty, and it looks like those rumors were true." "Oh geez, this is probably our fault," Leila fretted, asking, "So what's the plan now, Ernest?" "As you'll see throughout this manhwa," Recap calmly replied, "at this hour, everyone's exhausted. There's bound to be an opening. I know which side is most heavily guarded, and that's the path we're going to take." The moment he finished speaking, the group of 4 immediately picked up their pace stealthily, advancing deeper into the territory. Right on cue, the time for the shift change arrived. A new squad of soldiers approached, calling out, "It's time to change shifts." Seeing the relief party approach, one of the guards on duty replied, "Man, I was bored to tears. Almost dozed off." Another guard asked the newcomers, "What took you so long? Everyone else has already scattered." Taking advantage of the guards' idle chatter, the team swiftly and decisively slipped past them from behind. Their movements were so quick that one of the soldiers felt a flicker of movement. He whirled around to look behind him, but detected nothing out of the ordinary. Seeing his reaction, another guard walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" The first guard replied, "Did you hear something?" His companion shook his head. "Nah, it was probably just the wind." After completing the shift handover, they turned to leave, remarking, "All right then. Good work, everyone. Make sure not even a mouse can slip through." Little did they know it wasn't just one mouse, but 4 very large mice, who had already successfully infiltrated the Forbidden Zone. They made their way to an ancient chapel and descended into the cellar beneath it. Ernest gave a quiet warning, "Everyone watch your step now. We're approaching the entrance to the basement." After navigating the passage for a while, they came to a stop before a massive door. Dean wondered aloud, "So is this the place?" Priscilla added. Thanks to Ernest, We made it inside rather easily. Letting him lead the way was definitely the smart move. Dean's eyes drifted upward, and he noticed that the area was protected by a powerful magic barrier. One that was incredibly strong. Ernest explained. The barrier gets stronger the closer we get to the center. It seemed Saul Hongston was, as expected, extremely cautious when it came to his defenses against intruders. But Dean immediately sensed something was off. He moved closer to the barrier to analyze it, realizing that this field didn't carry the distinct magical signature of Saul Hongston. It felt completely different. This observation made Leila incredibly curious. Really? How can you tell? She asked. He explained. Saul Hongston has been alive for a very, very long time. This barrier, however, feels brand new. Ernest mused thoughtfully. Does that mean someone else has been here before us and erected their own barrier to conceal whatever lies within? Jin nodded in agreement. That's right. There could be something incredibly dangerous hidden in there. Priscilla hesitated for a moment and turned to the group asking, So, what's our move? We're not just going to turn back, are we? Leila immediately objected. Turn back? After coming all this way, no chance. Perhaps an official from the academy just set up a defensive barrier and left, she suggested. But Nis disagreed. I see it differently. This feels more like the work of an outside intruder. Think about it. If our magic academy found a new relic of Saul Hongston's, why would they go to such lengths to keep it a secret? This line of reasoning infuriated Leila. She slammed her fist down, exclaiming, So you're telling me some other group is targeting this treasure? That treasure is supposed to be mine. Priscilla sighed deeply. We came here to explore. Leila, not to steal treasure. Jin nodded in agreement. She's right. Whoever they are, they're not like us. They intentionally left this barrier up to hide something. And if we run into them, it's going to be a huge problem. Leila sighed. If they're hostile, I don't know if we can stop them. Jin continued. That's true. This place has probably become far more dangerous than we expected. But I believe in the strength of our Southern Barbarian Club. We're at our strongest when we're together, right? He thought to himself. That all sounds logical, but let's be real for this Manhwa recap. I'm dying of curiosity to see what's in here. Spurred on by Jin's passionate speech, the group's morale lifted. It was like they'd been re-energized. Nis was so moved, she couldn't even speak. Leila huffed proudly. Well, hardly anyone can win an argument against Jin. That's just a fact. Seeing the two of them, so fired up, Priscilla furrowed her brow slightly. If I let you all go on your own, you're bound to get into trouble. I guess I have no choice but to go with you. Bolstered by Priscilla's support, the light returned to Leila and Nis's eyes shining brighter than ever. After a moment of thoughtful silence, the group reached a silent, unspoken agreement. Jin broke the silence, his voice firm and decisive. So no objections from anyone, right? Good. Then we're going to see this through to the very end. A sliver of fear still lingered, a flicker of hesitation about the dangers that might lie ahead, but their shared resolve was stronger. It pushed them past any lingering apprehension and propelled them forward. With his incredible power, Canis effortlessly shattered the magical barrier, sealing the entryway. As the heavy door began to creak open, it revealed a pitch-black corridor. The group had to struggle onward, coordinating their every move and remaining constantly vigilant to overcome each obstacle, one by one. After their arduous journey, they finally reached their destination. Standing before a grand hall of astonishing size, Leila couldn't help but gasp, her face a mask of pure astonishment. What in the world is this? Where are we? I can't believe a room this huge and grand exists so deep underground. All around the chamber, old wooden chests toppled, wine barrels, and countless sacks of provisions were piled up haphazardly, creating a scene of total disarray. It was utter chaos. Seeing the mess, Leila had a sudden thought. Hey everyone, look, there's a ton of food here. Someone must be living down here. Meanwhile, Jin, with his sharp gaze, was silently scanning the room, when a thought struck him. This is strange. There are no recent signs of anyone being here. It's as if the occupants left a very, very long time ago. Leila turned back to the group and speculated. You don't think the academy was conducting research down here, do you? Priscilla immediately shook her head, dismissing the idea with a resolute look. Highly unlikely. Take a closer look. If this was truly an official investigation by our Magic Academy, they would have issued standardized and complete equipment to everyone involved. But the supplies here? They're a complete mismatch sourced from all over the place. Some of this stuff is even forbidden. The Academy would never operate this secretly or carelessly. Jin nodded, backing up Priscilla's logic. Senior Priscilla is right. This is definitely the work of some other group, not the Academy. He then made a quick decision. All right, let's check the area quickly. We need to investigate our surroundings before whoever owns this place decides to come back. With that, the group immediately split up, each member taking a different section of the vast room to search for clues. As Jin knelt and placed his palm against the cold stone floor, a powerful surge of energy suddenly flooded his mind. What the hear? Beneath this very room, I could feel a colossal flow of magical energy. Just then, Eris's sharp voice cut through the silence, capturing everyone's attention. Din, get over here and look at this. He stood up, asking urgently, what did you guys find? Leila was quick to respond. There's a staircase leading down behind this wall. This is a real. This was an incredibly precious discovery at this moment. Now they could finally investigate the mysterious source of magical energy that Jin had sensed from the surface. Without a moment's hesitation, the group descended together into the dark cellar. At the far end of the chamber, a mystical bluish-purple light emanated, piercing through the silent darkness. As the team ventured deeper inside, a colossal magic stone materialized before their eyes, shimmering with immense power. Leila cried out in astonishment. This is unbelievable. I've never seen a magic stone this massive before. It must have been hidden underground for ages. Yeah. Jin stepped closer to examine it, thinking to himself. There was no doubt in his mind. This was the signature aura of Saul Homston. It was radiating a terrifyingly overwhelming magical power, and surrounding it were other intricate magic circles. What in the world did they intend to do with this? Who were they, and what was their goal? As the group examined the stone, the situation felt like a tense manhwa recap unfolding in real time. Suddenly, someone flinched, their voice filled with panic. We're in trouble, everyone. Someone's heading this way. Our perimeter warning devices have been triggered. The alarm is going off. These words instantly made the atmosphere in the cellar incredibly tense. Even the one known for his nerves of steel and rare composure couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock at the sudden news. At that very moment, above ground, a group of strangers appeared swiftly, advancing toward the church door. One of them urged in a cold, commanding tone, "Get a move on." The other three responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." They immediately proceeded inside. With swift, professional movements, the captain reminded them again with a resolute voice, "Focus only on extracting the magical energy from the essence of Saul Homston. The glory is ours for the taking." His subordinates roared in unison, "Yes, sir." After moving swiftly through the darkness, the group finally reached the final chamber in the basement. Staring at the brilliantly glowing magic stone before them, the green-haired captain spoke into his communicator. "We're inside safely." He then turned and ordered his subordinates sweep the room. "If anything seems out of the ordinary, report it immediately." Hearing this, two of the subordinates nodded, understood. They then turned to head back the way they came. After just a few steps, one of them sighed in relief. "Finally, we can take a little break." The other subordinate turned to him and asked, "Are we really going to be stuck here for a whole 2 months? Maybe even longer." His companion replied, "But at least we have enough supplies, so that shouldn't be an issue." Just as they took a few more steps, suddenly, one of them tripped over a wire that Jin's group had set up earlier. Instantly, from the ceiling above, countless sharp iron spears rained down. The two of them were caught completely off guard. They had no time to react and were violently thrown to the ground by the spears, crying out in agony. Hearing the unusual commotion, the captain inside quickly turned around, yelling, "What's happening out there?" Immediately after, from deeper within the cellar, a strange pinkish-purple gas began to billow out. It erupted suddenly and spread ominously. The captain blurted out, "What is that gas?" One of his subordinates quickly guessed, "Is it knockout gas?" Before the captain could react, the subordinate whirled around, his panicked voice echoing, "Captain, it's a trap." But despite his dramatic warning, just a few moments later, all 4 of them were effortlessly captured by Jin's team. Eris began searching the bodies of their captives. Her eyes widened slightly as she found their possessions. "There's more here than I thought," she announced. She found a notebook, a few silver coins, along with all sorts of miscellaneous items and something else in a pouch. Looking at the unconscious figures before him, Jin wondered, just who are these people? It was clear. They were targeting Saul Humston's magic stone, but could they possibly be from the Magic Academy? Just then, Priscilla, after carefully examining one of the recovered items, approached Jin. Jin, take a look at this journal. There's important information inside. Jin took the old worn notebook and began to look it over. The pages contained detailed instructions for the essence extraction process. Always maintain 2 extractors. When the process reaches 60%, add a third one. If the magic circle destabilizes, halt immediately and reinforce it. Refer to the attached diagram. Reading this, Jin frowned in confusion. Essence extraction, he mumbled to himself. Priscilla, this sounds incredibly dangerous. She nodded in grave agreement. It is. Extremely so. Meanwhile, Eris was still rummaging the pockets of the captured men. She discovered something else entirely. And that's not all, she interjected. They also have a map of the continent. Din's eyes widened in disbelief. A map of the continent, Leila continued, her voice turning grave. That's something the Empire keeps under extremely tight control. It's absolutely forbidden to be taken out. Eris then offered her own theory. Could they be part of some kind of rebel faction? Faced with this mountain of strange evidence, Din was lost in thought. There were too many suspicious details, he muttered. Suddenly, however, his gaze sharpened, locking onto the unconscious captain. Din flinched as he noticed a faint glimmer of light emanating from the man's mouth. He moved in swiftly and deftly retrieved a small object. Holding the tiny glowing pill in his palm, Din murmured, "Just as I thought, it's a suicide pill. I remember my mother teaching me about this. This kind of thing is often used by assassin guilds or secret societies to silence their members. To prevent secrets from being leaked in a crisis, they're brainwashed into taking their own lives and are issued these poison capsules. What kind of monstrous organization would do something like this?" Meanwhile, Priscilla, who had been engrossed in a small handbook, suddenly called out, "You need to see this. There's a charter written in here." This new information left the other 3 completely flabbergasted. The text began, "For a new world. Rule 1. Security must always be the highest priority, more important than life itself. Rule 2. We always act to change the world. Rule 3. You must not inquire about the identities of other members. We are one, yet we are also separate individuals." Countless other rules were listed after that. After she finished reading, Priscilla raised an eyebrow. "This part is the most suspicious," she declared. "There are coordinates written here. I don't know the exact location, but it's near the Magic Academy." Din immediately piped up. "Where is 34.58? Eris stroked her chin in thought as she studied the numbers, then said, "Wait a second, if that's the location." "That's right. It's the supply transport route near the back gate." Leila, standing nearby, chimed in. "So they use that route to get in," Eris confirmed. "It's highly likely. There must be an accomplice inside the Magic Academy helping them." The situation was becoming more complex by the second, forcing them to get serious. As this manhwa recap continues, Din finally broke the silence. A secret organization trying to extract the essence of Saul Hangston. What could they possibly want with it? "We've made our decision. Let's move in fast." All of the intruders' belongings were carefully collected into a subspace for further investigation, and they agreed to report everything to the Academy's leadership and the guards. Din then added, "And besides, it would be a real waste to go back empty-handed." The moment he said it, the other 3 whipped around with confused expressions. "What are you talking about?" Din's eyes narrowed, his determination clear. "We're taking this monostone," he announced. "If we leave it, it'll just fall into their hands anyway. Instead of letting some unknown faction use it for a sinister plot, it's much better for us to take it." A short while later, the captured men began to stir. "Captain, wake up," one shouted, while another's frantic voice rang out. "We're done for, Captain." The captain slowly regained consciousness. "What's all this damn noise inside my head?" A subordinate then stared in absolute horror at the monostone. It now looked completely inert, its once vibrant colors faded to a dull, lifeless gray. "The monostone. It's been completely drained," he cried out. Those words struck the captain like a physical blow. What kind of garbage are you spouting? He roared in fury, followed by a stream of vile curses. Damn it. It had to be those brats who trapped us. While they were still struggling to figure out who had done this, the academy guards had already arrived below, completely surrounding them. A guard's voice boomed. All of you stand down. You dare trespass on the sacred grounds of this magic academy. We won't let you get away. One of the men shouted in shock. How did the guards even get here? Another guard commanded, apprehend them. Don't let a single one escape. The captain could only grit his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this is a disaster. Don't tell me the organization has already abandoned us. After escorting the intruders outside, the captain of the guards let out an exhausted sigh. This is just madness, he muttered, after decades of peace. Ben. So this restricted zone is causing trouble again. The man pointed a finger toward the captured intruders and asked, have the infiltrators said anything yet? Cam. The bald-headed soldier stroked his chin and reported, Sir, they haven't uttered a single word. It seems we may need to employ more persuasive measures. The three intruders stood there, sullenly remaining completely silent. The captain pointed and gave a decisive command. In that case, beat them until they're lucid. After the preliminary investigation, they were to be taken to the interrogation room, where the bald-headed soldier nodded firmly. Understood, sir. The captain thought to himself that this incident was incredibly serious. Even after doubling the security forces, 5 intruders still managed to get in. He was certain he would be punished, possibly even stripped of his rank. At that moment, a soldier rushed in breathlessly from outside. Captain, the investigation team from the Ministry of Magic has arrived. The captain was taken aback by their sudden arrival at this hour. They're here already, he cried out lightly, dabbing the sweat from his forehead. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't believe that lazy old professor came all the way out here himself. After listening to the entire report, Drenavo summarized. So, you mean to tell me you heard a noise inside this building, discovered the mana barrier had vanished, and then found the intruders inside? Is that correct? The captain nodded to confirm. Yes, that's correct, sir. Drenavo paused to think for a moment, then said, That's odd. Saul Hangston's mana barrier isn't easily broken. If they possess the power to do that, why would they let themselves get caught so easily? The captain shook his head, his expression filled with confusion, and said, I can't figure it out either. On that note, we found this item among their belongings. Would you like to take a look? Professor Drenavo. Seeing the object in the captain's hand, Drenavo raised a curious eyebrow. A book. He reached out, took it, and began examining the pages within, but found nothing unusual. Drenavo deduced. This book has been magically sealed. Only an authorized person should be able to open it, but someone has clearly broken the seal with brute force. The captain was completely shocked. What? How is that even possible? Drenavo carefully tucked the book inside his robes, saying, I'll take this back for a more thorough investigation. There could be other hidden spells hidden within it. At this, the captain scratched his head and gave a nervous laugh. Ah, yes, of course. I only gave it a cursory glance, but it appears they belong to some sort of secret organization. Drenavo's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. A secret organization, the captain continued. We also discovered a giant mana stone deep in the basement. It's taller than a full-grown man. Drenavo was shocked. A mana stone? But that basement is supposed to be empty, isn't it? The captain explained. We find it incredibly strange as well. We don't understand why a giant mana stone would be located in the Forbidden Zone. After a brief pause, Drenavo ordered, Lead me to it. I want to inspect it myself. Back at the Magic Academy, the campus was abuzz with excited chatter from the students. Have you heard something else happened in the Forbidden Zone? The guards are running all over the place, another voice chimed in. There's been one problem after another. Lately, it feels so unsettling. Hearing these rumors again and again, Priscilla let out a helpless sigh. Good grief, the Forbidden Zone has been in chaos since yesterday because of that incident. Dean turned to ask Priscilla. Priscilla, have you found out anything yet? She nodded in confirmation. I heard the investigation team from the Ministry of Magic is involved, and even Professor Drenavo himself went to the scene. Eris added, If even Professor Drenavo showed up, this must be more serious than we thought. Dean said with a worried look, We've really caused a huge mess. He added, This story has already been published in the Daily Academy newspaper. Do you all want to see? Taking the newspaper in her hands, Eris exclaimed in shock. What, this fast? News really travels like lightning. The paper says, Forbidden Zone infiltrated 5 intruders, interrogated by the Ministry of Magic after resisting guards. I'll take full responsibility. Sitting behind them, Dean thought to himself that if Professor Drenevo came personally, he must have realized how serious this situation is. He then said aloud, but if the Ministry of Magic is handling it, we should be fine, right? Priscilla sighed in response. Yes, but they're famously ruthless. Those intruders will definitely be greeted with all sorts of magical interrogation techniques, Leila yelped. But will they be able to track us down? Eris smiled reassuringly. Now, calm down. We completely erased all of our tracks, Priscilla said confidently. Frankly, this whole Magic Academy should be thanking us. If it weren't for us, those intruders would never have been caught. Dean chimed in. Don't worry so much. They're from Sati City, so how would they know we were there? Let's just lay low for a while and we'll be fine. He then turned to Eris. Did you bring their belongings? Eris nodded. Yes, I brought them. Here are the analysis results, have a look. Diane thought to himself. Who knows? By following their trail, we might just discover another treasure. Perhaps something like the essence of Saul Hangston himself. A few days later, the entire Magic Academy was once again thrown into chaos, but this time it was due to the arrival of a royal investigation delegation. The royal family rarely made an appearance at the Academy, but on this occasion, they arrived with an unprecedentedly massive army. Their banners fluttered in the wind, creating a truly majestic and intimidating scene. The Royal Hoang army marched deep into the grounds, stopping before a colossal door. The 4th Royal Knight Commander Delphin wore a slight frown. How strange, he murmured to himself. The Holy BC was infiltrated without a single trace, and now we discover intruders hiding out in Saul Hangston's laboratory. Professor Drenevo, standing beside him, added, This Nye is truly peculiar. We've been searching for any trace they left behind, but we haven't found any clear results yet. Delphin glanced over and asked, And what about the barrier? A female Jiao professor replied, We are still investigating, but as of now, we haven't detected any distinct signs of it being breached. Delphin let out a soft sigh, a look of frustration on his face. This was a real headache, especially since it involved one of Saul Hangston's creations. He cast a sharp, cold gaze behind him and spoke, Your Highness. What are your thoughts on this matter? The young red-haired man was none other than the 3rd Prince Edward d'Antones. He stammered, his expression still clouded with confusion. Well, I still don't quite understand. Hearing this, Delphin turned away and replied coolly, I understand, Your Highness. Nearby, Drenevo flinched, his eyes widening in shock as he cursed internally. Hold on a moment. Tam, the 3rd Prince, came here in person. Why on earth would His Highness need to come to a place like this himself? Edward closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then opened them to stare intently at the door before them, thinking, is this a trace of the barrier being melted? It's incredibly difficult to notice, but the surface has an unusual quality, as if it was dissolved, and then fused back together. Even so, this level of skill is truly respectable, Drenevo explained. Saul Hangston's barriers were engineered to last for centuries, up until now. No one has ever been able to break through one. Delphin nodded in confirmation. That's right. It was a perfect steel fortress that had never been penetrated, and yet now it has been from behind. Edward added, that implies that even the royal family's barriers could potentially be infiltrated. As he said this, Edward's eyes suddenly flew open as a strange energy washed over his body, causing sweat to pour down his face. He clenched his hands together tightly to keep his composure. Seeing this, Delphin turned to him with concern. Your Highness, are you in pain anywhere? Edward gently rubbed his other arm and replied, I'm fine. It's just a normal ache. That's all. Delphin advised him worriedly. Your Highness, I implore you, if you feel any discomfort, please tell us immediately so we can return. The investigation is important, but your Koi health is far more crucial. The prince shook his head, refusing. No, I came here of my own volition, and I will not give up. Don't worry, my hand is still fine. Looking at them, Drenevo's expression was full of contemplation. The prince and the knight commander appearing together. Perhaps we need to be much more cautious this time. Delphin once Nua again advised. Perhaps you should step outside and rest for a moment. If your condition worsens, please inform us immediately. Edward nodded in confirmation. All right, I will do, Vey. As Delphin stepped outside, he thought to himself, what a pitiful man. He's known as the useless prince, and he can't even control his own hands. Loey. If only his highness had been born with a healthy body, it would have been for the best. Edward stood motionless, lost in thought for a few minutes, before his gaze fell upon his own hand, and he muttered in frustration. Damn it. There's always something getting in my way. But now is not the time to hesitate. I need more clues. I'll have to go find them myself. Even though they told me to stay put. My apologies. Meanwhile, in another area, Delphin spoke up, his voice laced with impatience. We haven't found a single trace. Vet, wait, you said it was around 5 in the morning. Drenovo gave a slight nod to confirm. Yes, sir, it happened just before dawn. Delphin pressed on. So, Khan, what about the mana detection spells? Did they find anything? A timid researcher named Rena bowed her head and replied shyly. Absolutely nothing, sir. Delphin's expression suddenly darkened, and boom, he exploded with rage, growling. Then, tear everything apart. But just as things were heating up in this Manhwa recap, a soldier rushed in from outside breathlessly reporting, Captain, there's news. Terrible news, sir. His Highness has vanished. Hearing this, Delph reeled in shock, crying out, What? That's impossible. He was right here just moments ago. The soldier hurriedly stammered. It happened in a flash, sir. The guards let their guard down. Delph exploded with rage. Completely useless. The best security in the entire Magic Academy, and you just let him vanish. He then spun on his heel, roaring, Cease all other activities. Halt the current investigation, and immediately focus on finding His Highness. The soldiers quickly assembled, shouting their affirmation in unison. A wave of anxiety washed over Delph. The prince's body was already so frail, so why would he do this? At that moment, Edward had already run deep into the dense forest, adjacent to the Magic Academy. As he ran, he told himself, I must push this investigation forward at all costs, so that this time, Father will truly notice me. Even if I don't have any innate talent, I will prove myself through sheer effort. I can't remain a useless prince forever. Meanwhile, in the Boya forest, Din's group of 3 was training diligently. Din focused on cultivating his magic, while Eris and Leila were engrossed in weapons training. Leila spoke up to correct Eris. Eris, that stance is not stable. Try it again properly. Eris immediately adjusted her stance and asked, How about this, Leila? Leila nodded with a smile. Much better. That's a lot better. Observing the two of them practice, Din smiled to himself. It seems she's finally getting used to the training intensity here. Leila is also helping her a lot, which lets me focus more on controlling my mana. After a few gestures, Din could now effortlessly create countless magic circles that surrounded his body. Looking at his hands, he smiled faintly to himself. I've now completed 2 mana circles and even succeeded in creating a 4-tiered magic structure. The Archmage's magic is truly astonishing. However, his eyes suddenly widened, focusing on a single point. But whenever I focus on the 4-tiered spell, I can see it more clearly. The flow of mana within the human body is truly phenomenal. I wonder what I'll discover next. Then, with a casual gesture, Din created a mana bomb, making it levitate in midair. The sphere of energy immediately shot upwards, circling above Eris and Leila's heads, making Eris ask with great curiosity, Is that wind? Leila looked toward Din and asked Din, What kind of spell is that? He explained, It's a wind bomb, a compressed air projectile formed from mana. Witnessing this marvel, Eris's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, That's amazing. I've never seen a mana explosion that large before, Leila added. Furthermore, since it's a 4-tiered magic spell, its power is truly terrifying. Din observed the mana bomb in front of him, then said with a slight gesture, Well, then just a light toss. He channeled his magic, maneuvering the bomb around his body before throwing it straight toward the edge of the forest ahead. It was meant to be a gentle throw, but unexpectedly, the bomb shot off at a terrifying speed, and it seemed that all of them sensed someone was nearby. In just an instant, a deafening, earth-shattering explosion echoed from deep within the forest, sending up a blinding cloud of dust and smoke that obscured the entire area. Countless trees were flattened by the bomb's devastating power. The path the bomb had traveled was raised, creating a wide-open clearing. Seeing this in our manhwa recap, Leila startled yelled, "Din, you heard that right? There was someone over there." Din, with sweat pouring down his face in fear, replied, "Yeah, I heard it. Loud and clear." He cursed internally. "Damn it, I thought we were the only ones out here." He then suggested, "Let's go check it out." Leila added, her voice filled with worry. "Be careful, what if they're injured?" Flashing back a few minutes earlier, Edward was searching for something in the forest. He had made a full circle, observing his surroundings, and thought to himself, "So there's a forest this large on the Magic Academy grounds. The students here must have so much fun studying and laughing with their friends. I am truly envious. If I hadn't been born a prince, could I have attended an academy like them? Just thinking about it makes my heart race." Then he immediately pushed the thought from his mind. "No, I'm daydreaming again. I need to focus on finding traces of the intruders." Suddenly, a sound from deep within the forest caught his attention. Following the sound, Edward wondered, "What is that noise? Is someone else in the forest?" That group could be none other than Din's group, who were in the middle of training. Watching their actions, Edward thought, "Are those students training? They look about my age, yet their skills are already so polished." After completing a sword form, Leila turned to Din and asked, "Din, could you take a look at my sword technique again? This transitional movement feels a bit awkward." Din circled her, observed closely, and then spoke. "It's just your footwork. After the turn, taking a half step back with your rear foot will make it smoother." She nodded in understanding. "Let me try that again. Here I go." Watching from the sidelines, Edward mumbled to himself. "She just said Din. Wait a minute, D-I-N? So, he's the new student, causing such a stir throughout the entire Magic Academy. Gress is a name known even to the royal family, accepted into the advanced research department across 4 different fields. And me, I can't even get a simple thing right. Yet, he hailed as a genius among geniuses, still trained so diligently. If I could also attend the academy, maybe I would have made friends, learned all sorts of things, and laughed just like them." Then from ahead, an object came hurtling towards him at the speed of light, causing Edward to startle and exclaim, "What's that flying this way?" It was the very mana bomb that Dean had thrown towards the edge of the forest. The moment of impact, a massive explosion rocked the entire forest, felling trees. Edward couldn't escape the shockwave. His whole body was instantly thrown backward, tumbling several times on the ground. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief at what had just happened. All he could do was let out a pained scream that echoed throughout the woods. Certain they had hit someone, Dean and the others rushed over to check on the situation. Eris spoke up, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right?" Dean added awkwardly, "I'm so sorry, I really didn't think anyone was here." After writhing on the ground, clutching his stomach for a moment, Edward managed to sit up, still groaning in pain. Eris suddenly noticed something and pointed out, "Wait a minute. That uniform. It looks like the one worn by the Royal Investigation Team." Hearing this, Leila gasped, "Does that mean you're a member of the Royal Investigation Team?" Dean, sensing things were getting complicated, scratched his head and continued, "No, Leila, this person is likely." His tone grew serious as he assessed the situation. "That's the uniform of the Royal Investigation Team, and with that red hair, the crest of the royal family." Eris stammered, almost in a whisper. "Could it be? Are you actually royalty?" Her words sent a chill of fear through both Dean and Leila. After composing himself, Edward slowly got to his feet and walked towards the 3 of them, his voice filled with anger. "You absolute fools." Immediately, Dean stepped forward, bowed formally, and introduced himself. "I am Dean Grey, son of Count Gress. Greetings, Your Highness the Prince. I offer my deepest apologies for my carelessness. I have made a grave mistake." Eris also bowed hastily, adding, "I am Eris Jen, son of Baron Ren, a first-year student in the magic department." Leila followed, her voice calm, yet full of remorse. "I am Leila Smith, eldest daughter of Count Smith, a first-year student in the swordsmanship department. We beg for your highness's forgiveness for our disrespect." Contrary to their expectations, Edward showed no sign of reprimand. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's quite all right, I'm not injured, just a bit startled. More importantly, I'm actually glad to have met you all under these circumstances. Dean, I've heard a great deal about your talents. The Gen family is renowned in the field of exploration, and I trust you will also become an outstanding explorer. As for the young lady of House Smith, you're the one who won the DNI Cup, correct? I watched that year's final match." Hearing this, Leila bowed her head and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. It is a great honor." Edward gestured with a gentle wave of his hand. "All right, that's enough with the introductions. You may all rise." The three of them responded in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Eris, with a puzzled expression, spoke up, "We are truly relieved that Your Highness is unharmed. But why would you come to such a remote place?" Leila added, explaining further. "This area is so secluded that even students from the academy rarely venture out this far, which is precisely why it's so suitable for training." Edward's eyes narrowed slightly, and he explained hesitantly, "Actually, I came here with the Royal Investigation Team to inspect the academy, but I went for a walk by myself, and unfortunately got lost. Are you aware of the strange incidents occurring in Saul Hangston's dormitory? We're currently investigating the case, but we haven't found any leads yet. It's incredibly frustrating." Eris immediately replied, "Your Highness came to investigate. We have also noticed some unusual things, but it's difficult to say anything for certain." Dean then looked towards Edward, thinking to himself, "What have they discovered? An ordinary person probably wouldn't have noticed." After hearing the information from Edward, Eris deduced that the strange phenomenon was discovered by His Highness. Edward continued, "You could say that." Both Eris and Leila flinched slightly. Edward turned to speak quietly to Leila. "Damn it, this is all connected to us," Leila replied. "If we're found out, we're all done for." Dean stood there, observing thoughtfully, feeling like this entire situation needed a Manhwa recap to make sense. Observing Edward, and began to analyze the situation. Unlike the two older princes, this youngest one is the same age as us. Rumor has it that he's just an ordinary person, with no special talents to speak of. It's strange. We meticulously spread anti-tracking powder all around this area, yet he still managed to find us. Moreover, he noticed the strange phenomenon that others couldn't. An ordinary person shouldn't be able to do that. Could it be he's hiding some kind of special ability? As they watched him, a mischievous smile crept onto Edward's lips, and he explained, "To be honest, I just got lost and wandered over here. This academy is quite complex." Eris spoke up, suggesting, "In that case, you should probably head back soon. The investigation team must be searching everywhere for you. And it seems they're lost as well, since it's their first time visiting this magic academy, and the campus is enormous." Edward seized the opportunity to ask, "Since I'm already here, I'd like you to tell me a little about what life is like in the academy." This caught Eris and Leila by surprise, and they exclaimed, "You want to hear our story?" Standing nearby, Din thought to himself, even though he's a prince, he's still just a teenager. He has lived his whole life, confined within the palace walls, so it's only natural he'd be curious about a normal life. Edward continued his questions. "So, what were you all doing just now? Was it some kind of training?" Eris replied, "Yes, since this place is quiet. We often use it for our training." Din continued to ponder, but something felt very strange. "This prince. He gives me a suffocating feeling, almost as if a current of mana is tightening around me. Can mana even flow like that? Perhaps I should observe him a bit more closely." Meanwhile, back inside the academy, the soldiers were still frantically carrying out their search. They scurried around, looking in every nook and cranny. "What about over there? He's not here." "Blast it. Move on to the next building." The students watched them, and a buzz of gossip began to spread. "Hey, isn't that the Royal Investigation Team? What's going on? It looks like they're searching for something. Do you think they've already caught the culprit? No way. If they had, the Magic Corps would be here, not the investigation team. The atmosphere here is so tense." Elsewhere, Delph was still actively searching for Edward. After looking everywhere without any results, he cursed under his breath in frustration. "Damn it, he's not here either. Where in the world could he have gone? We don't even know who's involved in this incident, Or which faction is behind it? What if the prince with his hand still injured gets into trouble, wandering around alone? If I just get demoted, that's one thing. But if something actually happens to His Highness? Just then, a soldier approached from behind and hastily reported, "Captain, we have a witness." Someone wearing a gold-trimmed cloak was seen heading toward the forest outside the academy. Hearing this, Delph immediately spun around and demanded, "Is that true? Bring the witness to me at once." He began moving quickly, issuing an order. "The entire squad will proceed to the forest outside the academy immediately. Our top priority is to ensure the absolute safety of His Highness." The soldier nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, sir." As Delph moved, he thought to himself, "The forest. Why would he go to a place like that? Don't tell me he's already discovered something, has he?" The scene in this manhwa recap shifts back to Din's group where Edward was lamenting, "I'm so envious. If only I hadn't been born into the royal family. Perhaps then, I could have lived like a normal person, not shackled by the responsibilities of a prince. Maybe the gods truly despise me." Din then approached him and said, "Your Highness, if I may, I'd like to ask you something." Edward replied cheerfully, "What is it, Din? Just say it." Din's gaze shifted to the prince's arm, and he spoke. "Your hand is in a great deal of pain, isn't it?" Edward was visibly startled, thinking to himself, "No. How could he possibly know that?" At his side, a very curious Leila tilted her head and turned to ask him the prince's hand. "What about it?" Edward quickly hid his arm behind his back, stammering as he said, You must be mistaken." Din maintained his assertive tone, his eyes full of scrutiny. "Is that so? But from what I've observed." Before he could finish, Leila hastily cut in her voice, flustered. "Din, what nonsense are you talking about? This guy can be very strange sometimes, please, Your Highness. Forgive him for his absurd words." However, Edward unexpectedly spoke up, shattering Leila's attempt to smooth things over. "No, he's right." Hearing this, both Leila and Eris, who were standing nearby, were left completely speechless. "What? It's true." Edward fell silent for a few seconds, a complex expression on his face, as he looked down at his right arm. "This arm, this right hand of mine," he asked, his voice laced with resignation. "It's completely useless." He then turned to Dean, his gaze a mixture of intense curiosity and a fragile sliver of hope. "How, in the world, did you realize that?" Dean explained calmly, "Your Highness, to be precise, I didn't perceive the physical state of your hand directly. What I saw was the flow of mana heading towards that hand being completely obstructed." This revelation left Edward absolutely staggered, and he gasped in shock. He was unable to conceal his utter astonishment. "What? You can actually see the flow of mana?" With your bare eyes, Dean simply nodded. "It's a unique ability I acquired after a fortunate artifact fused with my body." Internally, Dean mused times. "It's actually due to the ancient mana, but I can't possibly reveal that truth." Asterisk. "So, you can identify the true cause of this condition," Edward pressed. "The mana that should be traveling down to your hand is being stopped cold at the wrist, and is surging backward. A hand starved of mana is, for all intents and purposes, slowly withering away." Dean stepped closer, his tone becoming uncharacteristically grave. "Your Highness, if I may be so bold, could you tell me what happened to your hand?" The unexpected and rather direct question caught Edward off guard, and his eyes drifted back to his own right arm. He fell silent for a few moments, then slowly began his tale. "It all began when I was around 1 year old. At birth, there were no problems whatsoever. But then, at some point, my hand just became like this. I had to struggle just to hold a fork and spoon by the time I was 7. And I was only able to properly hold a pen to write after I turned 10. I couldn't learn swordsmanship or ride a horse, all the skills a prince needs to master to even be considered for a top-tier magic academy. Even with magic, something that should be an innate talent, I was utterly helpless. Every attempt I made was futile, and I've lived my entire life like this until now. A shameful prince, a secret I dared not reveal to anyone." As this dramatic confession unfolds in our manhwa recap, Dean listened intently to Edward's bitter words. He thought to himself, "Times. So he's been dealing with this since he was just a child. That explains why he doesn't have the same illustrious reputation as the other princes. Asterisk. Standing nearby, Leila and Eris, who had no idea about this secret, began to tremble violently with fear. Leila stammered out, "But, Your Highness, is it really okay for us to hear this?" Eris chimed in, her voice thick with anxiety. "You're revealing such a major secret." Edward smiled reassuringly, a smile of relief washing over his face, as if a great weight had been lifted. "It's all right. I trust you all to keep this confidential. Besides, my spirits are unusually high today, even though every royal physician and the most brilliant mage has tried and failed to find the cause. But at long last, I believe I've found it." His eyes, filled with genuine gratitude, settled on Dean. Dean looked Edward straight in the eye and posed a direct question. "Do you trust me, Your Highness?" Edward didn't hesitate for a second, a smile spreading across his face. "Of course I do. How could a member of the Gress family possibly lie to me? If one did, they would have to be the greatest con artist in history to dare deceive a prince." Edward glanced down at his hand again, his voice turning somber. "Many have already noticed the strength steadily draining from this hand. I know that sooner or later, it will become completely inert, worse than useless." He raised his head and asked, "So, can you heal me?" At this sudden plea, Dean paused, lost in thought for a moment, while his two companions held their breath, not daring to make a sound. After a moment of careful consideration, Dean bowed his head and replied, "My apologies, Your Highness. I am not a physician." This response made Edward's face fall with a hint of disappointment, but he accepted it with a sigh. "Very well, I understand. It was foolish to think it would be simple." But then Dean unexpectedly made another proposal. "However, if it is your wish, Your Highness, I can make an attempt." "Really?" Edward cried out, his eyes shining with renewed hope. "Then do it immediately. If you can heal my hand, I will grant you anything you desire." Dean's tone became more serious as he asked, "Anything? If that is truly your wish, I will attempt to alter the flow of your mana. However, I must warn you, if I fail, it could cost you your life." The moment Dean's stark warning left his lips, Edward froze solid, stammering, unable to form a word. What was that?" Dean continued, his voice unwavering. "If this attempt goes wrong and harms you, Your Highness, I will undoubtedly be executed for high treason. However, I have many years ahead of me, and many things I wish to accomplish. So if I succeed in healing your hand, how exactly will you reward me?" Dean's firm and audacious demand made Edward pause for several seconds to truly consider the stakes. Meanwhile, Leila and Eris could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Edward couldn't believe what he was hearing, his voice laced with shock, as he asked, "You want to make a deal with me right here and now?" Dean simply nodded in confirmation. "Yes. I don't gamble on uncertain risks. However, if a substantial and tempting reward is on the table, that changes everything." Faced with Din's calculated and direct proposal, Edward was frozen for a few seconds before breaking into a laugh, his eyes filled with newfound interest. "A deal with me? You're the first person who's ever dared to suggest such a thing. You are quite different from the others, Din." The prince continued with a determined smile, his gaze steady. "Very well, Din Gress. If you can heal my arm, I will grant you any request that you can possibly make." He seemed to imply that failure would only hasten the inevitable anyway. Stepping closer, he placed a hand on Din's shoulder. "So go ahead and try, even if you fail. I'll at least leave a will declaring your innocence." This surprisingly gentle and understanding remark left all three of them, including Din, feeling a little awkward. After mulling it over for a few seconds, Din gave a firm nod of confirmation. "I will give it a try." Edward cheered joyfully. "Excellent. Thank you." Looking at Edward's excited expression, Din thought to himself, "This could be the single biggest moment of my life. If I succeed, it'll be a resounding victory, but if I fail, it's an unavoidable catastrophe. Therefore, I have to succeed no matter the cost." He then began to outline his plan. "First, Your Highness, please sit down and make yourself comfortable." Edward nodded and did as he was told. Din mused internally. "I've practiced controlling mana flow since I was a child, so I'm very confident. Plus, I have ancient mana on my side, a classic power-up in any Magic Academy story." He then approached Edward, took hold of his right arm with both hands, and began to carefully assess the situation. In a low voice, he announced, "All right, I'm beginning now." As soon as the words left his lips, a powerful stream of mana surged from his body into Edward's. Din began to sense the flow of mana within the prince, probing every single channel. The moment the two streams of mana, one ancient and one weakening, collided, a violent internal explosion erupted from within Edward's arm. Meanwhile, in another area deep within the forest, the squad of soldiers was still on a relentless hunt. A voice cut through the silence. "What's the situation on your end?" The response came back immediately. "We're blocked by a sheer cliff face. We can't advance any further." Just then, a soldier rushed over, panting as he reported to his superior captain, "There are numerous diverging paths up ahead." Realizing his forces were becoming too spread out, the captain's eyes narrowed in annoyance. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, we don't have enough men to split up and cover this area." Suddenly, his gaze swept over a strange spot hidden deep within the dense foliage. A sudden sense of unease washed over him, making him wonder, "Impossible. What is this feeling?" Without hesitation, he raised his hand, signaling the entire squad to take cover. His gloved hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, drawing it from its sheath as he prepared for a fight. His expression turned deadly serious as he gave the order, "Move with absolute silence." Following his command, the group began to creep stealthily toward the direction where he had sensed the anomaly. Just a few minutes later, they were closing in on Din's location. As we continue this manhwa recap, every soldier's gaze was fixed straight ahead. Diofan stepped forward, his eyes as cold as ice, and bellowed, "You scoundrels, how dare you do that to His Highness?" He charged forward without a second thought, roaring in fury. "You bastards, what do you think you're doing?" Faced with this fiercely aggressive display from Diofan, Din's group couldn't help but panic. Leila cried out in alarm, "Knights are surrounding us." Din was just as shocked, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, they're closing in." He knew he had to explain the situation. Just as he thought, that his hand began to summon a swirling vortex of mana. Diofan didn't flinch, charging straight for Din, ready to strike. "How dare you lay a hand on the prince?" He attacked with terrifying speed, causing a stunned Din to exclaim, "He's too fast. At this rate, I'm going to be defeated." But just as Diofan's blade was about to connect with Din, Edward suddenly leaped out to intercept the attack, shouting, "Stop." Seeing that Edward was completely unharmed, Diofan flinched back in shock. "Your Highness." Noticing the prince's determined expression, Diofan gradually regained his composure. He turned to Edward, his voice filled with concern. "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you have any idea how worried we've been?" Edward calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Diofan pressed on. "Then why did you venture so deep into this dangerous territory?" "And who are these people?" Edward explained. "I was just wandering around during my investigation and accidentally got lost. As for them, I'll explain on the way back." He then glanced down at his arm, thinking to himself that the feeling in it had already changed. There was definite progress. He then turned towards Din with a smile, saying, "Farewell, I'll be on my way." "Thank you." Din also smiled in return. "I only did what I could, Your Highness. The honor was all mine." On the way back, after hearing Edward recount the entire story, Delphin mused thoughtfully. "So he's the son of Count Gress, is he?" Edward nodded in confirmation. "That's right, and he is my benefactor." This statement left Delphin completely astonished. "Your benefactor, sire," Edward explained. "He has done something incredibly valuable for me. So tell me, what kind of gift should I present to them?" Delphin narrowed his eyes slightly, asking, "A gift? What do you mean, Your Highness?" He thought to himself, "They may be of noble birth, but you only just met them today." Edward stroked his chin, murmuring, "Ordinary gifts won't suffice. I want to give them something truly precious." Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his eyes lit up. He turned to Delphin and said, "Then what about that other thing?" He leaned in close, whispering something in the man's ear, which made Delphin's eyes widen in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Your Highness, even so." Edward scratched his head, asking sheepishly, "Would that be appropriate?" Delphin asked again, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" He mused internally. "Are you this happy just from making a new friend?" Edward cheerfully replied, "Compared to what Dean did for me, this gift is hardly excessive at all. Yes, you will send word to the royal palace Bring it all here at once. Delphin, feeling helpless, gritted his teeth and replied, I understand, watching the back of Edward as he walked away. Humming a cheerful tune, a new line of thought began to form in Delphin's mind. On second thought, this isn't so bad. He is the son of a count, specifically Count Gress. Through this, the relationship between the royal family and the great noble houses could be strengthened, providing significant support for His Highness in the future. The politics in this magic academy are heating up. We cut to 1 week later, where Dean's group had received an invitation to the royal palace meeting in a reception room in the annex. Sitting across from them, Edward smiled and said, Dean, my hand is much better now with no side effects whatsoever. Thank you. Dean bowed respectfully and replied, That's a relief, Your Highness. Edward gestured to the table and continued, Please sit. I've prepared a small token of my gratitude. Just accept it. It's the least I could do to show my appreciation. 3 servants then entered the room, each carrying a small, exquisitely carved box. As soon as the servants departed, the eyes of all 3 members of Dean's group widened in amazement. Eris gasped, Your Highness, is this? Edward nodded in confirmation. Indeed, it is a royal crest. Its use is quite simple. If you ever find yourselves in trouble, simply present this crest, and the matter will be resolved. Taking it in her hand, Eris asked, startled, Can we really accept this? Edward affirmed, without hesitation. Of course. Dean bowed happily. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Edward waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the formalities. For today, just enjoy yourselves. The 3 of them replied in unison. Yes, Your Highness. Afterward, they began to dine according to royal etiquette. Meeting the prince today was an unexpected stroke of luck, but the identity of the intruders remained an unsolved mystery. With no suspects among them, the incident gradually faded into silence. Some time later, the midterm exams finally came to an end. In the schoolyard, Dean let out a sigh of relief. The exams are finally over. He turned to Leila and asked, How did you do? She replied confidently, The major specific paper wasn't too hard. This Manhwa recap is really showing the slice of life side of the Magic Academy, and I think I did okay on the general subjects. Priscilla, standing nearby, clenched her fists, thinking I wish the world would just burn. How could the exam be so difficult, even after I memorized all the holy scriptures? Dean could only offer a weak smile, thinking to himself, So the Department of Theological Studies is no walk in the park either. Eris then spoke up to encourage them. Well, at least it's over now, Dean added. We're finally free. We've got a few days off, so what's everyone planning to do? Eris cheerfully said. I'm thinking of joining the physical training club, the one that focuses on body conditioning. This took Leila, who was standing beside her, completely by surprise. What? You're joining that? Priscilla stroked her chin, looking thoughtful. It seems you've recognized your own weaknesses after those combat simulations, haven't you? You know what you need to work on. Eris smiled and replied, That's right, just you wait and see the results. Priscilla reminded her, Just try not to get hurt. Leila gently cupped her cheeks and said, I think I'll go home for a bit. My mother has been wanting to see me for a while now. Then, she turned to Dean and asked, What about you? He hesitated for a few seconds before answering, I'll probably spend my time in the library, studying some more. This response made her extremely curious. Studying? Right after exams? He explained, Well, there's not much else to do. Oh, but wait a minute. Dean suddenly recalled something, thinking to himself, the words of number 3. I remember now. When I was 7 years old, the Duke gave me a gift. It was the crest of... His thoughts turned to the Smith's Forge. As this Manhwa recap unfolds, our hero realizes he needs a new sword for his life at the Magic Academy, so a visit is essential. Seeing his familiar single-minded expression, Leila could only let out a weary sigh, a helpless smile gracing her lips. Well now, it's been a very long time since you've brought that up.